Head into the unknown.
Good morning, all 5 of you. I decided to start a couple of minutes early just because Tom Webster's premiere is set to start at 8 a.m. So I wanted to, even for anybody that catches the replay, I wanted to come on and just explain a little bit. Tom Webster is a friend of mine, and he was very involved in Delphi coverage, the Delphi murders in 2017. Abby Williams and Libby German were murdered. Richard Allen was convicted last year, and the debate that we're going to watch together is Tom Webster debating the defense team, or 2 members of the defense team. This case that Cindy and I followed the entire time. It was amazing to be able to go through the entire case. From basically start to finish. So this is really something. I see Tom is starting now. You probably can't hear me, so just let me just take this off for half a sec. Um, can you still hear that? I don't know how that works. Sec. Here's this. Okay. So anyways, my intention is to stream this to introduce you guys to the Delphi case if you didn't hear about it. And I might break in here and there, but mornings are really busy for me. So I'm going to play it. Tom is fully aware that I'm playing it. His channel is ticking across the bottom. So let's enjoy it together. And here we go.
What the next 6 hours of this video is about. I had the opportunity to debate 2 of Richard Allen's attorneys. Although the jury sentenced him to 130 years in prison, recently an appeal was filed that may take 2 years or more to resolve. The families suffer as long as this case is open in the courts, and Richard Allen does not fully confess on video, despite telling his family and approximately 20 other people that he was the person who ended the lives of Abby and Libby. Richard Allen's wife, mother, attorneys, and people around the world think he was falsely convicted. During this discussion you're about to see, I hoped to show his attorneys the evidence that I think undeniably points to him being guilty, and possibly provoke them to ask Richard Allen to finally reveal the truth in detail. I'm probably naive and stupid, but my intentions were to do some kind of good for everyone involved and finally put to rest any doubts in this case. Spoiler alert, that's probably not going to happen, but it was a very interesting conversation, and the attorneys revealed things not previously known. Before I get to the interview, here is a quick video overview to answer some questions you may be wondering as you watch. It was recorded on Monday, December 22nd, 2025. To prepare for this, I wrote 40 pages of notes with 35 topics and over 100 questions. Attorneys Andy Baldwin and Jennifer Auger spent so many hours out of their workday. If you wonder why we did not get to a topic or why I did not ask certain questions, it's because I was trying to be respectful of their time. I wanted to mostly focus on issues of Richard Allen's guilt or innocence and not the drama surrounding the case. The only parts I deleted were about things other than this case and some extended silence. Just because I'm nodding when a guest is speaking does not mean I am agreeing with them. It means I'm paying attention. I tried to let the attorneys share their thoughts without interruption, and sometimes Baldwin got on a roll going from one topic to another, and I did not want to interrupt. So as he talked, I thought of some counterpoints, but by the time he finished, I forgot what he said a few minutes earlier. I know this case brings some heated debate online, but Baldwin and Auger have been very polite to me before, during, and after this interview. So please keep your comments polite and focus on stating why you agree or disagree with evidence. Since this video is over 6.5 hours long, YouTube allows you to adjust the speed up to 2 times. Finally, I created chapters of the topics that we were talking about, so you can jump to the ones you are more interested in. You can find the timestamps and topics in the description below, or hover your mouse over the timeline. So I told Andy that I think the general idea here is to pretend we're on the jury and discussing these various topics in the deliberation room. And I'll say what I think about them, and you guys can go back and forth. We were all featured on this Hulu documentary that came out a few months ago. I was saying that I think Rick is guilty, and you guys obviously say that you think he's not guilty. So Andy, you said that you might want to talk to me about these issues, and I appreciate you reaching out. So now, 4 months later, here we are, ready to discuss these issues.
Well, hey, from my end, the reason when you reached out after the Hulu special came out, I remember I was watching it, and I didn't know anything about you. Sorry to tell you.
That's okay.
And
I prefer it that way.
And when I watched it, I'm like, hey, you know what? That guy, unlike others out there that claim to be journalists or profess to be journalists, this guy actually, I don't even know that you're.
I'm not a journalist.
Yeah, you're not no journalist by trade or anything,
No.
but you're fair-minded, and that is what I felt like when I watched the Hulu. I'm like, I disagree ultimately with Tom's conclusions. However, I feel like he's an honest broker. He wants the truth, and when you reached out, I thought, why not? I've always said I'm not afraid to take tough questions. I just not from people that are unfair, that are in they are in the pocket of the law enforcement or whatever. So thank you for letting us come on.
No problem. So how did you get on the case, Andy?
So I had just finished up a murder case in Southern Indiana, and I got a phone call from a Brad Rosie, who I'd never knew or had even heard of, because he's, for people that don't know, Brad lives and works up in Logansport, which is about a 2-hour drive, roughly hour and 45, 2-hour drive. And Brad just said, hey, I was asked to be the public defender on this case. And Brad's a private lawyer, but he did kind of the difficult or higher profile public defense work up in Northern Indiana, because he's good at what he does. And when there's complicated cases and messes, judges will call him up and say, hey, will you help us out on this? And so Brad said he would do that, but only if he could find a good second counsel. I don't know if he found a good second counsel, but he reached out to me, had heard my name mentioned by a few people. And I talked to him and I said, yeah, I just finished up a case. I'll be happy to get on board if Judge Gall wants us on or wants me on. And then Judge Gall reached out within the hour or so. And I talked to her for a bit. And I know Judge Gall's daughter, Tina, because she used to be a prosecutor down here in the Indianapolis area. And we talked about that a little bit. And then Judge Gall said, hey, would you like to be on it? And I said, yeah, I can do that. So that's how I got involved. I didn't know anything beyond the very, very minimal. I didn't know a whole lot about Delphi. I had heard the name, and I knew that it involved 2 young girls that had died and something about a forest. Beyond that, I didn't know anything.
And Jennifer, how did you get on the case?
Well, I'm down here in Franklin with Andy, and I've known Andy, decades. And when things were going on, when they were, Judge Gold removed them from the case, I would consider Andy a friend and certainly a professional colleague that I really respect and admire. And it was just very shocking to me that those series of events would have happened. And I reached out, I sent a text, I think, to Andy and just said, hey, I'm sorry about what's going on. That has to be really hard. We are all, all of us in the Johnson County Bar are supportive of you. And if you need any help, let me know. And that was in, I think, October. And on February 21st, I think, he called me and said, hey, remember that text you sent me? And I said, yes. And he said, well, we need some help, and we would like you to do this and that. And I quickly said yes. entered my appearance. I didn't know if I was going to be paid. And there we went.
Okay, so thank you for sharing that. Let's get to our first topic, which is one of the things that I consider most when I consider Rick to be guilty, and it's his 3 timelines that he gave to police. As I was mentioning to Andy, on February 16th, 2017, Rick somehow got in contact with police. There's kind of discrepancy if he called, went down to the station. But what they wrote down was that he said he was there between 1 to 3 o'clock. 2 days later, on February 18th, he meets Dan Doolin at the grocery store parking lot. Doolin is looking at this lead sheet that says 1 to 3, and he notes that Rick says he was there 1:30 to 3:30. Then in 2022, he tells police he got there around noon, and during that interview on October 13th, he mentions he left at either 1, 1:30, or 1:45. So what timeline do you believe the evidence points to Rick being on the trail? Which of those 3?
Well, for me, there's outside or extrinsic evidence that Rick was not on the trail at 1:30. He was gone by then, and that's primarily Betsy Blair's description of the vehicle. If you want to just like, if you're in a jury room and you're talking about why should we believe that Rick was on the trail, let's say that one of the things that should be talked about as a reasonable doubt is Betsy Blair described a 1965 Mercury Comet, thank you, which looks nothing like Rick's car. And, you know, in Tony Liggett's deposition, and I think on the stand at Cross, so the jury would have heard this, you know, Liggett saying, yeah, and other officers as well, hey, if you're saying that Rick's car was at the CPS building at 1:30, yes, 1:45, yes, 2 o'clock, 2:15, 2:30, yes, all the way up until 4, and his car wasn't there. So there's an independent reason outside of whatever Rick, the people say that Rick said, that would show doubt. Now, as it relates to Rick, here's what's funny about how things get written down. Hi, Rick. I'm Detective Doolin, or whatever his title was. He wasn't a detective, DNR worker Doolin. The girls, we think it's a little fuzzy right now, but we think they were on the trail between like 1 and 3, or 1:30 and 3:30. Do you think that you were on the trail between 1 and 1:30, or 1 and 3:30? I probably, I was, you know, I don't know exactly what time. And then you write it down as Rick says he was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. And now there's a problem. And, you know, this Dan Doolin thought that he had tape recorded this. He claims he did, and he can't find it. To nobody's surprise now that he can't find it. But so those are some of the things that I think. The Betsy Blair is a big deal. And also, you know, Betsy Blair's description is also a big deal that didn't meet Rick's description at all.
Well, I have something against that, but Jennifer, you want to say which of the 3 timelines you believe?
Well, first of all, you know, can you tell us where you were February 13th of 2020?
No.
I mean, I've always kind of discounted that. I couldn't remember. Heck, I can't remember what time I was where last week most of the time. And so this idea that it's different and somehow leads to some inference of guilt, I've always just discounted just because of that timeline. In terms of the 1 to 3 or 1:30 to 3:30, kind of following up on what Andy said, you know, if Dan Doolin says, hey, do you think you're on the trails, you know, between 1 and 3, and Rick's thinking, well, I think I was there, like, I think I left about 1:15, that still incorporates that time period, right? I think that there's could be a lot lost in translation, you know, like so many things in this case. Had he kept the recording he said he made, we would know exactly what this was, but he didn't. If I'm going back and thinking about something that happened a few days before, maybe I, you know, say, well, probably this time, and then you start thinking about it and you're like, oh, well, wait, I did this at that time, and now I know I left at that time. And so, you know, a half-hour difference to me isn't really a difference.
Yeah, and Tom, I can tell you that I could speak for myself doing this for 30 plus years. Very, very many times officers will write something in a report. I had a murder case down in southern Indiana a couple of years ago where he wrote a completely inaccurate version of what was said. Thankfully, he had audio taped it, and thankfully we listened to it. And it was like, it was mind blowing that it was not the same. And he got up on the stand and he had to own it. And he had to say, yeah, I've listened to that now. And I'm embarrassed and ashamed. I wasn't trying to screw anybody over, but yeah, it looks bad. And so that does happen. It just does.
But Doolin testified that he had that lead sheet that said 1 to 3, and he noted that when Rick said 1:30 to 3:30, that it did not match what was on that lead sheet from 2 days earlier.
Yeah, again, I wasn't a part of that conversation. So I understand what you're saying. And I think, I think you're being intellectually curious and interested in it. And I appreciate that. I just don't trust if it's not audio taped or videotaped. I don't know how it went down and what Dan's Dan Doolin. I think he's been and nothing against him. I guess there's some things that I know that are troubling, but we're not dealing with a guy that's I don't think is going through the state police or the whatever it is, the program that they have to go through. And there's a reason maybe Dan's been a DNR officer for a long time and not a sheriff's deputy.
Well, actually, he testified that the DNR officers have to go through the same state police training as actual police.
I don't remember that. So, well, then he should do better and tape record things on a big case. So,
Andy, I think you might be touching your microphone. There's some kind of.
Sorry.
So you mentioned Betsy Blair and that Rick's car did not match her description at 219. And I agree partially to that. However, at the trial, we learned, this was one of the biggest revelations to me, that Betsy was on the trail 12:02 to 1:15. And she drove past CPS at 1:15. She said the only reason she noticed that car at 2:19 was because it was parked in an odd position. Usually people park at CPS at the start of the trail to start on the trail, not by the building. She only noticed that car at 2:19 because it was parked back by the building. So why did she not see that car at 1:15 if Rick was there?
I'm not really following that. Can you go ahead, Jennifer? I didn't follow that very well.
Sure, I can chime in. People don't notice things driving down the road all the time. There's a car passing on the left and they're paying attention to the car on the left and not to the CPS building and what cars are parked there on the right.
But she
So
said the only reason she saw it at 2:19 was because it was by the building. And Rick said he parked next to the building at CPS. And if you're saying that he was there, like he said he was there until 1:30 or 1:45, at 1:16, she drives by and does not see the car in that same position.
well,
I see what you're saying.
yeah,
Well, I've driven right that same way that she drove in the direction of CPS when I visited Delphi. I even have a picture that I can bring up if you really want, but there's no way that she would not have seen this car. And like I said, she only saw it or noticed it because it was not parked at the front. So if she notices that at 2:19, why is she not noticing Rick's car at 1:16?
maybe she's looking at a text on her phone. Maybe she's looking down the road. Maybe there's something going on to the left of her that's caught her attention. There are a lot of reasons why.
Yeah, it seems to me, Tom, that
You wanted to look at.
I understand what you're saying now, Tom, and it seems what you're doing is, and I'm not trying. It seems like if you want to fit, that's a way to solve the problem. What you're doing, okay? That's a way to solve the problem is to say, well, there's this, but the bottom line is that's reasonable doubt. What you're doing is saying there's no reasonable doubt. We're going to disregard what Betsy Blair said. And there's no reasonable doubt that my version of events, who wasn't there and as a juror, my version of events is the correct version of events, even though I'm going against what Betsy Blair said, because I'm going to try to analyze it through the prism of and I'm not saying you're this way because I do believe you're seeking the truth, but if you're on a jury and you want a conviction because you haven't heard any other alternatives, how do I get around that? Well, I have to disregard what Betsy Blair said and then impute the kind of logic that you have come out with, which I mean, that's plausible. What you're saying is plausible. That they're saying that she saw a vehicle that did not match Rick's vehicle, and quite the opposite. It was a car from the 1960s that she remembers from her dad. And if we're going to take her for her word, the most you can do is say, I think she's mistaken, yet that's reasonable doubt. So that's how I would respond.
Well, I don't think that she's mistaken. I mean, I acknowledge that she saw a car at 2:19. My issue, like I said, is why would she not see that same car as she's driving to the library at 1:16 for her break from the
Well,
trail?
what car did she, well, then you don't, well, Rick's car then was going to be there at 2:16 or whatever time she passed by. Are you saying that she didn't see Rick's car? You can believe her on one end of the timeline, but not on the other?
So my issue with her description of it as a 1965 car, we're going to get to this later, but we're talking about it now, so let's just
Yeah.
talk about it. So that was at 2:19, she drove by CPS. There's another eyewitness at 2:10 who described it as a purple PT Cruiser, and another person at 2:28 who described it as a small, dark car, possibly a smart car. So 9 minutes before Betsy at 2:19 and 9 minutes after, we have two other eyewitnesses saying it was not a car from the 1960s. So who am I supposed to believe? The two people 9 minutes before and 9 minutes after Betsy saying it's not from the 1960s, or Betsy's description that she said later when she thought about it, it reminded her of her dad's whatever 1965 car.
Believe all of them. I'm happy for you to believe all of them because none of it matches Rick Allen's car. So, I mean, again, you can try to fit like, okay, now we've taken care of Betsy Blair. We can't believe her. I'm not saying you're saying that she's lying or anything like that, but she's mistaken. Maybe that takes care of that. Well, does a PT Cruiser look like Rick's car? I don't think so. A purple one doesn't look like it, and certainly a smart car doesn't look that way either. So, has there been one person that's been able to come in and say Rick's car was the car that I saw at the CPS? I received some internet sleuthing photograph of, they had taken a still shot of the car that the Liggett claims was headed, and Mullen and others claims it was headed westbound on 300 North. That still shot of what they say is Rick's car. And these internet sleuths have taken like the wheelbase and they've circled it, and then they've compared it to Rick's car, which is the actual car, and it doesn't line up. And you can see little differences that don't add up. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
Oh, actually, there's somebody else who actually purchased a 3D replica of a 2016 Ford Focus SE like Rick. And I actually have a video of it if you want me to show it to you real quick. When it's placed over that 127 screenshot, it totally matches a 2016 Ford Focus.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, certainly those are things that if this gets reversed, those are things that I think could be better done. I think maybe the prosecution can also learn from people like you, how to better prove their case, because I don't think they proved it at trial beyond a reasonable doubt. But I don't know that we need to see it now. I'm happy to look at it. But the other one that I've seen is also compelling. So I don't know, maybe the one I saw is not accurate.
Rick pretty much essentially admitted on October 13th that was his car at 127.
Just say that it's my car. I told you I could have been driving that car. You want me to say that that's my car? We looked at it matches everything. That is your car. Okay. Well, I'm saying that picture is like, okay, that there's zero doubt. Okay. That's even okay. That's We're just showing you what we have and why we need to eliminate it. That's sure. That's the point. Sure. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we're all done here. Here's what you want to arrest me. Here's what I want to say to you at this point.
And he tried to end the interview as soon as they showed it to him. And he's like, okay, I guess we're done here. Arrest me. Unless you want to arrest me, that's fine. To me, that was very suspicious that he was trying to be helpful. And he's shown this photo of 127 car where he just said to them, I left by around 1:30. And they're like, no, here's your car going toward CPS, arriving. And he can't deny that it's his car. And he ends the interview, or he tries to end the interview. That, to me, that was very suspicious. Although I felt like he was mostly seemed innocent during both of those October interrogations, but there are certain things like that I just can't get past.
Sure. I mean, look, if I have people coming at me, accusing me of murdering two young girls, and they're not listening to what I'm telling them, and they're not listening to, the things I have to say, I'm not going to stick around. Like, why would I stick around? And I think even if he thought, you look at that video, look at all the debate that has been surrounding that on the internet. Is it or isn't it, right? So you show me that, you show me my car on a video that I can't tell if it's my car or not. And when I see fuzzy images like that, and I realize they're trying to use that to frame me for murder, I think a lot of people wouldn't stick around. You know,
Well, I mean,
the only reason they have Rick Allen's name at all is because he called them. You know, to me, that speaks volumes. If I have murdered 2 girls, I'm certainly not calling someone saying, hey, I was there.
well, if his wife says that he has to, and he knows that he passed 4 girls at the start of the trail, and that somebody saw him standing on platform 1, maybe he thought, oh, I can't not say that I was there. I just have to say that I did not see the victims.
No one saw him on platform 1.
Betsy did. He
Betsy,
admitted that he saw Betsy.
hold on a minute. Okay, someone saw someone standing on platform 1. There's never been any connection, never even any evidence that that person was Rick Allen. Right? Not one person who came in to talk about Bridge Guy identified Rick Allen in court. Not one person who came in to testify about Bridge Guy even gave a description remotely matching Rick Allen.
Well, I think it's very important that Richard Allen admitted that he saw somebody when he was standing on the bridge, and the only person that could have been was Betsy Blair after 1:50 p.m.
If you believe the time.
Well,
That's
the only time that matches is 1:50 p.m. It could not have happened between 12 to 1:30, like Rick said.
well, who else was, if Rick was on the platform at 12:30, what girls were there, or what person was on the bridge? I mean, I think everything you're talking about is premised upon your belief that Rick was on the trail at the time that you say that he was on the trail. And here's another thing I'd ask you to think about, Tom, for a second, because I think this is important. If you believe Betsy Blair saw Rick Allen and it really was Rick Allen, even though it's a completely different description, let's say that it is, and you've walked those trails, it sounds like, you know that from the Mears entrance to where the bridge is just 3-4 minute walk. Okay. And Betsy claims that she passed the girls on the way when she had turned around to head back toward the Mears entrance and passed the girls. So Rick is on this platform. The timing for Rick this is where the 207 photo comes into some importance to me. The timing of it doesn't even make sense. So here's what would have had to have happened. Rick would have been on that platform within, I don't know, 5 minutes, maybe 6, could be less than that. Those girls pass Betsy Blair and come up to the platform. Rick would have had to, because of the 207 photo, we know that Rick would have had to, I mean, there's other possible explanations, but the one that makes the most sense for the state's case to make sense is that Rick got off the platform, hid himself, then waited, then got back on the bridge and followed the girls after they were whatever halfway across the bridge or whatever when the 207 photo is taken. That just doesn't make sense. Why would he get off the bridge? What's the theory behind that? It doesn't make sense. And there's really not anywhere to hide, by the way. I mean, there is, as you're facing the bridge, as you head south to the left, is if you go right, it's straight down. So there's nowhere to hide there. To the left, there was places to hide in the woods. But
Well, there is a place to hide behind that old barricade. There were bushes that he could have been behind at the 207 photo that Libby took.
if he's out there waiting on somebody, why would he hide? If he knew these girls were coming, okay, then he would be already hidden. He would be waiting for them to arrive. Why would he be out on the bridge? And if he saw the girls coming, if that's the answer, is going to be, well, he saw these girls and he wanted to do something to them, he would have, I guess this is one of those other things. He would have had to pass them, then hide, and then turn around and follow them back. That just doesn't make sense to me. It's possible, I guess.
Okay, so let's do this noon to whatever. 12:02, Betsy's car is seen on Hoosier Harbor Store arriving at the Mears parking lot. As you guys know, she described her exercise route, that she would always go there and do 3 loops where she'd go to the Mears intersection, make a left to the barricade at the High Bridge, come back to Mears, go down the lower trail, but not all the way, come back up to the Mears intersection where there's that bench number 6, the last bench, then walk about 10 minutes to Freedom Bridge, and then come back to the Mears intersection. That's one loop. She would normally do 3 of those. This day, February 13th, from 12:02 to 1:15, she said she did that loop twice. She never saw any man during that 12:02 to 1:15 timeframe. We know those 4 girls took a picture at Freedom Bridge at 12:25. They then walk the entire trail past all 6 benches, take a photo at High Bridge at 12:43. They go down near the High Bridge to the creek, come back up that way. They walk back the entire trail, take a photo at bench number 2 at 1:26. They never saw Richard Allen, or any guy who matched Richard Allen. So between 12:02 and 1:26, nobody saw Richard Allen.
You're acting like this is like the size of I don't know, this area. This is a small area. It's not.
The trail is small. And Rick said he parked at CPS, walked from Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge to platform 1. He said he tried to look at some fish, which the creek was totally dirty, so I don't know how long he could do that. Said he came back to the bench at the Mears intersection for a few minutes, and then he left. He never said that he went off the trail or anything other than sitting at that bench, which is totally visible for anybody walking by. According to my calculations of Betsy going around and around, she passed that bench 7 times between 12:02 and 1:15. She never saw Rick anywhere.
Yeah,
I've walked the trail and I saw people. There's no way you don't see people in the trail where Rick said he was.
Yeah, I mean, it's a larger area, and number one, again, and just to say that it would be impossible for the timing that people could not be seen or would absolutely be seen. I just can't agree with that, number one. And number two, I'm just a human being, man. And guys are notorious for this. I don't pay attention to crap. Okay. I don't see people. My wife laughs at me every day about, did you not see that person wearing the pink, tank top and, whatever? I'm like, no, I didn't see that person. Sorry. And so I just think if you want Rick to be guilty, and again, I think you're being fair here, and these are good questions, and these are honorable questions to ask. Okay. And I mean that, but part of it is you're making so many assumptions, not you, but anybody that looks into this and thinks, I think Richard Allen is guilty. You're making assumptions about people that we don't know, people that some of them are very young, and they just described a 5'11" guy that doesn't meet Richard Allen's description either. And, Richard Allen said that he saw 3 people, not 4. I mean, all of these things are reasonable doubt. And so, my biggest problem was there's reasonable doubt here. I think you're after trying to figure out who the killer is, and I respect that and like that. And if you think it's Richard Allen, that's fine. But I think also part of the analysis needs to be, we're human beings, and we get dates and times wrong, and we don't see things, and we do see things, and that's just a part of it. And we get times and dates wrong, whether we're Richard Allen or the girls. There is photographic evidence, and that does help for sure. You brought some of that stuff up. So,
like I said, I've walked this trail. There's no way you can walk on the trail and not at least remember a few days later seeing a human being on that trail.
Okay, I can tell you I've walked that trail probably a lot more than you have. And I can tell you right now, as I sit here, I don't remember. I know that I've seen people on that trail on some occasions, and I think that I've seen no people on that trail on other occasions. But to tell you whether it would be a complete guesswork to say how many people, what did they look like, especially what did they look like. It's just complete guesswork. And I know that the response could be, well, that was a big day and it was the next day, but nobody knew at the time that they're walking the trails that these girls were missing or going to be found, were going to be missing. It's not like they're out looking around and thinking, I need to photographically memorize everything that I'm looking at right now, because later on, I'm going to learn that this is a big deal. And so the best that you can do is think that these people were being honest in their memory, but but memories are flawed. And I understand what you're saying, Tom, I do, but I've been on that trail so many times. I don't know I couldn't tell you the description of one single person that I saw on that bridge. Not
But
one.
Andy, you put such a high price on the memory of Betsy Blair saying a young poofy guy on platform 1 and the car. So you're totally discounting that she's walking past bench number 6 7 times and can't remember she saw a man. She called the police that same night that the girls were missing. So you have to like make an excuse. I'm not saying that I know you're looking for alternate scenarios, which I'm fine with. But you're saying like she forgot that she never saw a single man in an hour and 10 minutes between 12:02 and 1:15?
Yes. That not that she saw them, that she wasn't paying attention. If she has her headphones in, if she's on the phone, I mean, there's a million things that somebody can pass by you and you just don't think about it. Or Rick wasn't there at that. If you're talking about the early time frame that we believe in, that Rick didn't happen. He slid past her when she's down at the 505 or whatever that's called, and he happened to go by. And maybe you've got it all marked out, but that's based upon somebody's memory. And Betsy Blair is a human being with frailties. I mean,
But not just memory. We have these 4 girls took a photo at 12:25, walked the entire trail to Highbridge at 12:43, have another photo at bench 2 at 1:26. You're saying that 4 girls did not see Richard Allen between that time, and Richard Allen did not see 4 girls?
They saw somebody that was 5'11".
So then why did Richard Allen not see 4 girls between 12:25 and 12:43?
Well, he saw 3 girls, and I don't know where the 4th could have been down the hill, or could have been down in the 505, or could have.
No, he said he saw them at the start of the trail, which is exactly where the girls saw Bridge Guy.
Okay, 4 girls.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, how do you overcome that problem that Rick says he saw 3, and then you're saying that it's these 4 girls?
He gave a very accurate description of the girls who passed Bridge Guy.
When I was approaching the train, I call it, there was 3 girls walking off the trail. And I just remember it looking like one of them was probably watching babies and watching the other 2 because they looked a little younger. And they looked very similar. I don't know if they were sisters or whatever, but the other one didn't necessarily. But I remember seeing them walking off the trailhead. You get off the trail and you saw 3 girls. Where was it? You saw the 3 girls? They were up around the trail. I mean, I didn't like interact with them. They was up around the trailhead somewhere. So you walked around. Like what the figure at the last day they were leaving. Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming they were leaving, or they came from down where those cars parked and they were going to go back that way. I don't know. The only ones that I really noticed was the 3 girl. Okay. As I was walking towards them, and I mean, they obviously stood out. And like I said, I remember it looked like an older girl with 2 younger girls. Okay. Walking the trail. Okay. And I guess I assumed that he was probably walking them or in charge of them or whatever. Kind of what I felt like.
He said 1 was older, 2 younger. It looked like she was babysitting, had long brown hair, and he said they looked like they could be sisters. We know that 3 of the 4 girls who passed Bridge Guy soon after 1:30 were sisters. To me, just describing that same spot at the start of the trail where these 4 girls passed Bridge Guy, very accurately describing them. Like you said, obviously he said 3 instead of 4, which is something to be noted. But I just can't get past him describing those girls so well. And I understand that the 3 girls had very different descriptions.
Yeah. And that's what we call reasonable doubt. I mean, in the end, that's what I'll keep coming back to. Again, I think understandably, you're trying to figure out, did they get the right guy? You think that they did. And this is how you're kind of piecing it all together. From a lawyer's perspective, I also am out after the right people, by the way, and I know Jennifer is too. But, this is why reasonable doubt is such a high standard, because if you're not there and there's not video of it, everything, it's not a clean, you're having to make explanations and I'm having to make explanations. And that's a problem, it's a problem for both of our sides. Jennifer, I don't know if you agree with that or.
No, I think, almost every case I've been on, we're going to have different recollections of events. Not all the pieces fit together. And one thing we have to remember is we tend to think of our memory as kind of a video. Okay? And you can go back and hit, okay, February 13th at 1:05, I'm going to press play, and that's going to be exactly what happened. That's not at all the way memory works. And there's a ton of studies on this. You are you know, first of all, you have to actually see it. Then it has to register what you saw. And that can be affected by a lot of things going on, you know, if you're accurately registering what you actually saw. And then it kind of gets filed away and, you know, defragged, if you will, in all of that. And then when I think that aged me a lot, didn't it? And then you have to try to recall it. There was a really good podcast I listened to in a Hidden Brain, and there was a memory specialist on there talking. And she had a very vivid recollection of finding her mother who had drowned in a pool. And years later, in memory is her specialty, she's a PhD. You know, it came out that she never saw her mom in the pool. She was out front the whole time. But because people had described it to her and the trauma going on then in all the years it passed, she had formed this memory, this picture in her brain, but it wasn't accurate and it didn't exist. So I think there are a lot of things that can affect people's memory, a lot of perceptions and other things going on that it's not, you have to remember, it's not a video replay of actual events.
Well, Sarah Carball's a good example of that, actually, what the phenomenon that Jennifer just talked about. I mean, Sarah saw, when she's initially interviewed the first time, a tan coat and muddy, no bloody. And then it's only 2019, I believe, that was in 2017, like June, April, May or June of 20. After a while, you have other cases in your brain, information in, information out. So I hope, it sounds like you actually have a better grasp of some of these facts than we might in terms of stuff. But so you may know when Sarah first talked to the police. I think it was, what was it, April 2017?
She didn't come forward until 3 weeks after.
Yeah.
Which
And I don't know that they got around to talking to her until later, but yeah. And she says a tan coat and muddy. And then by the time 2019 rolls around, it's all of a sudden it's bloody and blue. And that's a good example, a really, really, really good example of how memory can be affected by outer events. Because by that time, of course, the bridge guy, I hate even saying bridge guy, by the way. I think bridge guy is allowing the state of Indiana to get their narrative across. I mean, I'll do it just because we all know what it is. But the photo of the guy on the bridge was blue, and everybody knew that these girls had died. They didn't know how exactly, but you can presume blood when people die. That's a strong possibility. So that her memory goes from tan coat and muddy to bloody and a blue coat that matches. So there's a really good example right there.
I'm looking at my notes. I don't think Sarah was interviewed until June 7th.
Okay.
And then she did the sketch June 19th. I pulled up my notes because it's been a while.
I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Better information for you.
And another thing that kind of proves there too is because we know that that's what we call sketch one, or we call it sketch one. I think most people do, is the older looking guy with the hat on. And think about this. This is how, what I would view, I don't want to say dishonest necessarily, but they disregarded Betsy Blair, who says 10 out of 10, as it's talked about in the appellate brief. That's what the guy on the bridge looked like, a younger guy, brown poofy hair. Okay, well, that doesn't match the bridge guy. So they did not put that, the police did not put that out there for the public viewing. But when they saw Sarah Carbaugh's sketch, think about the order of events here. Sarah Carbaugh's sketch is, I'm the police officer. That looks more like the guy on the bridge. So we're just going to believe her. Now, I don't remember, and maybe you do, Tom, was the bridge guy image out there by June?
Yes, the photo came out February 15th, 2017 at night. The screenshot. I think it was not until July of 2017 was the older man sketch came out.
Yeah, so think about it this way. And again, I appreciate you letting us talk because I know you have a lot of things to say, but this just occurred to me. You know, you have Betsy Blair who says it's a 10 out of 10 and that's the guy, and the police that say that's the guy. Sarah Carbaugh's not interviewed until June. That is right. And by then, if it's true that the sketch is out there, so Sarah Carbaugh is affected presumably by that sketch. And hey, another thing, I think this would bother you when the police, the sketch artist, I don't know, were you in court in Fort Wayne when Jennifer was arguing about?
Only in
Okay,
Delphi.
so here's one thing you missed. It was like right before trial started. It was all about the sketch, and of course they waited until the last minute to file their motion to exclude the sketch. So we're in there arguing it, and we brought in subpoenaed in, or I think we did. Plant is his name, Plants, Jennifer
Yeah.
Plants, who was an FBI agent who did the sketch for Sarah Carbaugh. And Sarah Carbaugh we watched the video of that sketch artist interacting with Sarah Carbaugh. And in that sketch, or in that interview, you hear Plants say to her multiple times, "We're going to cheat." That's the words he uses. "We're going to cheat, and I'm going to show you." Yeah, I forgot about this. Okay, it just occurred to me. And this is maybe not anything that
I
And
never
if
heard this.
we can get this video to you, and we don't get into trouble. I mean, everybody's asking me to release stuff, and I'm not doing it because I don't know. I don't really understand what's going on right now. I don't. I think more transparency is needed. I think you agree to that, or with that. But yeah, Plants is talking to Sarah Carbaugh, and she's like, "I don't want to see anything because I don't want my brain affected by anything. I want to go off my memory." And he says, "Well, we can cheat." And he says that multiple times. The word cheat. Read it in the.
What does he do though? Show her the photo of Rich guy?
He shows her the photograph, and of the bridge guy photograph. I don't know if he showed her the video or just the photograph, but then she looks at it, and then she comes up with the bridge guy photo. Now, how come we're not talking about that? We should be talking about cheating. That's an agent of the state of Indiana, the government, or not Indiana, but the federal government, I think, saying we're going to cheat. And Judge Gall said, "I don't care. I don't care. That sketch is not coming in, and you're not going to be able to talk about the fact that they said that they were going to cheat." And there's something very wrong about that. And if you think about it again, and I'll shut up here, but if you think about it, that compromised completely Sarah Carbaugh. Period. Like, we should have been able to talk about that, and that should have been the end. Like, and that's not mentioned in the appellate brief either. But I don't know if you can find that, Tom. It would be around October, because it seems like you're a stickler for facts and accuracy, and I appreciate that. And I wish that the law enforcement in this case had that kind of way of thinking. But that should be whatever day the trial started, jury selection. It was a couple days before that.
I think it was the Wednesday before.
So and I don't know if they released that. I'm surprised they haven't, because if they had, I'm presuming I would have got emails from people saying, "Oh my gosh, Plant said that we're going to cheat." But nobody's sent me anything, so I'm presuming that's not out there. So there's a little scoop for you and if this doesn't air before, I don't think we're live, maybe you can figure that out. And if we can help you out, if you're interested,
I appreciate
and
it.
we're able to do it, I will give that to you.
Was there a video of Betsy Blair's sketch session?
Yes.
Because she's next on my list, and I know you want to talk about the 20-year-old with poofy hair.
Yes.
So my question is, Betsy Blair, who did she see on Platform One?
Some young guy that's in his 20s, and I don't know, I don't know where he went. I don't know what he did, but that's who she saw. And I don't know who it is.
Could absolutely be one of the people who murdered the girls. I mean, you've got very consistent descriptions by these people who say they saw Bridge Guy, who do not match Rick Allen. So why, I don't understand why it's so hard for people to think, well, maybe there were more people out there. There were people who could have come from the south end of the bridge. We know that Teresa Liebert saw someone earlier lurking around the south end of the bridge. But if you look at the descriptions, all of the people who gave a description of Bridge Guy said he's not particularly tall, he's not particularly short. Well, I'm sorry, but anyone who looks at a 5'6" guy is going to say he's short, right? I mean, I'm 5'3" in my heels. I'm as tall as Rick, or I'm not that tall because I would never wear 3-inch heels, but right, you know, I'm pretty close. In anyone who looks at me, I'm short as a woman. Rick Allen's just a short guy. So
And
that
Betsy, and Betsy Blair is, her husband is about 5 foot. I'm guessing he's five, right about Rick's size, 5'4", 5'5". He's very, very short guy, nice fella. But
You
he's very,
after calling him short.
I know, I have to say that, but he is, and I don't think it's debatable. And the reason I say that is, here's what, if Betsy Blair saw Rick Allen, here's what I think she would have said. The guy I saw, my husband is short, and he's about the size of my husband, but, and that's not what she said. So maybe from the, on your side, maybe it's like, well, from the distance, maybe it's hard to gauge height, stuff like that. But again, now you're getting into making up reasons why, when the reasons are the reasonable doubt. So
All of these people are consistent in their inconsistency in matching it to Rick Allen. Age, young, youngish, baby face, 20s to 30s. Rick was, I think, 45.
44.
yeah, hey, here's an answer to your question. It's a good question. I understand why you're asking. Who is that guy, and maybe where did he go? Does he just get off the platform and head to the south end of the bridge? Maybe. Does he go down? I don't know how far did you go into the private? I think I ended up finding out it was private. Brad and I actually walked, as you're facing the bridge headed south, you can go to the left where the bodies were found. And we went quite a distance.
It said don't go there, so I did not. I followed the rules.
I didn't know at the time that we weren't
Right.
supposed to go there, but we did. And, maybe the guy went that direction. Maybe he went down to the bridge, to the south end of the bridge. I mean, there's any number of things that could happen that would explain, I think what your point is, well, nobody saw that guy other than Betsy Blair. So a guy meeting her description, so it makes it more likely that it's Rick or something like that. And I'm just saying, doesn't mean that the guy went back toward the Freedom Bridge. He could have gone down to the other end of the bridge. We just don't know what we're doing every day. So
Here are some of my concerns with Betsy's description. She said it's from 50 feet away. I looked on Google Earth where you can kind of determine a distance, and the distance from platform 1 to the old barricade that's no longer there is 124 feet. When I went to the bridge, the thing that I wanted to see most is if I stood at the start of the bridge and I had somebody else stand near platform 1, could I make out their facial features and describe them? And I really felt like I could not. And Betsy said she only saw this man for a moment. His face was not super clear, and that the poofy hair could have been a hat. And even more important to me than that is Richard Allen's statement on October 13th, 2022. He said there may have been somebody at the bridge as I was coming back through. I have that video if you guys want me to show it.
Like I told him, there may have been somebody on the bridge or something when I was coming back through, but I didn't. The only ones that I really noticed in were the 3 girls.
Do you want me to show it or no?
no, I mean, I don't remember that, but I'll take you at your word.
Well, I think it's important. He said that he saw somebody at the bridge, and the only person that could be is Betsy after 1:50 p.m.
If you believe in that timeline, it always comes back to that. Who did he see at noon? Who did he see at 11:55, 11:45 when he got there? If that's when he got there, I mean, you're basing everything on the timeline that the state established instead of what actually could be the case. It could be the case that that's the timeline, and it may not be the case. So,
Well, I'm basing it on the Hoosier Harbor store showing Betsy arriving at 12:02, 1:15, 1:46, and the 2:19, and these 4 girls taking these photos. And these 5 people never saw Rick between the noon to whatever 1:15 timeframe. So
Yeah.
what evidence do you guys have that Rick was even there noon to 1?
or 11:30 or 11:45.
Well, what evidence do you have that he was there before 1:30?
That's the thing I think we're kind of getting hooked up on is, it's really hard to go back 7.5 years and recreate timelines. You have a very ensconced view and your facts are fitting into that. And I understand that, but we don't have to prove anything. You know, if we're going back, the state has to prove this. So where's the state's evidence? You know, give me a description that matches Rick Allen. Did anyone at the trail give a description that matched Rick Allen?
Well, I totally understand that the defense does not have to prove it. I'm just saying, like, if you step back from being Rick's attorneys,
Yeah.
like, to me, it doesn't add up. And you're saying that the descriptions of Rick don't match. But however, to me, his descriptions of the girls, where he saw the girls when he arrived, very accurate, saying they were sisters and 3 out of the 4 were sisters. Then he walks the entire trail, says he stands on platform 1. He admits he stood on platform 1. He admits that he saw somebody when he was on platform 1. The only person that could have been was Betsy after 150. He said there was somebody at the bridge as I was coming back through. So to me, he gets off, he sees Betsy leave. He gets off the bridge. He says, as I was coming back through. He says, as I was coming back through, I think he passed Abby and Libby. We know from Betsy's route that she would, at the Mears intersection, she would go down to the lower trail. I think, Andy, you said, why is he not in the 207 Abby photo on the bridge? I think he stayed back. And I do want to show this to you guys real quick.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
there's this older photo that shows what the viewpoint was of the barricade. So I believe that Rick could have stood, not by necessarily by the tree, but in this area here, because you can't even see the platforms from this right side of the trail. So I believe that he saw Betsy go down the lower trail and he said, okay, nobody else is coming. So he sees the 207 photo as Libby is on one of these platforms on the right. Once he sees them turn around and walk towards the south end of the bridge, I believe that's when he decided to go on the bridge. And that's how he was able to get there by the 213 video.
And I'm trying to acclimate myself. What is this? Am I looking south on this photo?
This is as you approach the high bridge. Yes.
Okay.
So there used to be this barricade here. And as you can see, I mean, on the right side, it does block part of the high bridge. So everybody
don't even
says,
see
as
the high
you say,
bridge.
rightfully so, where the heck was Richard Allen at 207 when the photo's taken? I think he could have been on the right here because it is partially obscured. And
Yeah.
then he sees them turn around and he sees their backs walking towards the very end of the bridge. I think that's when he comes around here in the barricade and starts following them.
Okay.
So what time would that have been?
So the photo of Abby on the bridge was at 2:07 p.m. and the storm.
Necessarily, but okay.
Well, that's when it was at least uploaded
Yeah.
to Snapchat.
And it just says 7 hours ago, so that's not exact.
Well, let's say the 207 is I like the 207 and I like it being 207 because I think it helps us out. But I'm trying to understand, Tom, the vantage point. Like, I wouldn't see the platform. I don't even see the bridge. Oh, okay. Maybe because I'm blind, but
Let me zoom in.
I don't remember when I first got on the bridge, Brad and I, in 2022. I don't remember that it looked like this. I don't know if that.
Well, yeah, so they updated it. This is from 2017. This is how it looked on the day of the murders. So
Okay.
they paved it later and it's wide open now. So that's why you don't maybe recognize it, but this is how it looked on the day of the murders.
Okay. Where is the bridge? Is it like that?
I have one other photo that's from the barricade perspective that will help you out maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Tom, is it your belief that then after 207, Rick got on the bridge?
Correct. As soon as he saw them take that photo and turn around and both of their backs were pointed towards him, I believe that's when he, give me 1 second. There we go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is helpful.
So from here, Betsy said she stopped at the barricade and she saw a man on platform 1, which I wrote there, Rick or bridge guy, whatever you believe. You can kind of see that orange barricade there. You can't see how much is blocked, but in the previous photo I was trying to show, he could have been somewhere back there. That's why he's not the photo of Abby on the bridge.
Yeah. Okay. Now I understand what the previous photo, what that, this helps me out because I do see that, those posts there.
And you
you're
can
saying that you've done the measurements and you're saying basically, I think Betsy Blair is what you're saying was wrong in that it's not 50 feet. It's more like 100, it's double that.
It's 124 according to Google.
Yeah.
And when I went there, I stood at the very start because like I said, I really wanted to know, could I make out somebody's facial features to see how accurate Betsy was? And even at that point, I don't even know that I knew that she was back at this older barricade. I thought she was at the start. And to me, I'm truly being honest, I could not make out the facial features. So
Sure.
if she said she only saw it for a moment, his face is not super clear. I totally understand. She said 10 out of 10, the young guy, 20 to 30, poofy hair. But I just have issues with her being able to really see him clearly in the
She
afternoon.
did say, I don't think she said it was for a moment. She said she had a good look at him.
I checked the transcript and she did say it was for a moment. I wanted to make sure.
That's not what, then I didn't cross her very well because I don't believe that's what she said in her deposition. She certainly said she had a clear look at him.
Well, she said at the trial, she said his face was not super clear. I definitely check. I'm not saying you're
I
wrong.
don't doubt you. I don't remember then I did a poor job cross-examining because that's not what she said in her deposition. And that's certainly when you ask the question, what did she say to Liggett, you should watch that because that's closer in time. And at least, even though people's memories are not terrific, at least when it's closer in time, there's a better argument that the memory's better than it would be 5 years later or whatever. So, and I don't know, and I don't remember, did she say that she stopped at the beginning of the bridge, or did she say what did she say?
She said the barricade, not the bridge.
Barricade. Okay. Yeah. I mean,
She would always when she would exercise, she would just go. She obviously knew if she was going there all the time to exercise, she would not go onto the bridge. She would just stop at the barricade and turn around.
yeah. I'd also want to know what barricade means. I think it means that. But it looks from those photos like the bridge ends and then there's some space between the end of the bridge and the barricade. But these are the things that, become important because we shouldn't presume anything, but it does seem like that barricade, when she says barricade, that she would be talking about that. It seems like that would be the case. But yeah, I mean, I understand. I understand. You're actually, I would say, doing a better job than the prosecutor did. Okay. Hopefully they're not going to watch this, but I still, I still have, hopefully they're not going to watch this, but I still, I still have to go with what Betsy Blair said. I saw a brown poofy haired guy and I saw a black or a non-black vehicle on the CPS, and those are major problems. And I don't know, how do you feel? Do you mind if I ask, have you had a chance to look at the appeal?
I was preparing for this interview so long that I did not have a chance to.
Would you have a problem with Liggett not including the actual description of what Betsy Blair, when they're trying to equate who she saw to Rick Allen and who she said did not meet his? Do you think the judge should have had a right to know that piece of information?
So I did read all of your defense filings, and I don't know anything about like the law or anything, but I feel like there was enough to point to a reasonable search of Rick's house based on what they thought they knew. And I don't think that she should have been told, or it wasn't Gull, it was Diener. Judge Diener was the one who did the search warrant.
Yeah.
I don't think that it necessarily had to be in there.
Well, what about something a little bit more basic? Sarah Carbaugh's, him claiming that Sarah Carbaugh said it was a blue jacket and it was muddy and bloody when she said it's a tan jacket and there's just mud. Is that something that, and I'm not trying to be like controversial there, I'm truly trying to understand, do people that think that he's guilty think that that's right, or that should just be overlooked, or do they think, yeah, there's something wrong with that, but I don't think it matters in the end?
Well, I absolutely think it should be presented to the jury at the trial, but as far as getting a search warrant to somebody's house, I don't need to know necessarily that somebody driving by saw a man on a road and she maybe changed at some point saying there was no blood, or later on she did draw blooded drops on the photo of Bridge Guy on the jeans. I do know, I mean, your little interaction with what you called Miss Mud, Sarah Carbaugh, that was like the most interesting witness interaction that I saw at the time.
Yeah.
That's one of the most interesting witness interactions I've ever seen.
I described it to people like, because everybody on the witness stand would just sit there. Gull had to say, speak up. Sarah was on the edge of her seat. I described it as like a first grade teacher reading a story to children, like looking at the jury, really engaging with them. Andy, I know she said to you, we're doing this again. And you're like, yeah, which you had a right to, because like, if you're saying that she did not really mention blood until later, I think that's valid. But she did draw on this photo, blood drops on the bottom of the jeans. So I don't think that she necessarily is like lying or anything.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I think that also just it can't be understated. Like you said, well, I don't think the Judge Diener needed to know about that she changed her story. Well, what happens when the original jacket is tan, and then the FBI agent says we're going to cheat, and then she looks at the photo and then she says it's blue. I mean, to me that I don't know. There's something really wrong with that, and nobody seems to care about that. Let's say that everything else is valid or whatever. Somebody should look into. I'm just saying somebody should look into that. That's a problem to me, you know. And the fact that Liggett was a part of those interviews, he knows exactly what was said. At best, it's sloppy. At worst, he's trying to get a search warrant to go into a citizen's home and to go in there and take stuff. And he intentionally, at worst, he intentionally just said, I'm not gonna put that on there because that hurts. That hurts our case. And either way, it needs to be looked into. But to me, it's kind of embarrassing and shameful the way that Liggett operates. All those guys, for that matter, they never apologize about anything. They never feel any shame about anything. Oh, we taped over all these things. It happens. That's what happens. You know, we didn't have. Well, I thought I tape recorded this, but I didn't. That happens. You know, we can't find the Purdue professor, the identity of the Purdue professor. That, you know, even though we're the state police and should be able to find it in like 5 minutes, and it's taken that kind of thing happen. No, it doesn't happen. And you know, I'm kind of tired of talking about it. But until something gets done about it, but McClellan answers some of these tough questions about that. Just the Purdue professor. If you watch anything that I do, that just drives me up a wall. The September 6th email. And I just want to know, why is nobody asking Nick McClellan the question of why did you say in that email you're probably, you know, you're I don't remember, I don't want to oversell it, but basically I don't know who he or she, the Purdue professor, is, and we may not be able to figure that out. Tom, can you admit I mean, that's it.
I have a problem with that. I totally agree with you. Don't worry.
Okay.
Any of those professors at Purdue University, which is an
Well, actually, when I was in Indiana, I don't know if you can say, a nice person gave me a Purdue.
Tom, we're IU. I'm an IU.
Get ready for you guys better not lose. This is your one chance to win a national championship. Okay.
No,
I'm not trying to take you off task because I know you got other questions, but
you know, but one little issue. Do you mind, Tom?
What? Go ahead.
You know, when you talked about, and darn it, and now I don't remember what exactly you said, but something about Sarah, you know, maybe inferring that Sarah Carvall was lying. People's stories change all the time, and you don't have to be consciously lying. It can just be you remember it this way one day and you remember it something else another day. And so I don't want to sit here and say people are lying or they're not, but you know, part of the whole problem with this case is 5.5 years to investigate Rick, and then another 2 years to bring him to trial. And that materially affects a lot of people's memories and in what we have here. So I just wanted to throw that out there. You know, people's memories change even over time. And we don't need to say that someone's lying. Sometimes they are. But, you know, it's just when she starts off and she says a tan jacket, then she sees the picture of a blue jacket and she's, you know, hearing things that Delphi is a small town. Well, now it's in her mind, it's a blue jacket, even though originally it was a tan jacket.
Well, I believe she may have said that the tan may have been the mud that she saw, like the brown mud. Did she testify to that? I could have sworn that she did.
She may have testified that wasn't what she originally said.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish you could see not because I don't know if it changes your mind or not, just because you're a truth seeker. And I think if you saw Betsy Blair's original, it's funny when you see her, she's actually angry during the second time that she goes. The first time is, I mean, like the 17th. It's like Betsy Blair gives the sketch of the younger guy on the 17th thereabouts. And when they come out with the older sketch one, Betsy's very upset about it. So by I think 2019 is when she comes in and says, "What are you guys doing? If you're saying that I saw the guy, that ain't the guy." And that's talked about in the appeal as well. And also, Tom, and this is just it's a part of the frustration about Betsy Blair and Sarah Carbaugh, the way that the police have handled their different what they each said that they saw. When it helps them out, the police wanted it to be two different people. Betsy Blair saw one person, and Sarah Carbaugh saw a different person. And whenever it was April of 2019, when they had the big press conference, there's a press release. I'm sure you know about it, and the press release says these are two different people. Don't forget about the first one. The focus is now on the second one. And then Jerry Holman, all those guys acted like it's like what the kids call gaslighting. I guess more than the kids call it, but that's exactly what I felt like. I'm like during a lot of this case, man. I mean, a lot of this case, I felt totally gaslit. Like, am I not looking at the same thing that you are? You're sitting here telling me it's always been one person and it's the same person they both saw. Yet the state police put out a press release that says different, and it's like, yeah, it's always one person. And they're like, okay, do you want to address the elephant in the room here that you guys said? They just don't do it, and it doesn't seem to matter. But yeah, I mean, I understand. To see, what were you? Okay, you're talking about Betsy Blair, and you showed the photographs. I'm trying to let you get back on track of where you want to be.
It's okay.
Because it's your show, and I want you. I have a tendency to run on these things, and I don't want to do that to you.
Feel free to, but yeah. So the April 2019 press conference, everybody was shocked when that young sketch came out, and it came out that it was pretty much because Betsy went to the police and said, "I'm frustrated that you guys put out this older sketch, and I gave you this younger guy sketch, like you said, a few days after the murders."
Yeah, and you can see it it's so funny to watch the actual video of it, because they're doing a dance in there. Like, they brought her in because I think they and this is just conjecture, but they brought her in for a reason. I think they heard around town like Betsy's unhappy, and so they bring her in, and nobody wants to say Betsy knows she's unhappy, Liggett knows she's unhappy, but they're doing a little bit of a dance, and then finally they kind of got down to it, and Betsy's like, "Yeah, I'm frustrated," and that's when everything changed. And it's just a weird way to operate as police, honestly. I mean, so this woman comes in and she's frustrated, and now all of a sudden you're going to change the whole direction just because of that. Maybe it was worthy of it, or maybe it wasn't, but it's just like you're being reactive instead of proactive as law enforcement. That's not really the way that it ought to be.
I don't want to get too far off, but you mentioned like there were 70 days of video interviews that were lost because somebody pushed a button or forgot to push a button in the interrogation room. Sarah Carbaugh mentioned at the trial that only part of her interview was missing. So I'm wondering, like, how she said like 60 to 90 minutes of one of her interviews was missing. How is part of the interview there and part of it is missing? Do you guys have any clarification on that?
I now remember that. Do you remember that, Jennifer?
Yes, I do.
I think it was in response to
She was trying to say that she had said something that wasn't covered in the recording, and then she said a lot of things, and so it must be missing. My sense in watching that was that nothing was missing and everything was covered. But
that was my belief. I think it was Sarah's kind of trying to say as an explanation for why her story changed in terms of what the color of the jacket was or whether there was blood. I think it was related to the blood, actually.
Yes. She said that she talked about the blood, but that the police officers were focusing more on the mud. And she said during the missing 60 to 90 minutes is when she talked about the blood.
Yeah. It's possible, but I don't think so. I've never seen that. and I've never seen like watched the video and it's like, oh, seems like there's some weird edits here or something. I don't. I think she just. If I had to guess, I don't think there's any missing video on that particular situation. She just it helped her explain why when she's getting beat up on cross. I thought I was very nice to her, by the way. Did you not? Did you?
It was an interesting interaction.
I thought it was very nice.
Well, I mean, I understand that there's things about her like not coming forward for 3 weeks when she said she would go on the trail often herself. Like, why would you not try to help these girls like find their killer? However, I can understand that the video, not the video, but the screenshot and the voice of Bridge Guy came out. So maybe she thought they're going to solve it quick and not really need me
Yeah.
quick. However, I mean, she said she was a cowardly lion and
Yeah.
a scaredy cat or something like that. But I mean, there's no denying that her car is on Hoosier Harbor Store at 356. So she was driving in that direction.
Yeah, yeah. And again, I think that's I call them tent poles. Like, what can we actually rely on? And that might be one of the things is that's a tent pole. If the Hoosier Harvest Store video is timed correctly, it wasn't. You had to do all kinds of math to get it to the right time. I don't remember how far it was off, but did that cause us some. Nobody bothered to tell us that from the law enforcement. So when we defense lawyers, Brad and I think before Jennifer got on, we were like, holy cow, this is all messed up, and their case is shot because of it. They're just off on that. And then we raised it, and at some point in time, Nick or somebody said, oh yeah, the video is off by 18 minutes or whatever, an hour and 18 minutes or whatever. But yeah, I think that's a tent pole that Sarah Carball's car was there. I question a guy who is freaked out, who is so worried about getting caught, the lack of common sense that a person must have if that were actually Rick Allen, to just walk along 300 North and not. There's Brad and I looked, and there's 10 different ways you could have got back to the CPS building undercover, and nobody sees you. And instead of walking right down Broadway Street, where everybody can see you walking. And for
a lot of that distance, there's nowhere to hide if a car comes.
I know. I walked on there, and I have a video. That took almost 3 minutes. That's Ron Logan's house over there. And here comes the car. The car is literally like 5 feet away from me as I was on the north side of 300 North.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know that there's 10 different ways to get back to CPS from the car.
I'm overstating it probably, but you can go through the woods, and I get my on the, as you're headed toward CPS building on the left, there's just a bunch of woods there. Now, at some point in time, you have to cross over, but it wouldn't be there. And then if you are walking, why are you walking down the road instead of going around? Another thing you could do, and I'm sure you know this or can remember this, but you could go across the road, and there's a bunch of buildings you can walk behind. And certainly the CPS, the Hoosier Harvest video, you would go behind that if you went that route. But walking down the road, just for a guy who they claim was freaked out and trying to avoid being caught doing something wrong, that just doesn't really add up for me either.
So that's the Mears farm. I wanted to ask you guys, did you see any discovery showing whether or not anybody was at the Mears farm around 4 p.m. working at that farm?
Well, we did not, but we have heard that that there was a guy that had been working on the farm and might be walking, and I can't remember. And also there's some weird like photographs. Have you heard that they went in? I think there is something about them interviewing people that reside on the Mears farm and that might have been working at the Mears farm. And there was some kind of odd thing, and I just can't remember what it is right now.
Well, I don't think anybody's living at that house. I think they only work on the barns. I guess there's a pig slaughter place there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was just curious if there's anybody confirmed to be there who would have maybe seen Bridge Guy, whoever, walking behind those buildings at 4 o'clock.
I saw an interview. I remember seeing an interview of somebody, and I cannot think of his name. I think it's one of the Mears kids, I think. But I don't want to say that for sure, but it was somebody And they did interview somebody that had been in or around there. I remember seeing that because there was a weird interaction. And there's some of those people that have sent me emails and stuff that are convinced that the guy that Sarah Carbaugh saw is a guy that had been there. And maybe you've heard that too. And that's just something that frankly, we should have investigated a little bit better. I don't think we deposed that guy that we saw in the video. And it was a little bit of an odd interaction that police had with him. So
What do you mean odd?
Just like, I don't know, when you watch it, if you watched it, you would just be like, is that guy got something to hide, or why is he talking that way? It's just a hunch that you get. It probably was nothing, but it just seemed odd to me when I watched it. And then, when you're us and you're working on this case, you got a to-do list that's like 500 long. And, the whole Reese Davis, like when I went and saw Reese Davis in March of 2024, and he told me like, well, why are you here? Just watch the videotape that they had of me when they came and interviewed me back in 2017. That'll tell you everything. I don't really want to talk to you. I mean, I don't really know you. And, just watch the video. I'm like, there is no video. Nobody showed me a video. And I emailed Nick McClelland, and that when I got back and I said, hey, this guy's confident and he saw the cameras. He has no reason to lie about that. And I emailed Nick in February or March of 2024, and then I never followed up on it. That was on a to-do list that I wish I would have followed up on too. There's just that kind of thing. Like everybody that is in the pro Rick camp that can be critical of us. I understand it, but man, if they walked a mile in my shoes and Jennifer's shoes, there's just a lot going on there. Jennifer got in late, and even her little sub world of the phones was like
A lot of frustration.
just a ton of work, or a ton of knowledge that had to be gained.
Yeah, a lot of knowledge and a lot of facts. And, you can't really look at that in a vacuum. So going back through all of the facts and who said what and trying to find it and all these different drives we had, the discovery was never given to us in an organized way, the way you would usually get it. You dump 21 whatever terabytes of discovery in different drops. And so just finding anything is kind of like looking for a needle in the haystack and then putting it all together in some form that makes sense, and then going through and finding experts and going through all the data on the phone and then the data we got from the state kept changing. Every time we had a hearing, oh no, it wasn't what I said it was this. And, I'm not trying to be critical. I respect Chris Cecil, and I think he was absolutely trying to do his best. But we don't have the phone. We don't have that data. We have to rely on the state. So when they say something is true based on what they saw on the phone, we accept that. And now we're looking at, okay, that's a fact. How does that fit into our defense? And then we show up at the hearing and they're like, no, that didn't happen. And it, again, I'm not trying to be critical, but it's very difficult to prepare your case properly when that kind of stuff happens.
Yeah, we were told, and I think Jennifer, you were a part of this. Tell me if I'm wrong, but we were told as an example that there were no notes or anything from it's something related to the phone dump from Bunner, I think it happened to be. And then we showed up for the deposition. It takes time to prepare those things. I mean, we take it, and you want to go in and ask the best questions. It's good for justice. It's good for truth. It's good for efficiency, that you have all the information before you go in for the deposition. And then we showed up there, and Nick's just like, oh, here's 2 pages of notes that Bunner gave us. And it's like, no apology, no, like, sorry. This in a normal world, Tom, and again, you said earlier you're not a lawyer, and I actually appreciate that because it gives you fresh eyes that aren't corrupted by the legal stuff. And, but I can tell you in a normal world, that is not the way that it goes down. I mean, when you have said and told us there's no notes on that, there's nothing, they didn't do anything, and then you walk in and they hand it to you, here's what normally would happen. When they get it, they would call you at that very moment and say, hey, I'm really sorry, do you want to reschedule the deposition because it may change things? And or when you get there and they hand it to you, it's like, I'm really, really sorry. I really am, man. But we just never got that. It's shameful, honestly, the way that we were treated by the prosecution and law enforcement. I mean, what Jennifer's talking about, these terabytes of information, and we're trying, I'd call Nick up or email him and say, hey, I'm looking for the once we revealed the Brad Holder stuff, August the 10th. I'm looking for, we know that Brad Holder was interviewed. We know that Patrick Westphal was interviewed. We know Logan Holder was interviewed. We want those interviews. And then months and months and months pass and you keep asking for it. And then you get some little, like a little piece of paper that says it was recorded over. That's not the normal. They should have known that in December of 2022 that it was recorded over. That's a gigantic nuclear bomb, as I've said, that the earliest interviews were recorded over. Those are usually, or very often at least, the most important interviews that you can have, because people don't know what to lie about. They don't know what they're going to get caught.
Sorry, there's no way for me to type a short version of the backstory on Judge Gull. Basically, Judge Diener backed out. He recused himself, and they appointed a quote special judge, which happened to be Judge Gull. There's no, I can't explain how or why things became so biased. But as this goes along, I'm sure Andrew will give his version, his side of the story. I'll maybe try to find an article or something for you to read up on, but let, let's continue. I gotta find my mute button first. Sorry to interrupt.
In line about, and they don't know what's important because they don't know what other evidence exists at that time. So you're catching them like in a very vulnerable moment if they had anything to do with anything. And I'm talking about any case. And these things are interviewed or taped over, and everybody had to know that. Nick McClelland has never said, I'm sorry, Andy, I didn't know that until February or January 30th of 2024, when we finally learned that. And I'd been asking for it for 6 months. Okay. Nobody ever bothered to say that. So I presume, because it's a big deal, that they all knew that. Yet McClelland, Holman, nobody ever came forward and say, hey, man, I'm really sorry. That stuff was recorded over. They would have known that the very first day that I asked for it. They would know that in a normal world. And then when you do finally turn it over, whenever that point in time is, and you don't call, I had a triple murder up in Indianapolis where the prosecutor called me and said, hey, I just got this phone dump in off of this phone that's got some important stuff on it. I am really sorry. Will you come over? I'll accommodate you. I don't care if it's at midnight. Come over here. I will go through what it is. I'm really sorry. I hope you don't think that I did anything goofy here or untoward or, tried to be deceptive. I don't want you to think that way about me, Andy. And I'm like, no, of course not. I went over there. That's how normal people operate when they're being honest with one another, when you're trying to get to the truth, which is what the prosecutor's job is. That's not really our job. I mean, our job is, to represent our client, and it's to not lie. It's not to tell falsehoods, but it's their job to prove their case. And part of that is an honest exchange of discovery and so forth. And what Jennifer just said, is accurate. I've never seen anything like this where I'd call Nick and say, hey, I'm looking for this thing. And his response would be super snarky, like, we gave it to you. It's in there. Like, Nick looked everywhere for it. We've spent 5 hours looking for this, 10 hours or whatever. And I can continue to look for it, or you can just tell me where it is. And I'm sorry if we have it, but you're not labeling anything. And people don't understand that. That added so many hours of time when it could have been efficient to do it otherwise. If they would have just given it to us in a more manageable system, that would be fine too. But I'll shut up.
Yeah, I totally understand that. And one of my concerns is like, how unified was the unified command if they all didn't have access to these files? And like you guys mentioned, some of these like PDFs had really long nondescript file names. Like, not saying that I'm better, but like when I started looking into this case, I created a folder called Delphi. Now it has like, I think 300 subfolders. Every file has a descriptive name. Like I can truly find like anything about this case in 10 seconds.
You want to share it?
Yeah,
I mean,
Tom,
it's hard. It's like every time you went to look for something, it was like finding a needle in a haystack.
So I'm concerned, like, how is the investigators for 5 years investigating this case if they don't have everything in one organized area?
Yeah.
and you're correct. And they had a 5-year head start, by the way, too. It's, you know, they when things aren't, they're not finding the killer. What could they have been doing during that time? Well, how about doing what you did? This is a photograph of this, or this is a video of a guy in Iowa, or this is what this all is, instead of just like putting it all together and dumping it on us. And the whole, Todd Click thing is also should be of concern, I would think, to you and to others who, even if you think that Rick Allen is guilty, because we would not have ever gotten the Elvis Fields interview, the Ned Smith interview, Rod Abrams interview, Johnny Messer interview, all these things that Todd Click turned over on May 1 when Nick received it, and he never turned it over to us until after he realized, oh, they're going to find out about the Todd Click letter. There's no question about that. And we still didn't get it until September 8th. But I'm going to tell you, had Todd Click never sent that stuff over to McClelland, I don't think we ever get it. And there's incredibly powerful information in those videos, particularly Johnny Messer's video, and particularly Elvis Fields, and all of them, Ned, all of them. And there's things in there that you look at it and you're like, oh my gosh, that's insane. And so on August 1st, were you there for the August 1st?
I was only there for the trial.
Okay. The August 1st was a free for all. That was the day that the judge said, this is the day you have to present your third party suspect evidence to convince me that it should come in. Here's what a normal judge does. I was talking to a good friend of mine who's a really well-respected judge, and he said, I would have had a 2 to 3 week hearing on that, and we would have done it the right way. We would have foundational witnesses. They would have been handed, the evidence. It would have been identified, and then you would have cross-examined them so that the judge has an understanding of the context of why this piece of evidence is important. But instead, here's how it went. And it's like 7:00 at night. Judge, I'm handing you Exhibit 227. This is Johnny Messer's video. I particularly want you to look at the 107 to 114 mark, because at that point in time, here's what happens. And then that's kind of what, and Judge Galt, she's not listening to, she's not listening to that. And if she is, she's not understanding it, why that's important. And so she had then 30 days to take all of that evidence and come up with a proper order that whether it to either exclude or include that the third party suspect stuff. Come on. It took her 6 months to get the Franks stuff done. You think she's going to take all of that evidence and watch every single piece of it? Come on. I just don't think that happened. And I'm sorry to say that. And I just don't think it's physically possible to do it. And what should have happened is, I need more time. Let's do this the right way. But again, here we are, the defense. When Nick McClelland wanted to file a contempt against Brad and me, what did Judge Gold do? In 3 days, she set it for a hearing. And then the hearing was like a week later or 2 weeks later. Okay. We file stuff all the time, and some of it I don't think ever got ruled on. And some of it, if it did get ruled on, it was after, like, are you ever going to rule on this stuff? But when the prosecution wanted something in, they, when they wanted to have a hearing, and I don't want to sound like like woe is me, but it's just facts. This is all truth, and the Google search, we want to get third party suspect evidence in. We feel like that at a minimum, Tom, when Nick McClelland at trial asks Gary Holman and others, Pat Cicero and others, what does the sticks on the girls mean? And they say it's a covering. And then McClellan on redirect, I think with Holman says, well, some thought it was an undoing as well, right? I don't know if you were in the courtroom, did you hear me gasp at that? I audibly gasped and Nick heard me, I think, because at that point in time, he like shut down look at that part of the questioning. I think it's on Holman, because what happened in that moment in time, Tom, is that's a very obvious opening of the door to our bringing in a ritualistic crime scene expert. Because here's what ended up happening. The police, the prosecution got to say, here's what we think the sticks represent. And the defense never got a chance to do that. And I don't see that anybody with an intellectual honesty would say that's fair. Yet, when we're trying, and I filed 2 motions, look at those 2 motions, Tom. They were filed around October the 24th or so, in back-to-back days. I took the evidence that came out of the trial from the testimony of Pat Cicero and others, and I said, they have opened up the door. And it's I looked at it, a lot of my motions, I would say, not so good. These are really good ones. And they really explain, and why should we be able to get our ritualistic crime scene expert in? Here's why. Even at trial, we thought we should be able to get into that before the trial. But during the trial, they opened the door, and Gold at one time, at the very end of trial, I don't know if you remember this, but I stood up and I said, hey, are you ever going to rule on my motions? I mean, we're getting kind of near the end of the state's case or whatever. And she said, there's no nexus. And I wanted to say, and she kind of shut me down. What I want to say, I'm not arguing nexus. I'm not arguing opening the door. And I mean, I don't think anybody can say it was fair that they got to bring in and introduce their opinion about the sticks on the bodies, but we weren't. Yet when they Googled during a break, some looking in panic for some explanation as to headphones in, headphones out. Jennifer, I'll let you address that. Judge Gold let that in, and it's part of the appeal, by the way. Jennifer, what did you think of that?
Oh, okay. We've kind of taken a bunch of left turns. Do you want to?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to domineer here, but damn.
No.
Yeah, I want to let you go, but I want to let you we are kind of off my topics, but I just want to do one quick thing where you got off. Why did you not call the Purdue professor, Jeffrey Turco, at the summer 2024 hearings for third party to explain if you thought there was a message with those sticks?
Well, he didn't know what the message was. It's because we had everything we needed. We had a deposition. We had limited time, number one. We had a deposition. We had an audio of Jerry Holman on September the 19th interviewing him, where he said, yeah, I thought it was, what is it, probable, or it's highly likely. I don't remember his phrase, but yeah, I thought it was highly likely. I don't want to oversell it, but it was this. Yeah, no, we thought this was, Jerry's in there trying, let me rephrase this. Jerry Holman on September 19th, the day after the Franks memo, called them out for not finding the Purdue professor. They magically find the Purdue professor. And you should I don't know if that's out there, that audio tape of Jerry Holman's interview of Turco. Okay. I wish you could get that. But in it, Jerry Holman you could just hear the panic in his voice. He's trying to short circuit Turco saying something that would show that Holman did not tell the truth on August 10th. So he's like, now you didn't believe that there was, I'm not, this is not word for word, but it's the essence of it was, hey, Turco, we've been trying to get a hold of you for a few weeks now. I'm glad we're able to meet. That goes back to the September 6th problem, the email problem. But hey, I mean, you didn't think that this Odinism stuff, this Norse paganism stuff was anything. And he's like, no, I thought it was, no, that's not true. And so you hear that on September 19th. So it's on audio, to answer your question. Then Holman made a report of that meeting. And we had the original the original report from 2017 that Turco made as well. So when you have limited time, that's what you do. Now, in the end, Turco backtracked. I mean, I don't know how he can backtrack it. His words are his words. What he said is what he said. And he believed back in those days that yes, this could definitively be a Germanic runic script that somebody that doesn't really have, that's not really, an expert would have put out there to tell, to say something that's personal to them. He did say that. And then later on, he tried to, I think he was worried. I don't know what Holman, I don't know what the police, he was worried. It appeared to Brad and me at least. And I think it was before you got on, Jennifer, that Turco did not want to help. He just didn't want to verify what he said. All he had to do was say, yeah, I said that. I said those things.
But you just said that he could not really decipher what they meant.
Yeah, and we don't need to. All we need to do is it a Germanic runic script? Yes, that's what it appears.
He did not say yes. I think he said it could be.
It could be, yeah.
Somebody trying to.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, go ahead, Jennifer.
What he says in his report is, while there is overlap between some neo-pagan and some groups, a wolf symbol would point to a Nazi connection sooner than a Norse pagan one. If the first figure is a Hegel rune and the second a wolf symbol, the conjunction of these two figures would tend to support the Nazi hypothesis. So he gives a lot of ideas in what he says throughout this report is that this appears intentional, that these could certainly be interpreted as runes. And there's a lot of, he gives some preliminary conclusions based on what he saw. So, and I don't know that calling him as a witness, we have such limited time and more important people that we put in his statement, we put in his report, and the judge should be looking at those things.
I do have a section on formation of sticks later. I don't know, we're almost at 2 hours. I'm fine going more. I have so much more to talk about. Are you guys okay going further?
Yeah, man, I'm sorry for commandeering.
No, it's fine.
No, I appreciate you.
I just want to go back because what's that, Jennifer?
I'm going to shut up for a while.
I don't want to let you guys go. Rick said there may have been somebody at the bridge. Like, why is that not important to us? He never told, in 2017, he never told police he saw somebody. In the PCA that he told Doolin, he only referenced the 3 girls. He did not see anybody else. 2022, he tells Liggett and Mullen, there may have been somebody at the bridge as I was coming back through. To me, that's pretty incriminating. And the only person I can think of is Betsy Blair.
Well, Tom, let's remember, go back to Doolin's couple-minute conversation. We don't know that he wrote everything down. And he's in the middle probably of the biggest investigation of his life. He's got lots of things to do, and now you're going back 5 years and asking him to remember exactly what he said and asked and wrote down. We don't know what, it would be great if we have a recording, but to, filter out as fact that Rick didn't say he saw someone else at the bridge when he talked to Dan Doolin, I don't think that's fair given the circumstances and the evidence that we have now.
And here's another, I'll push back a little bit on that in a different way, Tom, is if you're saying that Rick changed his mind about, he did say originally 1:30 to 3:30, and now he knows, oh crap, I better not say that because I'm going to be, that hurts me, then why would he say other things that also hurt him? Why would he say, I might have been wearing a coat, I might have been this, I might have seen somebody. I would think that if you're going to try to extricate yourself, if you actually are guilty by coming up with information that does not help you and somehow dealing with it, then that's what you would do the whole way through. But I understand why you believe that is important, that he saw somebody, and he said that in 2022. 5 years later. I understand what you're saying, but that's 5 years later, and Rick he's kind of a people pleaser. I don't know if right before that they're like, did you see anybody? We think you might. I don't know exactly what the context was, but yeah, maybe I did see somebody. I don't know if he said it that way, and I don't know that it's that important. To me, ultimately, it's all about what time was he on the bridge, and if he was on the bridge, I understand you're doing a good job of explaining why you have the beliefs that you do. And I just think ultimately I have a different opinion about when he was on the bridge, in that that if I'm correct, if he was on the bridge at 11:30, 11:45 noon and off by 12:30, and everybody's in different places, and then he got back on, or they're not paying attention, then everything that you're talking about, who he saw, doesn't really matter at that point, if that's the way that it went down. Yet I also understand, because I think you're trying to be intellectually honest about it, yeah, hey, Andy, this doesn't make sense. I mean, what makes more sense is this. That's the way that you view it, and I respect that. So,
You touching your eyeglasses is causing a clicking noise. If you can stop.
sorry.
I'm trying to think ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, so in the PCA that Doolin said, Rick did not remember description of the females he passed. Yet, as I mentioned before, 5 years later, he gave a very accurate description of those girls. To me, that's kind of shady.
If that's what he said.
That's what Doolin wrote down.
Mhm.
And we have it on video.
Can I, I'm going to play devil's advocate. I do, I come across a lot of medical records in my work. And that would be every bit as important as a police report, right? In taking good notes.
Mhm.
People don't always write things down accurately. I had a case, I represented a man. We were going through his medical records, and there's a notation where they had given him a birth control shot. Pretty sure that didn't happen, right? And so, again, this is why it's so important that it should have been recorded. And he's going back later saying what he said, but his notes are very small. There's not a lot of detail there. So, I'm just not willing, I guess, to put the kind of emphasis on these things that you are, because I don't know what was said. And I don't think any of us do. And for people to go back 5.5 years later and say, this happened, that happened, or 7.5 years later, I don't feel good about that.
And when you say it seems a little sketchy or shady, okay, I can understand that. Then I presume you also would say that Brad Holder on the 17th of February 2017, when he says, I never met Abby Williams, and then 5 years later says, I met her one time, and then 6 months later says, I met her twice. One of those times was at Pat Westfall's house, not too soon before the girls were murdered. That is also shady, right? I mean, because if you're on 2017, your motivation, if you're involved, I'm not saying that these guys are involved, I'm talking about reasonable doubt here. In 2017, if you are involved, your motivation would be, when you're talking, is I want to distance myself. I didn't know that person. I never saw that person. But by 2022, you don't know what you said. You can't remember. And you're like, okay, maybe they've talked to other people and they know that I met her one time. And so I better not say zero. And I feel safe now because they've got another guy in custody. So I'm going to say what I'm going to go the minimum route because I know that I met her once. And then 6 months later, you can't even remember that. You're going to remember, by the way, and then I think it's to say this, you're going to remember if my son dated a girl that was tragically murdered and I had met her and I talked to the police 3 days later, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell the police I met that girl. Unless I had something to do with the murders, then I might say I never met that girl. And so that's the reasonable doubt that I'm talking about. And that's the kind of the shadiness that and this is just, again, frustration from Jerry Holman and others, when I would ask them, doesn't that bother you? Then it's just like, no, people do that all the time. It's not that big of a deal. Go read their depositions. I mean, it's just like, come on, can you just be honest and say, yes, that bothers me. I'm concerned about that, but I still think Richard Allen did it. Okay. You can have both. You can still be a good, honest cop and say that is a problem. Yes. I wish that wouldn't be there because I understand, Andy, why you are concerned, but I just don't think that he had anything to do with this. And I don't think the evidence shows that. Say that instead of, it doesn't matter. No, people, they're mistaken and they get that wrong. Oh, really? When your son dated a girl that was murdered and you're going to tell the police that you don't remember that ever meeting that girl and then change your story 5 years later because you can't remember what you said. I think that's something that was worthy of a better response from Holman and the rest of the crew when I confronted them with it.
I agree about that, but at the same time, if you're on the high bridge and platform 1, and that night on the news, girls are missing, last seen on that same bridge, I think like most people would be totally freaked out and remember if they saw another human being at the barricade. I just really feel like Jennifer's saying no, but I mean,
Yeah.
I would be freaked out. How can you not remember seeing somebody near the bridge where these girls were kidnapped from?
You're having to go back now and trying to figure out what you perceived at the time.
But it was
Right.
the same day. It was a few hours later.
Tell me exactly what you did 5 hours before, who you saw.
I know that I would have seen somebody on the trail.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. You're looking at your phone, you're doing this, you're doing that. So again, and now it's later and you're trying to go back. You don't know it's important at the time, right? So how does that get registered? How is that perceived? You don't know it's important at the time. And now you're going back later and trying to fill in the dots. A lot can get missed. And I don't think we can discount that at all.
I think, Tom, you're a very astute guy and probably way better than I am and maybe the average Joe at noticing stuff. I mean, knowing Rick's a lot like I am. I just don't view him as a guy that is going to be crazily observant about anything. And, you know, he might say things that like Jennifer saying, that just a part of a memory, or maybe he's kind of infected his brain with stuff the way that Sarah Carbaugh, in my opinion, seems to be, and all that. So I understand what you're saying, though. I do, and I'm not just saying that. I can see why you would have such a kind of a strong belief that Rick was guilty based upon your way of thinking. And I'm not saying that's a wrong way of thinking. I'm just saying it does make sense to me more than you've made more sense to me than most anybody else, I would say, that I've listened to. Okay. I still don't agree with it. I still don't believe it. I still have all these issues with it, but at least you're logical. At least you're trying to parse this thing down logically. And I appreciate that.
I appreciate you saying that. We're at 2 hours. I'm fine to go as long, but I totally respect you guys do not want to. So next on my list is the 3 girls versus 4 girls. I know we briefly discussed their different descriptions. Do you guys even want to bring that up, how Rayleigh and Bree described Bridge Guy as certain things that really don't match Rick, or do you want to skip this part?
I don't remember everything, the details like you probably do.
Yeah, I wrote it down. I don't know if you want me to refresh.
I'll let Jennifer take this one since I've dominated the conversation, sadly. So.
You gave a description that was, again, everyone is consistent in their inconsistencies as it relates to Rick. She had someone on with a mask, taller than her, probably 5'10". Again, and we're assuming we know everyone who is out there. And Tom, you seem like a good person. And so when you say, boy, if I was somewhere where 2 girls were murdered, I'm going to immediately write down everything I saw. I'm going to make sure I have all the detail. I'm going to get a hold of the authorities. But a lot of people aren't like that. A lot of people, unfortunately, are scared to get involved. Sarah Carbaugh, why didn't she come out for 4 months? So we're assuming we know everyone who is there. And when you look at all of the descriptions that different people gave at different places, I'm not convinced we have everybody who's out there. We've got a lot of different descriptions, some of which are similar, that, where there are people out there that we just haven't identified yet. And I think that, to me, is what explains these different descriptions of Bridge Guy that everyone, some people everybody wants an answer, right? So when you're talking to police, you want to help, you want to be helpful, you want to try to, when they say things and you're trying to figure it out in your head, you may say things that aren't necessarily true. You're putting the pieces together like maybe, I can see myself doing that even as an attorney, right? And we all want an answer. In the easy answer is Rick, because he puts himself there. But just because he said he was there doesn't mean that's the person all these people are describing.
Totally agree. There's no denying that these girls gave various descriptions of the man they passed that really do not apply to Richard Allen. However, like I said, his description of who he passed was just very accurate, other than the 3 versus 4. So a lot of people want to know, Jen, what do you have to say?
Sorry, I'm ready to talk.
A lot of people want to know, what did you guys do to find 3 girls at noon who Rick said he passed?
I mean, we had our investigators out talking to people, but here's the thing. Let me ask you this. If these girls are looking at someone, okay, and taking it in, and they're talking amongst themselves, who's to say Rick didn't pass them, but a little further away, but they didn't register him because they're looking at this other guy and they're talking amongst themselves. Like, there's so many possible explanations for this, that they can explain a lot. I don't know that we have the right one.
Yeah, I mean, again, through the prism of reasonable doubt, I mean, I appreciate that you're being, again, intellectually honest. I just think unfortunately, a lot of the people that are the pro-state people, I'm not saying you're pro-state, I think you're pro-truth, the pro-truth, but the people that believe that Rick Allen did this, I think there's a void of intellectual honesty on a lot of topics. They somehow, at least you're coming up with, hey, they're sisters, younger, even though but the numbers are off. There's that, and my response back would say, you think other people, there could have been 3 other people on there that actually did meet that description? I think so. It's a great question. What did we do to find out who they are? Again, Jennifer said we had investigators. I don't know exactly what you do, how you do that.
Isn't there discovery that shows everybody who was on the trail that day?
Oh.
Can you tell me what you guys got in regards to who was on the trail that day?
There is not a piece of, you would think that exists. Like, here is a report that lists every single person that claims that they were on the trails that day, and roughly their time frames that they were on there. There is no such, to my knowledge, there is no such document. Maybe you've seen it, I haven't.
So
I made a spreadsheet of it trying to figure it out myself. I don't know why police never did that.
Yeah, and we're trying to piece it together through interviews that we received 5.5, 6, 7 years later. And we know that there were other people in the area, maybe on the trail, maybe not, from the geofence data and all the cell phone data. We know that there are other people in the area. How close they were to the trail, we can't really pinpoint that, but we know that there are other people in the area.
So some people online try to assign these 3 girls to some girls. There's Facebook screenshots of Libby's Aunt Tara, like around the time of the murder, saying if anybody saw them or was there. She says, we were at City Park playing basketball. And people try to say that girl was actually the 3 girls who passed Bridge Guy, who passed Rick around noon. And they just don't acknowledge that this girl said, no, we never went to the trail. We were at City Park, which is like 10 minutes away, playing basketball. So you guys are saying you never found 3 girls who were there around noon?
I've never heard. What you just said, I just wrote down. Yeah, I mean, I would be interested in that, just because, that's where that whole sleuthing world, I don't know if you consider yourself part of that universe, but there's a lot to be proud of with the work that they've done. And I think if they know something, there's also this talk, I'm sure. I wish I could delve into that world. Like, I wish I could get on
No, you don't,
Reddit.
trust me, it's crazy.
But it's not good for my mental health. And
It's not.
whether they're singing praises or more likely not singing praises, it's not good. But in not doing that, you do miss out on things like the somebody screaming at 2 a.m., which would be more consistent with what we say happened. And I've heard this from other people that have emailed me, and I don't know anything about that. I don't know there's apparently a couple people, and one of them, doesn't want to talk or something. I don't know how much of that's true. I don't know who this person. There's a person that you just told me that out there in the Delphi sleuthing universe says that she might, or people say she was one of 3 people that might have been on the bridge that could be the person that Rick talked to, and it was earlier, that more consistent with his timeline. I don't know if it's embarrassing or shameful, but I just don't know about that. I hope that would be accurate, because it would help Rick out and it would help our our defense of him.
Well, actually, it's irrelevant, because she says in the screenshot that she was at City Park playing basketball and never at the trail. So she was not.
Oh, okay.
Assume-
Unless she didn't want to get involved, but I mean, I'll
Well,
take
this was before they were even found dead. This is the night of the 13th on Facebook,
okay.
I believe.
So then why do people talk about that if that's
They don't, I don't know. It's like I said, online sleuthing is crazy.
Yeah.
So people say, well, what about 3 versus 4? And rarely in some like interview that she talked to some online sleuth named Bitter Beat Poet, or his name is Doug Rice. Not sure that do you guys either know about him?
No.
So he talked to Rayleigh's mom. Rayleigh Voorhees was one of the girls who passed Bridge Guy. So before Rick was even arrested, this guy talked to the mom trying to get some information, and Rayleigh said that she was walking behind the other 3 girls. So as you guys like try to think of different scenarios, Rick said he wore a hat and a hoodie, and he's apparently looking down at some point. So did he only see the front 3 girls and not Rayleigh behind? And also, I don't know, maybe that's my only one point.
Well, I don't think that Rick said that he was wearing that. I think that was a point of contention, and it's even in the appeal that he was saying, what might he have worn? And he's like, I might have worn this and I might have worn that. And that was one of the, if you want to call it a lie or fabrication that Liggett made, because he said definitively, Rick said he was wearing a blue jacket and whatever. And when you watch the video of the interrogation, he doesn't say that. And that was super frustrating. The very first time I ever watched the video, the interrogation video of Richard on the October 13th interview, I knew that Rick had not said that. The same way that Mullen tried to get away at trial with saying that Rick admitted that he was headed westbound on 300 North. I went up to Mullen after his direct when he had spewed that out, and they had not shown, prosecutor had not shown Rick's October 13th interview at that time to the jury. And Liggett was just freestyling up there saying, well, Rick admitted that he had been traveling west on 300 North. Maybe not in exact words like that, but that was at a very minimum, that was the impression that he was trying to leave, if not outright saying it. And that's not what Rick said. I mean, Rick never said that. He said maybe one time I went that direction with Kathy. We were kind of on a country stroll or something along those lines. But it never made sense that he would travel westbound on 300 North from his house. It just never made sense. And that's another thing that should have been talked about, perhaps in the probable cause affidavit for the search warrant, maybe down the list. But Rick never said I traveled west on 300 North. Yet Mullen at trial under oath said something to that effect. And then I called him out on it. And then he just said, well, maybe I was mistaken on that or whatever. I mean, the transcript speaks for itself. Whatever the transcript says is what it is, but that I'm fairly certain that's the way that it went down. And, so I don't even know why there was a reason that I was talking about that, but whatever, it's just what people write down, what they testify to. It may just be inaccurate. It may be more intentionally inaccurate. Sometimes it's a mistake. And, is it possible that that's what you just said, that could be the case. If that was Rick Allen, maybe that he only saw 3 and not the shorter girl or whatever. Yeah, I'll say that's a possibility. Sure. Because I'm intellectually honest.
When he showed that 127 screenshot, he did not deny. He's like, I have the video if you want me to show it from the interrogation.
No, I know that part well. And
he doesn't deny it, and he wants to end the interview right there. And he's like, arrest me. I just can't get past that.
As Jennifer said, because he's being accused and he doesn't know what he's looking at. It's the same kind of concept on the 26th of October when Holman's like, that is your gun and that gun matches that bullet and that you were there. And he's like, what? I have no idea what you're talking about. Imagine trying to respond to that if you're just a regular citizen and somebody is big, physically big as Holman in this tiny little room. I thought Rick held up great because he looked exactly the way that I would look, I think. Like, I have no idea what you're talking. I can't explain that. I can't explain that. And now you're showing me a car. I don't trust you because you brought me in under false pretenses. I'm here to help. And now all of a sudden I realize you're trying to accuse me of something. So I don't know if what you're telling me. I mean, I don't know, I don't, he has to be worried. Like, if I tell him it's not my car and it ends up being, he doesn't have the context for what that is. I mean, he has no idea what's going on then. And he has to be worried. Like, if I say that's not my car and somehow they can prove that it is, and I don't know that it is, or whether it is or isn't, am I going to be in trouble? I mean, all these kind of thoughts go up through a person's head. Am I going to be in trouble for anything that I say? And I think that's an explanation. I said I wasn't going to talk, so Jennifer.
Oh, go ahead. Jennifer, did you have anything to add or no?
I think it would be virtually impossible to positively ID your car on that video that's shown to you once.
But
The video is so grainy, so the car's there, I don't know, 2 seconds. I just think that would be impossible. And again, you're trying to help people out, but just because he doesn't deny it doesn't mean he admits it.
But the wheels are a black hubcap, not the traditional silver, and you can see through the wheels, which totally matches up to his car. Okay.
Yeah, people's cars. That matches.
Not a lot of people have the black hubcaps though. Most people have silver.
If
Really?
it's black,
Any statistics on that?
I'll look it up. Siri.
if it's black, I mean,
Let me just show you guys this real quick. This
Yeah.
Gray Hughes did this overlay. So he got a 3D model of a 2016 Ford Focus. And this is probably only like 10 seconds. Let's see.
yeah,
So that's the 3D model.
yeah.
He puts it over the screenshot and it totally matches a 2016 Ford Focus. And he goes back and forth between the 3D model of a 2016 Ford Focus with those see-through wheels. And in my opinion, it matches up. If you guys disagree.
Yeah. I mean, it looks, whoever Gray Hughes is, it looks like what Gray Hughes, I'd have to I'd want to sit down and look at his things, and I'd want to look at the other people that have a different way of doing it. And sure, that could be compelling, I suppose. I mean, but I
think there are a lot of facts we don't have about that. Also, it doesn't look like it quite matches up.
Yeah, it didn't completely match up. I mean, on the Hulu special, you saw how they lifted the hand rune off of Brad Holder's hand and put it right onto the illustration of the runes, what I would say are runes or sticks found on Abby, the illustration of that, and that seemed to match too. But I'm presuming other people would say, no, that doesn't match. And you can kind of, if you want to make it look like some. By the way, that's kind of a bizarre thing, isn't it? I mean, that in and of itself, that Holder had that on his wrist, and it looks like that, even if it's not identical. Even Kevin Murphy, State Trooper Murphy, said, I remember exactly his words on August 1st, but I think they were something to the effect of, you're not being honest if you don't admit that what's on his hand looks like the arrangement on Abby. And but whatever. I mean, I guess that's just a giant coincidence along the same lines as all of the F sticks that are arranged and all the different stick formations that are on his book page, and the mimicked crime scene photo that the police found and then conveniently lost. I mean, because we all have images, I think, on our Facebook page. I can speak for most of the humanity, of girls on a forest floor with sticks on them. I mean, I think that's pretty normal for people. So that doesn't really matter, even though, that's what the crime scene looked like, and nobody knew what the crime scene looked like, and that's on there. I mean, come on.
Well, we're going to get to that later, but there was no indication that that screenshot that I saw was either on Facebook or associated with Brad Holder's Facebook page. It's just the photo.
You mean the mimicked crime scene photo?
Correct.
Well,
it doesn't say Facebook at the top. It does not say Brad Holder posted this and the date. So We can talk about it later, but I
Yeah.
understand that it's very similar to the crime scene and suspicious and just plain odd. But if I'm supposed to believe that it was posted by Brad Holder, I want to see like facebook.com/Brad Holder, whatever, and Brad Holder's name next to that photo and the date. And I've never seen that.
Well, if you trust Trooper Purdy, he said that they saw it on his social media, and he said specifically Facebook. And I don't know if I'm not on Facebook, so I don't really know the proper phraseology, if it's reposting or whatever, if it's screenshotted in an image. I don't know exactly what all the possibilities are, but I do know this: Purdy on roughly page 77 to 80, or roughly on his deposition, admitted, and this was a big moment for us because, you know, we have to lay a foundation and to get that entered. And Purdy admitted, yeah, I was for a while, I was investigating Holder, and that was on his Facebook page. And then later on, of course, and then he admitted under oath a second time. And then later on at the August 1st hearing, he changed his story, and that's suspicious as well. Just as much as what's suspicious, Tom, and I'm presuming you would agree with me, if that image that does resemble, especially the way the one girl is posed, is very similar to the way Libby was posed. If that really existed and it was anywhere on Brad Holder's social media, that should be of a major concern, or just a major interest to law enforcement, and you would want to make sure that you hold on to that image. And they lost that. That's what they told me, at least. They lost that. The only reason I even know that it existed is I saw the Trooper Winters report that I think is probably out there. I'm not sure, from Ryan Boucher, who emailed him, and Winters must have known about the crime scene somehow, because he's like, this looks like the crime scene. It kind of mirrors what the crime scene looked like. And then Winters, because Winters was going away, like he was going on some type of leave or something. Before I leave, I wanted to go, I wanted something done about this. So I went to Holman, who was in that state, that Trooper Holman was in at the time, at the state police post in Lafayette. And I went to Holman and I showed him this stuff, and I asked for a new interview and for things to be done, and then it wasn't done. And it's just infuriating. I mean, I got to believe even those who believe that Richard Allen is guilty would just have to say, how can that be? How can it be that Brad Holder was being investigated because of his ties to Norse paganism and the belief that there were Norse paganists involved in the murder of these girls from as early as day 1 or 2 of the investigation? And there's a photograph of 2 girls on the forest floor. One of them posed very similarly to Libby, and it's on Brad Holder's social media, according to police reports and testimony, and nothing was done about it. I mean, it's a mind blower.
Or even say that, when he admits in his deposition, he saw it on Brad Holder's Facebook page, but didn't take a screenshot or a picture or preserve the evidence.
And then they lost it. And there's a person out there that they say, well, we gave it to this person, and she retired, and we're not really sure what happened to all of that.
Like I said, I mean, they should have had I have a folder for every suspect. I have Brad Holder Facebook screenshots, a folder just for that. I could find the MIB screenshot within 10 seconds. It's very concerning.
Yeah.
Lack of police work.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And of course, because of everything else that's going on, I'm wondering, how convenient is it that it's gone? And how convenient was it that Purdy walked in on August 1st and said, well, maybe it wasn't on Facebook? That was an important hearing. And,
I totally understand your frustration with him changing it. However, like I said, you went to Georgia to Ryan Boucher's home, correct?
Yes.
Did you see this screenshot? Because what's on the internet is only the photo. Did you see that it says Facebook and Brad Holder in that screenshot? Because without it, how am I totally understand it's suspicious as heck against Brad Holder. But if I, as a jury member, how am I supposed to associate it with him if you're just telling me and I don't see like facebook.com at the top and Brad Holder's name to the right and when he posted it?
Yeah, I just wish I knew more about how Facebook works. I didn't go to Boucher's home, by the way. We went to a hotel just to be accurate. But I just remember when he pulled that up along with the other stuff that was on there, like the Goodfellas meme and the 2 a.m. My testosterone is high and all that. And I really came down there for the one. I mean, I came down there. I had the other stuff, but what I didn't have was the mimicked, and I wanted to see what it looked like. And I did not want to ask McClelland for it because I didn't trust him by then, and I didn't trust police, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't want them to get to Boucher, honestly, like to go down there and so we drove down there, and when he pulled that up and I looked at it, I could not believe it. But I can't sit here and tell you, and I'm not trying to be coy. I'm just not a Facebook guy. I don't know if you can like screenshot something and post it on there. I'm not really sure how that all works, but it was all in the same stuff with Boucher, and all the stuff was in the same, and it was talked about in the report, Winter's report that you've seen, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And Trooper Purdy admits that was, I think even at the August 1st hearing, he tried to like, I don't know. I felt badly for him in a weird way, even though I'm not really positive exactly how that went down. It was very shady, is a polite way of saying it. And I don't know if he looked like a hostage or whatever, but he did. I think in the end, if you read the transcript from August 1st, I think my memory of it is something along the lines of, there was a folder with Brad Holder's stuff in it, and that was in that folder. Okay, well, okay, then what difference does it make in a way? Why is that in there? Then that becomes an issue. But anyway, it's just a mind blower that that we even have to talk about why that's important when Jerry Holman, again, in an act of intellectual dishonesty, is just like, that's not a big deal. It's just, come on. Can you be honest and just say, that is disconcerting, Mr. Baldwin. That is a problem. But here's my response to it. An intellectually honest response is this, and here's what it is. I don't think there is one, though, other than it's disconcerting. But maybe the best one would be what you're saying, and that we're not sure that was on Brad Holder's page.
And
If it
even
was,
I read
all agree that's the problem.
Yes, the picture is very suspicious, but even in Ryan Boucher's affidavit that you included in one of your filings, he says that he got certain photos from Holder's page, but for this specific one, he said that it was associated with Holder and Associates or something like that. He never specifically said the mimicked photo was only on Holder's Facebook. And like I said, the screenshot that I've seen doesn't include Facebook and doesn't include Holder. So if I'm on the jury and Holder's on trial, how am I going to say, okay, I'm going to make him guilty when I don't even know if that was on his page?
Because of the mimic, because of the hand rune, because of the sticks, because of the Goodfellas thing, because of just all of that. That is one piece of the puzzle that would cause me to think, yeah, that probably was on his Facebook page.
I also think that DNA data is really telling, or moreover, the lack of it. And if you want to talk about the investigation, what they didn't follow up on in terms of the DNA.
Okay. Andy, what do you want to do? We're going to do the Libby's phone data, and then Jennifer might drop off. What do you want to do after that? Do you want to keep going with me, or maybe schedule another time?
I'm happy to keep going. I appreciate you so much that you're just letting us do our thing. And I know you had I don't want to say an agenda, but you had a list of things you wanted to accomplish. So I want to honor you by staying on. And I have a client coming in, I think at 4 or 4:30. I just went to my paralegal and I'm trying to make some arrangements. So I'll stay on at least until 4.
Okay.
If that's okay.
That sounds great. Jen, do you want to talk? I have a spreadsheet that I made of some of Libby's phone important times. If you want me to put that up real quick.
Sure. I think Chris Cecil's spreadsheet.
So I put on my screen some of the most important times that I think relate to Libby's phone data.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to just review it real quick. Like 2:02 is when Brad Weber checks out of work at Lafayette. 2:13 starts the Bridge Guy video. 2:14 it ends.
Mhm.
Immediately after that, Libby tries to usually use her fingerprint on the phone. Then the phone moves for 4 minutes and 7 seconds from 2:14 to 2:18. 2:18 to 2:25, the phone stops for 6.5 minutes. 2:25 to 2:32, it moves for 7 minutes and 17 seconds until it totally stops for good at 2:39 p.m. Between 2:25 and 2:32, it showed that 2 flights were climbed, which equals 10 feet. 2:50 is the first time Brad Weber's phone pings at his house, at his parents' house at the end of the driveway. 4:06, Libby's grandmother sends her SMS message. 5:44 p.m., Libby's phone connected to a tower. 5:45 p.m., Libby's grandmother called her, and milliseconds after the phone starts ringing, the data on the phone shows either headphones or an auxiliary cable were put into the phone. Water damage is also a possible explanation. 10:32 p.m., at first the police thought that was when the phone depleted. Years later, they re-examined the data, and apparently the phone did not turn off at that time. Also at 2:32 p.m., defense expert Stacey Eldridge said that headphone jack was removed. She said, quote, "I cannot think of any explanation that doesn't involve human interaction," end quote. Final 2 times are at 4:33. Her phone connected to the tower again and received about 15 SMS text messages. SMS come through the cellular network, and they download messages that were previously sent throughout the day. Finally, 4:34 p.m. was the last operating system event on Libby's phone. Now, I know you guys have said that there's phone data that proves that Richard Allen could not have been the killer. Would you like to discuss that?
Sure, it's right here on your spreadsheet. So if you believe the state, as of 2:32, Libby's phone was where they found it, right? The next day at about 12:15. So if you look at the crime scene pictures, Libby's phone was under her shoe, under Abby's body, from 2:32 or sometime in there after, right? If you believe the state's timeline, the latest that would have happened would have been maybe 3:50 if you believe that Sarah Carbaugh saw Richard Allen on 300. So you've got between 2:32 and, let's say, if he's huffing it 3:50, that seems like it would be a haul to get from there up to, you got to go up the hill and up to 300. So if you look at the crime scene photos, you can't see the phone under the body. They had to move things around to find the phone. So according to state, Rick Allen is gone by 3:50 and he never goes back. So I'm going to disagree with your comment about that this could have been water damage. Their report showed there was no water damage to the phone. And B, that probably would have registered, okay, that they're in a different place on the phone, that there was water damage. So if you believe that the only way to mesh these two events, the state's theory of the timeline and what we know from the phone, is that someone happened upon these bodies at 5:44 p.m. And instead of saying, hey, I found 2 dead bodies, they decided to root around under the bodies, find a phone, plug in some headphones, maybe hang out until 10:32 or come back at 10:32 and unplug the headphones. That incredible dubiosity for that theory to be formed, right?
I agree with that.
That, it's kind of hard to imagine a world or a reality in which that happened. But the cell phone data is a cell phone data. That whether Sarah Carbaugh saw Rick Allen on 300 North, I don't know. We don't have any photos. We don't have any videos. We have what she believes she saw after she's shown a picture of Bridge Guy, right? We also know that the phone didn't connect to the tower for quite some time, from 5:44 on, really. until 4:13 a.m.
4:33, I think.
4:33, I'm sorry, 4:33. And there's really, but the battery was there. So what happened? That, you know, the idea that it was there but not connecting when it hadn't moved and the situation hadn't changed makes no sense. To me, that evidence of one, it's not connecting to the tower, and two, I mean, wired headphones in it shortly after she gets a call from her grandmother that would in effect silence the phone, and then disconnected at 10:32. You know, there's no way to mesh that with a theory that Richard Allen killed these girls. None. He was home. He was home at 10:32. He was home at 5:44.
So my issues with that are they crossed a creek where you can see the following day in helicopter footage, the searchers are up to their waist. So I think it's obvious that the phone could have had some water damage crossing Deer Creek. They get over there, the phone stops moving at 2:32 p.m. It never moves. There's no like app usage, nothing, until 22 hours later when the phone is found under her body, Abby's body. The fact that the headphones registered within milliseconds, less than 1 second after the phone is moving because it's ringing when the grandmother calls at 5:45. To me, that seems totally possible that the phone movement caused some kind of like water down by the bottom of the phone to register as headphones being plugged in. As you guys were kind of upset about that officer taking a break and looking at Google and saying, oh, people are saying online that it could have been water damage. It's undeniable that people online who had an iPhone 6, like Libby, complained years ago that their phones were showing that their headphone jack was plugged in after they had some kind of water damage when there was nothing actually plugged in. So for me, the fact that that headphone message comes within less than 1 second after the phone is moving because it's ringing, to me, that's an explanation about how it could falsely register that somebody is putting in headphones, which, as you said, like it's dubiosity, because like if somebody's standing at the crime scene, they have to be holding the phone within less than 1 second to put that in there when the grandmother calls. And 5 hours later, there's absolutely no movement of the phone. There's no app usage. So to be like, oh, for 5 hours, somebody is standing at the crime scene holding the phone and then just takes it out, doing nothing else. And we know that was at 5:45. The family's out there looking. Mitchell Catrone, the officer, was out there by about 5:30 at the private drive looking. Nobody sees anybody standing at the crime scene holding a phone with headphones. So to me, like this whole idea that somebody's standing there for 5 hours or 3 hours after the murders, randomly plugs in the headphones within less than 1 second of the grandmother calling and the phone actually moving back and forth, it's dubious, as you say.
Because it didn't happen. So
What didn't happen?
you're ignoring that there is no scientific evidence. And here, first, let's talk about this. When we have experts come into court to testify, there are certain standards that have to be met. They have to make sure that the ideas that they're testifying about, you know, are reliable, they're accurate, they can be replicated. And these are very stringent rules that need to be met for expert testimony, okay? And what we don't want is, I mean, we know there's a lot of stuff on the internet, right? Some of it's true, a lot of it's not. And that's why we don't rely on internet searches in criminal cases, especially when you're talking about convicting someone of murder. I mean, in any criminal case, you would someone of murder. I mean, in any criminal case, you wouldn't want that. If you were accused of a crime, you wouldn't want that kind of evidence used against you. Some Apple discussion group? Good heavens. No, that's not the type of scientific evidence that we rely on in court. What we rely on are studies that people have made of these phones. And so there's no evidence of water damage. And had there been water damage, the phone would have logged it, and it didn't. And if you look at the state's reports, it didn't, there's no evidence, even they admit there's no evidence of water damage. And what you're talking about when it's moving, you know, maybe it's jiggling if it's on silent, but it just rings if it's not on silent, so there wouldn't be movement. And I'm not suggesting at all. When I said incredible dubiosity, I meant it's incredibly dubious that someone was out there where the bodies were found with the phone. What I'm saying is the bodies weren't there. That their whole timeline is so jacked up and their whole facts are so wrong, they've got that wrong too.
Remember, tell Tom about the mistake that I think it was Bunner or maybe it was Cecil made when the way that they turned on the phone and the stuff that is eliminated or that comes off of the data, off of the search, so that you can't tell when the phone was turned on or off, for example.
Yeah.
Last thing in, last thing out. And that helps explain, you know, why the phone wasn't there and why it reconnected when the body came back at 4:33 a.m. and then all those SMS messages showed up. So explain that, because you knew that. I felt you knew that very well. And I don't remember which officer plugged it in and did the full extraction or whatever. I don't remember all those details.
Sure. So when Bunner first initially got the phone, he turned it on and did a partial extraction, which removed a lot of data. And then they sent it down later to Indianapolis. So when you do that, you erase some of the data that would have been helpful to have. And the more you do it, the more data is erased. And, you know, I think, it went to a governmental agency, I think in North Carolina. I mean, that phone made a lot of journeys, and a lot of people were trying to look at it. And every time you do that, you destroy some of the evidence. Andy, you asked me about another topic, but now I can't remember what it was.
Well, I think that was just kind of, you know, the 4:33 a.m. is just as important as the 5:44, 10:32 and out. By the way, but before I forget, Tom, what would you say? I understand what you're saying about, you know, about the phone perhaps moving, okay, but it's not connected to the tower. That's another issue, a different issue. But what about the phone out, the aux cord out or the headphone out? What explains that?
So I think a possible explanation, like I said, they crossed this Deer Creek. If Libby had, or even Abby had the phone in Libby's jeans as they crossed, I think there's water damage. On top, the phone is on the ground. On top of that is Libby's sneaker that could have been wet. On top of that is Abby's body that wearing Libby's sweatshirt that could have been wet from crossing the creek, which it was. I mean, they testified at the trial that it looked like the sweatshirt was wet. So I think there could have been over between 2:32 and whatever 5:45, some kind of water. When the phone rings, it causes the water to displace a little bit and register as headphones. 5 hours later, maybe it dried out so that it was not still doing that same message.
Yeah,
Maybes and
But you guys have a lot of maybes too. When I did some other issues, you guys had alternate scenarios.
yeah, no, I understand it.
typically backed up.
Yeah,
And we're into a lot of speculation about, you know, that it's not supported by any evidence. You know, there is no evidence of water damage to the phone. That's a fact.
yeah.
Well, there's no evidence that they were taken away from the scene after 2:32 that you guys just said.
Except
There is evidence, and that's the
Well,
4:33.
tell me, because I have not seen
let
it.
me ask you this. Can we go back to your phone timeline?
You want me to pull it up?
Sure.
All right,
Okay. 2:25 to 2:32.
correct,
2 flights climbed.
correct.
Where did that happen? Did it
So
happen?
from the bridge down to the private driveway is more than 10 feet.
No,
correct.
this is climbed. This isn't going down. This
It's
is
up or down. That's how it,
not. Nope.
Apple Health data, from what I've seen, is either up or a change of 10 feet either way.
No, that's wrong.
I don't know, even if that is true, Tom, it's 70 feet. It's 70 feet from the top of the bridge to where those girls were found. 70.
So you're saying phone data is incorrect sometimes?
No,
I'm saying there's other explanations that those, here's one, the girls never went down the hill. They went along. If you've been on, I know you can't get on that south side of the bridge like we've been able to get there, but if you don't go down the hill, and we don't know what happened right after you hear those words or whatever. What happens if this happened? Yeah, never mind. That looks treacherous. I need you to go straight. If you go straight, it's kind of like a continuation of the railroad tracks. And you've probably seen that on like on satellite or whatever. And you go down that road, and eventually you won't start running into some outbuildings and so forth. And that's more consistent with going up 2 flights or even down 2 flights than 70 feet going down. I mean, you either trust in the data or you don't. If you're going to use it, not you particularly, but anybody that's using it, if they're going to say, oh well, this supports our theory, well, no, it doesn't, because the health data says 2 flights, which is no more than 30. I think we remember confirming that, and it's 70 feet down. So what makes more sense to me is, that under road that goes under the bridge and it meets up at Weber's house. That when you get a phone into a car, it's not going to register movement.
Maybe the 2 flights climbed of at least 10 feet each could possibly be explained if Rick had Abby and Libby start to climb back up to the private driveway, which is over 10 feet above, but then decided to cross Deer Creek, which from standing in the bottom of the creek and then walking up to the crime scene could be 10 feet up the embankment.
And the thing that just gets overlooked a lot because of the phone in, phone out, but before that, we were super excited about the 4:33 a.m. because what that shows to us is, this all hinges upon the state's theory. The phone is under Libby's body or Abby's body from 2:32 p.m. until noon the next day, roughly. Yet it stopped connecting to the tower. The officer, the state trooper who's since passed, but he put out a report, and I can't think of his name.
Blocker.
But what is it?
Blocker.
Blocker says it's 2 options, basically. Either the phone doesn't work or it's out of the area. Well, the phone worked, we know that. So then the other option is it's out of the area, and that's why it's not connecting to the tower. That's a long way to answer your question. Like, well, if the phone wasn't there, then I'm all ears on that. Well, and it sounds like you probably processed some explanation for this, but this is an explanation for sure. And that is, Blocker was correct. The phone got into a vehicle. Somehow it's gone, and then it doesn't move. And then when they come back, it reconnects to the tower.
The girls getting on top of the phone after 2:32 p.m. The phone is north of the creek at 2:32 p.m. It never moves. So if you're saying they were taken away in a car, at what point do they get from wherever to the crime scene?
first, you don't know that the phone was at that location at 2:32.
But it never moved.
Pardon?
There's no data showing it moved after 2:32.
I agree, but I'm not willing to assume that the phone was at 2:32, that the phone was at the location where it was found, on February 14th.
It also didn't go down 70 feet. I mean, these things are,
You're assuming that the phone was at the site where the bodies were found at 2:32, but there's no evidence of that.
Well, we know that the next time it was found was 22 hours later under Abby's body.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't know it was there at 2:32.
There's
The
a whole
phone was
other
still
thing
connected.
about the low battery, and whether or not once it got back, did it get connected? Was there a pulse that was sent out, because they're just sending those out every 15 minutes? There's all these different possibilities of how it reconnected to the tower, but nobody has ever been able to explain, well, what happened between 544 5:44 p.m. on the 13th and 4:33 a.m. on the 14th that would cause it to get all these SMS messages.
Something at 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, and no one has ever answered that question.
Well, what was the last operating system at 4:33? What was there going on there?
It was, I'd have to pull up my data. Apple Music.
Wasn't there some other type of event at that same exact time? She left. Oh, she
I don't know what
disappeared.
happened to her. She used to have all that stuff down. But yeah.
I mean, if they were taken somewhere else, the reception is better out in the open. The phone is under a shoe in the woods, under a body that is experiencing rigor mortis. I've seen videos where people with an iPhone went out to that same crime scene, and the reception was bad.
I think I was trying to find my timeline. I think I accidentally just.
All right, we got you back now. I said to Andy, if they were taken away, the reception is better out in the open road compared to being on the ground with a shoe on top and Abby's body experiencing rigor mortis.
Unless you have it in a bag or there's something that is interfering with the reception.
But it would show movement. The reception isn't dependent upon movement. The phone's going to register movement. It's totally different reception.
Not if it's in the car.
So if they went in a car, how did the bodies get back to the crime scene without the phone registering movement?
Well, if they had not screwed up the phone by the way that they extracted the information and connected it, we would have a lot better knowledge of what was going on in that phone. And that's one of the big problems is there might be an explanation, the low battery. It was a low battery and for some reason it doesn't connect, but then when it gets pulsed by the 15-minute pings and it comes back into the area, that might do it. I mean, nobody, it's not our burden to prove this, but there's definitively problems that that phone didn't connect for 10 hours and then all of a sudden it did. Why do I have to explain that? You guys need to explain why that means the phone was there for 10 hours when it didn't connect. That's a problem. What happens, Tom, if you find out that there is actually a something on the phone data that let's say later on, because they can continue to do extractions, they can continue to look and review the phone data off of Libby's phone. If later on you find out that there is a something that shows up on the phone data that says there was no water damage, would that matter? Would that matter, or would that be then would that be well, that's if the phone, that doesn't mean anything because it's still 70 feet down and there's just all kinds of mistakes here. I mean, at some point in time, because I think that's what's going to end up happening. I think you're going to find out later, perhaps, that, when they start looking at all the data that's on there, they being the state police on a second retrial, that perhaps there's data on there that they didn't uncover. And if it goes to the FBI, then the hope is that some of this missing data actually can be found. And I think I understand what you're saying. I do. And I've not heard anybody say that, by the way, that, oh, maybe the phone moved. And at least that's something. I mean, at least I've heard something now.
Well, I don't just think they crossed a creek. And as I said, the searchers were up to their waist. I think it's a possibility as they're crossing the creek, the phone is going to get some water damage. And actually, like your expert, Stacey Eldridge, a lot of people were kind of shocked that in her affidavit, she said, quote, "I reviewed photos of Liberty German's iPhone 6S taken by the Indiana State Police. The phone does not appear to be wet, dirty, or covered in debris in any of the pictures," end quote. However, a simple look at the photo shows all that's not true. It was wet, it was dirty, and it was covered in leaves.
Yeah, I don't know what photo she was looking at. So it could have been, I don't know that we ever gave her
What you're talking about?
I'm going to show you right now. This is the photo from the crime scene. It shows debris on top. Yeah, I know it's kind of far away, but on the right, there's dirt and there's condensation on the top. And Stacey Elder says there's none of that.
Well, let me ask you, I mean, then you've got some condensation on the top of the phone. You don't know when that appeared. You don't know if it was present at 5:44 or 10:32. This is sometime in the afternoon of February 14th.
Correct.
Then, you know, I guess the question is, and this is what, you know, whether that evidence of an Apple discussion group should have been allowed in. But if so, are you going to rely on what some people say on the internet that has no scientific background, or are you going to rely on scientific data? That's the $1 million question.
I mean, Tom, would you, and I'm not trying to cross-examine you here at all. I really am not, but I'm curious as to whether you thought that was an appropriate thing for the judge to do, just to allow that hearsay upon hearsay. We call it totem pole hearsay. And she allowed that in rather than what I think should have been an easy decision. I mean, I don't know a single judge that would have allowed that in. I mean, I might know judges that would say, you know what, this is a big deal. This is a big issue, and we're going to end for the night, and we're going to get to figuring this out. But I'm not going to let a Google search on a 15-minute break get into evidence. That's not going to happen under my watch as a judge, especially when I'm the judge that won't let third-party suspect evidence in. I'm going to be fair to both sides. And I think it's outrageous that she allowed that in. I mean, it's just crazy outrageous. Yet that's what the cards that we were dealt with this particular judge, and how she treated both sides.
I agree with the frustration. I don't know exactly what normally is allowed.
Yeah.
Obviously, a Google search doesn't sound too expert. However, on the opposite side, there is no denying that certain people have said they got their phones wet and their phones was saying there was a headphone plugged in when it was not. I mean, that's just what people said with that same iPhone 6. So
did they say plug out? Did they
I don't know
also
at what point they were able to fix that message, but there were people online saying, help, I got my phone wet. It's saying my headphones are plugged in. How do I fix this?
One theory, though, it would also say head plugs out because it dries up or whatever.
I did not see that part, but I just saw people looking online for help because their phones got wet. It was saying that headphones are plugged in. They didn't know how to get rid of it.
Well, it's a scary, scary thought that that kind of evidence comes in and we can convict people on that. Everyone's terrified of that.
And again, I think it's the difference between us thinking like lawyers and you thinking about, I'm just trying to figure out the truth here of what happened, and this is an explanation for it. I don't even buy the explanation, by the way. I don't outside of the realm of the law, I just don't buy the explanation. It just doesn't make sense to me, you know, because now we're talking about, well, this Apple Health group, but where's the person that says, and maybe it's on there, I don't know. Hey, it's showing that there's a headphone in, but now that it's dried up, it's now showing headphone out, you know, and that would make sense. The headphone out is a problem for me, just as a human being, without any knowledge of anything. Like, I can see, you know, maybe if water does that, there's some people that think that, but where's the headphone out?
But I understand your points are valid, but what is a scenario that somebody is plugging in headphones into Libby's phone, nothing else happens for 5 hours, then they plug it out? Like, what is the scenario? What's the point?
I'm in Brad Weber's outbuilding, and I know that there's people walking around. I'm in the woods and we're hiding, and I think people are walking around, and the phone rings and I'm worried, and I just pick it up and I plug it in right away. It's not a big motion. And
why not turn the phone off completely to turn it off, to stop it from ringing?
They didn't think about it.
Or it's faster to plug in headphones.
Yeah, I never thought to plug it. I thought that it was on silent. I mean, any number of things. You know how many people, I was in Judge Gall's court during one of the hearings, and I thought that my phone was on silent, and it was in bag, and it went off, and I was like, oh man, that guy's in big trouble. And then I realized it was coming from behind me, you know, there could be people out there that think, okay, I think the phone's off. Back in those days, I think the iPhone had a little thing that showed it was on or off. And you could think that it's off, but then it's on, and then you have to plug it in to turn it off. And again, I'll say it again, because they screwed up at the very beginning in extracting this phone, we don't know what the last I don't know what's the right phrase, Jennifer, what the entries onto the log sheet, is that a correct way to say it? When they do an extraction, the things that are missing because they didn't do it correctly, and they admitted this. This is not like we're making this up. You know, could it have been off? Maybe it was off. Maybe they then turned it back on right before when they got there. Oh, we'll turn it on, or there's these things. They create a lot of problems for people like me, and in terms of it's on, it's off, who was holding on to it. I just don't believe the phone was there from 2:32 until.
But Mitchell Catrone testified that after 5:30, he looked in those outbuildings and didn't see anything.
No, he didn't. He didn't go in. He walked around.
Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize. I know that there was reference that he went to the outbuildings, and they asked if he had asked Weber if he could go in the outbuildings, and Weber said he didn't specifically say he could.
Yeah.
So I'm not thinking.
There are other properties around there as well.
Well, there's no data showing them walking from an outbuilding back to the crime scene.
Well, again, we don't know if the phone was turned off at 10. They unplug it, and then they're like, "Hey, we'll unplug the phone or the headphones." That stopped it from going off. Now we'll just turn the damn thing off, and they turn off the phone.
Well, the phone wasn't turned off until it didn't go off until 4:33, not 10:32.
Well,
it was turned off and on.
Well, the last registered action was 4:33, correct?
Yes. Well, turning off
to the phone in between, and it's not going to log health data if it's in a vehicle.
Well, at some point they would have to get out of the vehicle and walk to the crime scene.
Again, Tom, you got to remember, and I don't want to. I'm not trying to. When they screwed up the phone, when they did whatever it is they did, there's a lot of data that goes missing. They admitted to that. They owned that. And so, for us to kind of wonder, well, this is what it says. Well, that's what it says. Then what did it say before they incorrectly, took the data, plugged the phone in and powered it up? That was one of the problems, is that they powered it up. And then they tried to extract data, and it was either they should have done a full one and they didn't. I think Jennifer had it right. They did a half. They did a little bit of an extraction. They should have done something differently. Otherwise, it loses all this important. Like when you're Richard Allen, and I believe he's innocent. And if he is innocent, he would have loved to have that missing data there to answer some of these questions that you're asking. Like, well, how? I mean, I can tell you're very convinced that phone was there the whole way. I'm very convinced that it was not. And I have my reasons and you have your reasons, but here's what I do know. The police screwed it up. And because of that, my reasons might be right or your reasons might be right, but we're never going to know. And they've owned that and they've admitted to that. Am I saying anything wrong, Jennifer?
No, I mean, I would just loop back to what you said earlier, that the Apple Health data doesn't get it to where it was ultimately found. It just doesn't.
But you admit that there's no actual movement on the phone after 2:32 p.m.
No, I don't admit that because we don't know. The data on the phone is missing, from the way that they unplugged it. So, it appears on the data that it wasn't moved, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't moved. Maybe the phone had been turned off and then turned back on. I mean, we just don't know what's going on for some period of time. And because of the way that they handled their business, there's missing data that could have explained everything. It could have shown, there could have been a data point of phone turned off at, I don't know at what time.
But it was not turned off up until 4:33 a.m. They testified to that.
You don't know that.
There's nothing in the log that showed that it was turned off or any other kind of activity.
Okay, I'm getting.
When they turned it back on.
You were going in and out. Can you repeat that, Jennifer?
It was when they turned it back on, when Brian Bunner turned it back on, that all of that on and off, all of that data went away. So you can't say that for certain.
Yeah.
Well, all of what data?
I can say the last time it was logged on and off. What I can say is that the Apple Health data does not put that phone at the location where it was found on February 14th. It just doesn't. That phone was not there at 2:32.
Where was it?
I would love to know.
Well, how can you say it's not there if you can't say where it was?
Probably with the killer. No, because I came in 7 years later.
But if you're looking at the data, how can you say it was not there at 2:32 and you should have?
Data doesn't support it. If you look at the terrain and you look at the flights climbed and you look at the difference, the Apple Health data does not support the idea that that phone went from the south end of the Monon High Bridge to the location where it was found on February 14th. That's on your timeline.
Yeah, I would just,
Is not that as Andy said, it's 70 feet down. Let's say you want to say flights climbed means it went down. Okay. It's not, it doesn't get you. Maybe it gets you to the access road, but it sure as heck doesn't get you to the creek bed.
But sorry.
What?
But you know at 2:13, the girls were up on the High Bridge.
Yeah.
You know they're found north of the creek. So there is difference there, but where's the data to show that you're saying that they went all over other places?
well, where's the data to show that the data shows that they only went down, like Jennifer's saying, 30 feet at the most, 2 flights. That's
Yeah.
2 flights is 20 to 30 feet. So where's your data to show that they went down to the floor?
That gets you to the access road. And if
Gets
you
you to the access road, that's about 20 to 30 feet.
that gets you to the access road. And if you hit a vehicle into a vehicle, it's not going to record that.
But the phone was never turned off. And if you're saying they were in a car that goes through Delphi where the reception is better.
I think there's a disconnect here that I want to try to clarify. And I think if you watch or read the transcript of Jennifer's cross of both Bunner and Cecil, you're going to learn that they screwed up in the way that they handled that phone. And because of their screw up, that data that would expect to see would be missing. There's data that's missing, and they totally own it. That was one of the things that, that was good about having Cecil on there, was Cecil would totally own that. Like, yeah, we screwed that up. There's data that's missing, and it could be all this data that you are telling us that we should see if our theory is accurate, isn't there. And it's not because of anything Richard Allen did. It's because of what the state police, the onerous government that we're trying to, that has requirements to prove a man's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt before you throw him in prison for the rest of his life. That was their fault, and they own that. And I'm just saying there's a lot of different ways that phone could have been out of the area. Again, Blocker, he thought that, and it's consistent with the Apple data. It's consistent with the 4:33 a.m. SMS messages. And what you're looking for is something that doesn't exist because the state police erased it by the way that they did their business. Jennifer, is anything I just said inaccurate?
No.
Well, how did they erase what happened after 2:32, but what happened between 2:13 and 2:32 is there?
They say that they don't know, that's not in their control. What happens, just data, 100% data left. I'm sorry, Jennifer, go ahead. It's your.
Definitely. There's different logs that track different items on the phone. Okay. So and I can't, I'm sorry, sitting here today, I can't remember how it's logged when the phone is turned off, but it only keeps the last one. So when Brian Bunner turned that phone off on February 15th, that erased the last time it had been turned off prior to that.
I remember that testimony.
Once.
I remember that testimony, but I don't remember him saying it erased back till 2:32 p.m.
I mean, it is, his testimony is what it is. Look at Stacey Eldridge's too. Go ahead.
All of those had already been erased. So all these different events on the phone. So there's an Apple Health. If you look at Chris Cecil's timeline, there are a bunch of different logs um, on the phone. There's knowledge seed, there's movement, there is all kinds of different logs on. Some of them kept for a long time. Some of them only keep the last entry. And so when the Apple phone is turned off, when it's turned off, that erases the time before that it was turned off. So whenever it was turned off prior to Brian Bunner, that erased the time before it. When Brian Bunner turned it off, that erased the last time before Brian Bunner that had been turned off. It doesn't erase all these other logs. It doesn't erase the SMS log. It doesn't erase the joint log. It doesn't erase the container log. It's just that one log. It doesn't it doesn't change the power log. All of these other things on the phone, it doesn't change, but it does change that power log. It only keeps the last one.
But the phone was in use until 4:33, so I have not seen anything that would indicate it could have been turned off before.
Because it was erased. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It wouldn't. It's gone.
But we have phone data at 5:45, 10:32.
All in different logs on the phone, all stored in different areas on the phone.
Okay, admittedly, I don't know as much as you do or the experts, but I appreciate you trying to explain it.
Yeah, I'm not doing it very good.
No, it's okay.
If you look, do you have,
Yeah,
Let me mute Andy if I can.
sorry. Yeah, mute me. I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
Okay, I muted him. I don't have Chris Cecil's timeline, I'm sorry.
okay. So for instance, there is, I'm looking at it now. There is a knowledge seed database. I'm gonna call it a database. I don't know if you really call it a database. There is a revision log. There is a health DB log, a core routine log. I know there's container. So there are all these different areas on the phone that log different types of data. And some will, maybe you've got data that will be in 2 different logs. Okay. But they're kind of responsible for their own area of the phone, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So some of them log forever, some of them log for a while, some of them just log the last one. And so even though it's logging all these different things, and if you look at some of the logs, for instance, it says that there's an SMS message that's come in. Well, it didn't come in at that time.
Mm-hmm.
All those came in at 4:33. So even though it says it did, it didn't. It came in at 4:33. So depending on what log you're looking at, you're going to get different information. And so the one where it is recorded when the phone is turned off, that particular log only records the last time. So even though the phone is getting this, I'm kind of looking at this timeline here. Let me get down to 2:14. So it's, there's power log that it's noting where calls are backgrounded late on the night of February 13th. So even though it's recording things, screen off, it doesn't, it's that power off only records the last one. So when Brian Bunner turned it off on February 15th, that's what was recorded from there on out until the next time. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I think if you just read the transcripts and see what the state police admitted to and what Stacy also said is the problem, then that'll help you understand, because it's still confusing to me. I don't want to pretend that I could be inaccurate in what I'm saying, but I just know that they admitted that things that should have been on that phone were no longer there because of the way the state police handled their business. And that put us at a disadvantage in trying to explain some of these concepts. That's the way I view it. So
knowing what happened.
Yeah. More importantly, what happened.
Jennifer, I know you want to go. Just one last thing about the phone. I understand the data, But there's this whole other thing where there were searchers and just the idea of somebody maybe parking at the cemetery, sneaking the girls down to the crime scene alive. That's some of my issues that I really don't believe that they were taken away from the crime scene. Any final thoughts on that? How they could have been brought back to the crime scene when the searchers were there?
Well, searchers weren't in that area very often. They were over mostly on the west side of the bridge. There were some on the east side, you know, but they weren't out there consistently.
Well, after 2 a.m., nobody was out there after 2 a.m.
Well, I
Yeah.
heard that people were there the entire night searching.
Well,
So
it'd be helpful if that were in any investigative reports or those people came forward in the trial, but they didn't. So we're stuck with what we have. If you put someone in a, you know, for instance, a gator, that's not going to log.
What's a gate?
Okay, I'm an Indiana person, like a little like farm utility vehicle, if you will. I've probably offended a lot of people by calling it that. But you know, like you see them on golf courses, you know, the little maintenance, the groundskeepers drive around in and those types of things. So if they're in,
three-wheelers.
yeah, or a three-wheeler or a four-wheeler or whatever, if they're in any type of moving vehicle, it's not logging that information.
If it's even on.
Yeah, if the phone is even on, we don't know that it is.
Jen, any final comments before you drop off?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate you taking so much time.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
I get I'm passionate about this. I believe in Rick's innocence, and I don't. If I didn't mean to sound dismissive of anything you had to say, and I hope I didn't. Just
No, I appreciate hearing alternate views.
For Rick, but it's really good to hear these viewpoints, and I've been taking a lot of notes of things he said that'll hopefully help in the next trial.
I'll send you this screenshot that I said, and also I'm fine sending you my Word document with my thoughts if you even want to see that.
Yeah, no, I'd appreciate that very much. It's been a good intellectual conversation, and I appreciate that.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Have a happy holiday.
You too, Tom. Thanks.
Yeah, Jay.
Andy, how much longer can you stand me? Let me get Jen off the screen here.
It's so funny listening to both of us and when Jennifer was including her, because we are so entrenched in our belief that Richard is innocent that like we're coming like, and I don't know that I would say you're completely 100% entrenched. Maybe you are, but like we are on both sides, we are presupposing our position. Like, and it's just interesting. Like when you're talking about, well, Rick was on the trails at that time, you're presupposing it. And I'm like, no, he wasn't. And the same goes with the phone that we just talked about. Like, I don't believe that phone was there. There's an explanation as to how all of that happened, but because the phone data, some of that is missing, we're unable to explain it. But again, the legal side of it is we do know that the 4:33 a.m. SMS messages, all of a sudden the phone reconnected to the tower. And I think that's a problem for the state because there's no explanation why. And what I keep hearing back is, well, that's almost like your job. And I'm not talking about you, but I felt that way with law enforcement. It's like when I remember when we when we deposed Chris Cecil, Jennifer and I, we got into a side room. I don't know that I've ever said this. And we felt good about him. Like, man, like this guy he might be an honest broker. We did not feel that way about many of the officers. Like we had to like hold back and strategize and things that I just don't like doing. I'm very transparent. You talk to prosecutors that I deal with, and I'll say, hey, I'm throwing a fastball right down the middle. Let's see if you can, and I'll tell them exactly what I'm going to do at trial because I'm trying to get a case resolved. And I think if I can get them to see my side, then maybe they'll do what I'm asking them to do. And so by the time we get to trial, very often they know exactly what I'm doing. And here I definitely could not do that. You know, we definitely could not do that, especially at some point in time. But with Cecil, that felt different. And I remember Jennifer and I went to the side room and I'm like, should we reveal the 4:33 a.m. problem? Because they had not looked into that. They had not considered it. They had not thought about it. In fact, Cecil had only really up until that point looked at the timeline up till midnight because that was what was important to him. And we were blown away that they had not thought that the 4:33 a.m. problem was in fact a problem. So I remember Jennifer and I were in the site, and I'm like, let's trust him, because the downside of trusting him is that he goes to Holman or the people that we didn't trust and says, hey, Jerry, there's a problem here. This 4:33 a.m. is a problem. And then it's like, we'll fix it. Figure out a way to fix the problem. And any defense lawyer that's been around for a while has seen that happen on suppression issues. Hey, there's a problem here. You write out exactly what the suppression issue is on a piece of paper and the pleading, and then later on, magically, oh, there's some new testimony that we never heard about that solves the problem. We were concerned about that, but we did feel comfortable with Cecil, and I'll say to this day, I feel like he's honorable. And he came in, and when we told him about the 4:33 a.m. in the deposition, I think he was like, whoa, wow, we didn't see that, and what are we going to do about that? And he didn't say that. I think I felt like, I'm going to do something to figure this out, because yeah, I'm concerned about that. And so we told him that, and I thought that's going to be a good fact for us, that this phone somehow reconnected with the tower, when, in spite of the fact that it had been according to the state, under the body for so long. But then it got better with the headphones in, headphones out. And so we really were relying on that, knowing that we could not get the third-party suspect evidence in, knowing that we had nobody to point the finger at, knowing that we couldn't even explain the crime scene. We always felt, and when we were feeling down, when we're feeling overwhelmed, I would say to Jennifer and Brad and others that were helping us, headphones in, headphones out. That's what you got to remember. We're going to be fine. It destroys their timeline. And with a Google search, I would have been interesting to know what would have happened had that not, the Google search, the phone stuff would not have been allowed in. I don't know if the jury would have just said, well, we'll come up with our own way. What do you think?
Well, I don't know that the jury really considered the headphones in and out being either good or bad for Rick. I think the timeline is what made the jury vote not guilty, from what I've heard.
But doesn't the headphone in, headphone out, without an explanation, like water or whatever, doesn't that destroy the timeline?
To me, the fact that the headphones are less than 1 second after the phone rings from Libby's grandmother, to me, like literally milliseconds, it's like somebody has to be holding the phone under 1 second, push it in at the same time after the phone rings. I just can't get past that.
Okay. It's funny how we can think of the same thing in two different ways. I just, it's what makes this job, frustrating, but also enjoyable, the intellectual challenge of it all.
But your theory would have to be that somebody was holding Libby's phone with a pair of headphones. The phone rings, and under 1 second, they immediately, like somebody just standing around holding her phone and holding headphones. Why?
I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know why. I mean, maybe
that's 3 hours after the murder, or the phone stopped moving.
Well, that's what you say. That's where we have to disagree on whether the phone was moving. Again, you either live or die by the apple. I don't want to say it that way. It's arguable that if you're going to cherry pick, not you, but anybody, I'm going to pick the good things that support my theory, and I'm going to ignore the things that don't support my theory. The 70 feet, that's a problem. The fact that they extracted, the way that they reconnected the phone, and because of that, we've lost data. That's an easy way to say it. There's certain data that we lost that might have helped explain things, but we can ignore that and choose to say, well, that doesn't fit with my narrative of what I think happened, and therefore I'm going to ignore the 70 feet. I'm going to ignore the fact that they missed. Or you can say the opposite, which is, I'm troubled by that, and that's what reasonable doubt is. Again, you're looking for truth. You're looking for the killers. You think you found the killer. I'm also looking for the truth in this case. A lot of cases that I don't want to say it's not the case in other cases, You know, sometimes you're like, I think my guy probably did this, but you know, we've got this witness, and this witness kind of stinks, and we can kind of beat her up or him up in a trial, and maybe that'll create some. But yeah, I do. I think the person did it, maybe, but that's not my job. My role is in the system is not to find the truth like the prosecutor's role is. And but in this case, I am after the truth. In this case, I do want to find who killed these girls. I don't believe it's Rick Allen. I don't. I just there's no way that somebody there's for so many different reasons, like we were talking about earlier, Tom. There's no way that one person alone did all the stuff in 17 minutes that they claim Rick did, left a pristine crime scene, then waited around for an hour when the state's theory is that he was freaked out and wanted to get the heck out of there, or that's why he went across the it just doesn't add up for me.
I want to be respectful. You've given me 3.5 hours. I know you have a business to actually do, and you have somebody coming in. Do you want to take a break? And during that break, I will try and cut down my questions to like a half hour and give me a half hour later tonight.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, I want to be respectful of your time too. Let me find out what the status is of the 4 o'clock. I know I have a partner that's going to meet with these people. I don't know that I need to. And then you can kind of, again, I feel like because of the amount of talking that I do, that I've monopolized your questions and the kind of the things that you wanted to cover. And I don't want that to be the case. I want you to be able to ask the questions. And you've done a great job of getting a lot of good questions. And really, I could see them like imagining how they slice this thing up on whatever YouTube channels or however that whatever is out there that you know people will send me. Oh, look, you're on Twitter, and there's you look like an idiot or whatever. And I'm imagining as I'm sitting here talking like, oh, that probably just came out of my mouth is probably talking about the prosecutor or the judge or whatever. But I want you to be able to have your questions answered the way asked so that I can answer them. So yes, can we reconvene at maybe 4:30?
Either.
Back.
All right. I'll try to make this as quick as possible.
You're good. Do your thing, man.
So I tried to go through and narrow down my most pressing questions. So regarding the way that Rick drove to the trails, I know that the discovery included videos from local businesses. Did any of those businesses capture the main street of Delphi where Rick would have gone based on the route that you said he did?
We are unaware of. We wish that that video existed, and you can bet your bottom dollar, Tom, that if the state of Indiana had any video that showed him traveling westbound on 300 North, or if there were like ring door cameras or whatever along that route that he would have had to take 4.5, 5 miles out of his way. Again, doesn't make sense. That would have been shown. And we would have loved to have, because we fully would expect to see Rick on camera going through town. There's one of these things that you may have heard about, that there was a gas station that had some
Marathon.
yeah, the marathon station, and then that's all missing. I never really talk about that, but there's a whole missing like treasure trove of things that were on a presumably, I mean, we never even saw what vantage point the camera was at from this marathon, but I think it was the same route that Rick would have taken, and that's missing as well. So
Based on the list of businesses I saw, they had like brick and mortar, the library, and the bank. So you're saying that none of that you saw captured that main street, which would have shown people driving?
I just don't remember right now. I remember that there was a video dump of something, and what we concluded was this doesn't really show anything, and it seemed like it was hours upon hours upon hours of nothing that would have been of any value to us. And if I'm wrong, I mean I'll own that, but I don't think so. I mean, I wish. Here's what I would think if I were wrong on that, then the state would have produced the evidence and said, here it is, jury, Rick Allen's car never went through this direction, and you'll see it with your own eyes. Unfortunately, you could actually even get a detective, I suppose, to get on the stand and say, we watched from, whatever, 10 a.m. all the way up until whatever time. And that presumably we would see the car also going back home. So,
Well, my theory, which of course is just a theory, I think he knew he had to go the back way so he would see if anybody was parked at Mears first before he gets to CPS. Then when he leaves, he knows he can't go back to past Mears because the family is out there and there's other cars. So he went Hoosier Heartland Highway, which does not have any kind of cameras. So he knew he couldn't also go through town. Hoosier Heartland Highway, he could presumably go pretty fast. That's my idea why he's not going home past Hoosier Harbor Store camera.
yeah, I mean, for that to be, that's a lot of thinking. Then that kind of goes against what you just said, kind of goes against what the state's theory is. Doesn't mean that your theory necessarily could be the wrong theory. I just don't buy that for a lot of different reasons. One is I don't know who notices the camera on the Hoosier Harvest Store. It took me a minute to even find it when we went past there, and I think it's in the same location.
Mhm.
And if you are really planning something out, you just don't want to be on camera at all. And the better approach would be if you were actually thinking like a killer that's going to do this intentionally, and that there's camera on the Hoosier Harvest Store, then I would presume you would go in through town, park at the CPS, walk by the Mears lot, which you can see, as because you've been there, you can see the Mears lot as you're going down the trail. It's like a 30-second walk or something. And you can see it with your own eyes, and you can see if there's a vehicle there. So I think, Rick would be able to see if if it would, whoever killed those girls. Again, I always worry that this stuff is going to be like when I'm on these shows, and I only do really one other show, at least for a long time. I always worry like when that this stuff gets chopped up and say, oh, he believes that Rick Allen did this. And I'm just going with your premise here. I'm also worried, by the way, that you're going to ask a question and I'm going to ponder it like, oh, let me think about that. And then it's going to be a meme like, oh, here's a 5-second GIF or whatever those things are called. And it's going to be Andy Baldwin got caught, he got caught, Tom caught him. And I know you don't operate that way.
Yeah, I don't do any selective editing. Don't worry about that.
I know that you won't do that, but others might.
Yeah.
But whatever, it's fine. But I think Rick, if it were Rick, he could have walked by there and said, okay, there. In fact, I think he said, I walked by there and I did or didn't see cars. I don't remember what
He did say he walked past there. And this is one of my issues where I think he's guilty, frankly, is because he said he saw a sedan and an SUV at Mears. But either timeline from noon, Betsy testified she was the only person parked at that Mears lot. And she walked by there, like I said, about 7 times. So she was only that she has an SUV.
Yeah.
But she never saw a sedan. And one thing that I think is huge that that the prosecution said, Rick mentioned a van. So to me, the fact that he described at Mears a sedan and an SUV, however, he used the term van, which Brad Weber owned, to me, I know you think that there's some other like things going on with Dr. Walla.
Sure.
But to me, just the specificity of saying a van during the crime is something that I find to be suspicious about Rick.
And I think you're saying 2 different things. One is on the day that Rick is saying that he saw both a sedan and a vehicle, and that doesn't seem in your mind to be the case.
Factual. Yeah.
I mean, again, it doesn't, even if, okay, let's say that we're going with a timeline that you believe in. And so I just think that we're off on 2 different worlds there. I'm in the world where the timeline is earlier, and you're in the timeline where you believe the state's case, and that's fine. But then you also have this kind of added thing, which I think I'm not saying this in a bad way, but where you're saying if Betsy were there, she was there at 12:02 or whatever the time was. Well, Betsy's not next to her car the entire time. For one thing, I would say is like, If she's out on the thing, she doesn't know who parked there and then left before she did. Maybe they parked there for a second, if that's even Rick. And we're not even if that's what Rick really saw. And then the other thing is, I don't remember when did he say that? Was that in the October 13th interview?
It was October 13th. He said to Mullen and Liggett, there may have been a sedan and SUV at the Mears lot.
Yeah, and again, I understand that. This is why people should not talk to the police. This is what I tell people all the time, because they can take out of context. You could go in and say, yeah, I wasn't there that day. I actually was somewhere else. And then you're just mistaken. But now all of a sudden you're a liar. And when you're trying to give police help, I can see a scenario where you're like, okay, I think in my mind, maybe I did see something there. And if this helps them, then I'll say it. I might be inaccurate. And what you should be saying is, listen, guys, I could be totally off on this. I don't remember what time. I don't remember the exact what I saw, but I'm going to go from my memory, and my memory's flawed. And if you say it that way, then you don't have to worry about what happened here, which is taking his words and using them against him, which is why nobody should ever talk to the police ever without a lawyer present. And even then, in our firm, we really don't let you talk to the police even then, because they slice and dice what you say and do exactly what we try to do in deposition work, by the way. We're going to pounce on you when you say something that's inaccurate, or something that you're just, I love when there's diarrhea of the mouth, like I am prone to. But I like that in a deposition. Believe it or not, I actually sit there and just, oh, okay. And then what happened? And let them talk. Because when they're talking, somewhere in there, I'll be able to pick out 2 or 3 words or a sentence that we can build a whole case around, because we take it, I don't want to say we take it out of context, but they might have been mistaken, but it doesn't matter to me. We're going to use that against you, just like the police do. So I understand what you're saying about the concerns you have. And as it relates to the white van, yes, I am all about, this whole white van thing was happened with Dr. Walla, who is a admitted I don't know how she would phrase it. She's a Delphi fanatic. And when what's the detective that got up there and said that he knows Richard voice? Harshman, yeah. Harshman basically, I don't want to say he lied under oath, but when Harshman got up there, he was very, very loose with the facts. And it was important for the prosecution, I think, to convince the jury that the white van or conversations about a white van were never out there on the internet. And so Harshman, and again, everything that I'm saying is going from memory of a trial, that I'm in the middle of trial. So I'm going to tell you that you can go back and look at the record. Always look at the record over what anybody says, including me. But my memory is that Harshman said something along the lines of, there was never any discussion in any chat groups or anything on the internet about a van or a white van.
Well, no, he said in the discovery that Rick was given.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, I'd have to go back and hear that, but my memory is not that there was nothing in the out there on the internet or whatever. And if he said discovery, it still doesn't stop me from saying this. If you are Walla and you are on these chat groups and you're paying attention and you're all into it and you're getting on the bridge, and all of a sudden Rick is your client, that's troubling to me. Like, you should have the integrity to say, this is not the case for me. I don't want to get involved one way or the other when I have a fascination with this case. Having said that, she did get on. And then once you're on, then try to have integrity. The notes are missing. She shredded the notes. And all it takes is her to sit there. We don't know what happened. Hey, Rick, I've heard that there was a van out there. Is that what happened? Did you get freaked out because you saw a van? There was a white van, and yeah, that's what happened. If he even said that, she could make it up out of whole cloth. I don't know, because there's a lot of stuff that was videotaped, including and audio taped, including my own visits with Richard Allen, our client. Something else that nobody seems to care about, that our attorney meetings were tape recorded. I would presume that upsets a lot of people, but yet nothing's being done about it. Nobody's talking to the Department of Corrections, but that was videotaped. Where is Walla's videotaped discussions? There's videos around there. They had handheld video cameras, I know, because that's what they used to videotape my interactions with my own client. and Brad's client. So, yeah, I understand the van is a big deal to a lot of people, but that's my answer is there's some bad people out there and we don't know. Even if Walla was not trying to do bad things, she might have been trying to solve the crime, in saying that. So, and I understand why you could be like skeptical of that, but
Well, just to clear up in Rick's defense, people got this messed up online. He supposedly said van, not specified white.
thank you for saying that.
Okay.
Brad always got mad at me because I'd say white van. He's like, it's van, not white van, Andy. So yeah, thank
But
you.
did you flat out ask Rick, did Dr. Walla ever tell you anything about a van?
I don't know if we ever said that. We tried to stray away from asking questions that when he's in that state that he was in. For example, I wanted to say something about the Odinism stuff. But what I was concerned about when he has Odin guards there that are, as you know, guarding him, and that's not up for debate. That is a fact that I thought, is something going on here? Is his life in danger? And if he's out there, if we tell him that information and then he's lost his mind and he starts talking about it, is he in danger? So we hid that from our client, the Odin stuff, and we hid it from the DOC until the Franks memo came out. That's when it was revealed that we knew that there were Odinist guards, and we were worried about Rick then. But I believe, and I could be wrong, and I think it might be in a Max Baker affidavit that was filed in the Franks, but Rick did bring up something about Odinism on his own without us talking about it. Like those guards that wear those patches said something. And I don't know if it was really bad or anything, but it was like, we didn't bring that up. I didn't bring that up. And then one of my concerns along the whole, what was going on at the prison was, you know, especially on April 3rd. April the 3rd is the day that the so-called confessions came out. And it's talked about in the appeal that was just filed. And in it, by the way, as a side note, Judge Gall would not let us bring in, for context, there's a doctrine of completeness. It's a legal concept. And it's so that the jury doesn't hear only the bad thing, but can hear something that puts it into context. And we weren't able to hear the first, at least the first, if not the first two phone calls that Rick made to his stepfather that really would cause you to know that he wasn't right. He wasn't thinking correctly. They just played the one that went right into the confession. And that was something that's the Court of Appeals is going to have to deal with, because we should have been able to do that. But once again, the defense was not allowed to bring something in to tell their side of the story. And the prosecution was able to bring in something to put on their side of the story. You're going to hear me whine about that because it's not whining, it's actual truth. I mean, we just weren't able to put our case out there. Now, why was I talking about, I was talking about the April 3rd. Rick continually was like, where's my wife? I mean, I'm telling you, firsthand account of this. Brad and I are in the room. Where's Kathy? Where's Kathy? Is she okay? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I want to hear her voice. And then I called the captain, or there was a guard outside, and he went and got the captain. The captain came by, and I said, I have a phone here. Can I just put Kathy on so he can hear her voice? Because we were telling Rick, she's fine. We just talked to her, Rick. Well, Captain Beck came back and said, no, you can't, which it's hard for me to understand. But there's rules and regulations and all that kind of thing. Seems like an easy way to solve a problem, but they wouldn't let us do it. But Rick kept saying, is she okay? Is she safe? That kind of stuff. And so the image that you get was, and then you can hear it. And I think there's one audio, Tom, I don't know if you've heard this, was that okay? There's the very end of one of these so-called confessions, Rick says something to somebody off, and it's something like, was that okay? And so what that could amount to is a theory out there that, hey, Rick, if you don't just say that you did this, your wife's going to be hurt. That's what you could take all those pieces and come up with that. That's conjecture, but it's based upon you know, things that I actually witnessed firsthand.
Well, in Dr. Wall's defense, this might be what you're talking about. On May 10th, Rick called his wife, and apparently he told Dr. Walla, I want you to hear what I'm going to tell my wife. I compared the audio of Rick telling his wife to Dr. Walla's notes, and her notes were accurate. So I have to like stick up for her that I have not seen anything where she's like trying to be out to get Rick to be found guilty.
Yeah, that's one example of something. I mean, I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, but the notes from the van, the van that's not recorded, and you know,
But there
I
were
don't know what happened.
phone calls where he's describing to his mom and his wife saying, I'm guilty. So it's not really that hard for me to believe that he also told Dr. Walla. I felt like one of the most powerful days at the trial is one after another, one guard saying, I felt like Rick was faking it. And here is what he told me about being guilty. That was very powerful to me sitting
If you believe those guys, I don't believe hardly any of them.
You're saying like 8 different security officers,
Yes.
and they're lying.
Yes. I'm saying they're if they're not lying, they're they are on show. They are in a trial. They are now, the Department of Corrections has been assailed by us. These guys work for the Department of Corrections, and they, you know, am I saying they're lying? Okay, lying is a charged word. I think you can remember things a certain way, and they should never have been able to give their opinion about whether or not he's faking it or not. That's ridiculous. But yeah, am I saying that, you know, that those guys came in and gilded the lily in the favor of the Department of Corrections? I think it's a natural thing to do. I think it's a very natural thing to do.
But I mean, there's no denying there's 8 phone calls where he's telling his wife and mom the same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
it
no
is what it
denying that,
is. There's also tape recordings early on of him saying, again, it's whatever the tape recording says. I'm just telling you what I remember about it is, hey, I don't want Kathy to have to go through all this. Maybe I ought to just plead guilty or admit to this or whatever, something along those lines, just to be done with this. He said that to I don't know if it was the stepfather. I don't remember. I think it was the stepfather, and we weren't able to play that, of course. And so, you know, what was he? Why was he saying that stuff? You know, why did he say that I shot the girls in the back? Why did he say that I molested my daughter? You know, I don't know why he's saying those things.
But it was over 10 months to a variety of people, and even at Cass County Jail, after he left Westville, he said that he killed Abby and Libby.
Yeah, he's permanently messed up, man. You know, Rick Allen is permanently messed up because of a so-called safekeeping order where they threw this innocent until proven guilty man into a cell and away from his wife of 30 years, and people were yelling, child rapist, kill yourself, Rick Allen, all that kind of stuff. So I take with a very big grain of salt anything about those so-called confessions. I just do.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about that. Obviously, him going to Westville is an issue. Somebody who's arrested, they go to a county jail. Not until after you're convicted are you supposed to go to a prison. But this is a huge case. He's accused of killing 2 kids, and he, as you have said, he's short. So do you think it was wise to put him in a cell with anybody else, or to allow him out into general population where he might be physically assaulted?
Let me tell you something, Tom. There are many ways to solve problems. Okay. And in today's world, one of my major concerns with my own children and with anybody, people, lawyers, is they have no problem solving skills. Okay. Was this 2 options? Option 1 is we put Rick in and keep him in the county jail in Carroll County and expose him to people where that could possibly be a problem. Or option 2 is we take him to Westville and throw him in a cell and solitary confinement and violate a bunch of rules and all that. Those aren't the only options. You know, Brad Rosie, he was very passionate about Rick's circumstances, more so than I was. I was like focused on other stuff, and Brad's like, he's deteriorating there. We got to get him out of there. Brad Rosie had the Cass County sheriff's, the elected, I think it was the elected sheriff, or at least the jail. I can't remember. I think it was the sheriff who's in charge of the jail, say, it's not my preference, but yeah, we have a new jail where we can put him in and there's not going to be any problem at all. And we can handle that. Okay. Now, that was, I think, admittedly after Rick had made statements, yet, I think, yet, can we solve that problem? Okay. We all agree that Rick was, it wasn't the ideal of circumstances for anybody. So now we have a way to solve the problem. Let's send him to Cass County. What's beneficial about that? Well, he's going to be a 30-second walk, literally, from Brad's office. He's going to be apart from everybody. That's the way it was going to go down. It was a kind of a newer area with mental health concerns, but he had a day room that he could go into, and he's not going to be in a completely solitary confinement situation. Is the way that I understood it. He's going to have interaction with other people. All right. Well, here's what Judge Gull said. After she did not allow Robert Baston, well, it depends on who you believe. Here we go again, right? You've heard me complain about this, I'm sure. But hey, I complain about it and nobody does a daggone thing about it. Somebody lied or somebody reported something that is inaccurate. I try to be as gracious as I can, but Judge Gull knew in June of 2024, no, three. Yeah, thank you. That her claim is that when Tobe, let me set this up for everybody who doesn't know, okay? We were having a hearing, a safekeeping hearing to get Rick out of Westville and into Cass County for a much better situation. We had written that Rick was in a bad place, and we believed bad things were happening to him, and we wanted him out of there. So we're having a hearing on that. One of our witnesses was a guy named Robert Baston. Now, Robert is in there for child molesting. So he's got innate, anybody that's a prisoner has innate credibility issues if you're a prosecutor. Yet these are the people that we have to work with, because these are the people that are there watching Rick Allen in the same area. And Robert Baston had written a letter, I believe, to the court and maybe to us, I don't remember which. And he said, Rick Allen's being mistreated in there. And here's some specific things that have happened to Rick Allen while I've been in there here watching this. So we subpoenaed Robert Baston to come to this hearing, right? And the purpose of this hearing, again, was to get Rick out of there. So we had to prove, at least, I don't think, a lot of judges would have just solved the problem without the need of a hearing, okay? But this judge wanted to have a hearing. So we're going to have a hearing. We're going to bring in Robert Baston. He's going to be one of our witnesses. Subject to cross-exam by Nick McClelland, subject to direct exam by us, and then the judge can gauge whether she believes what he's saying or not. There could also be some, perhaps, video that we didn't have at that time that could back up what Robert was saying, or not back it up. Regardless, we subpoenaed him in the proper way. We get to the hearing, we're told, oh, Robert Baston's not going to come there. He was acting up and he didn't want to come to the hearing, and what we were told was that Judge Gull said that he didn't need to come. How did that happen? Well, Tobe Lesenby, the sheriff, he was the sheriff at the time the girls were murdered, but by this time he's a second or third in command or something, the chief deputy sheriff or whatever. And Tobe Lesenby wrote a report. I think the hearing was supposed to be did happen on June 15th. We get a report that's, I think, prepared the 19th, and it's Tobe Lesenby saying something along the lines of, we tried to pick Robert Baston up. This is the way they do it. They go to the DOC, they bring their county police, they get him, they bring him, put him in the car, take him, bring him back, and bring him back to Westville. We were there. The Carroll County Sheriff's Department people there learned that Baston, they claim at least, Baston was not wanting to leave and he was acting up. So we called Judge Gull's office, and eventually we were told that if Robert Baston doesn't want to leave, then keep him there. You don't need to take him. Okay, that's what the report of Lesenby said. All right. Well, about a year later, they're close to, we got I filed a motion to get Judge Gall kicked off the case for, 1,000 different reasons. One of those was that Judge Gall had told our own witness that Carroll County sheriffs did not have to pick him up. All right. Judge Gall's response to that was, I never said that. Tobe Lesenby made that decision. That's a folks, that's a mind blower. I mean, that's a big deal, because later on, Judge Gall then said, you guys didn't produce any evidence that Richard Allen is being treated poorly. In fact, the only evidence I have is that Richard Allen is being treated better at Westville than he would have been in the county jail. And for this, I say, shame on you, Judge Gall. Shame on you. Did you go home when you saw the actual videos of the way Richard Allen was being treated and the circumstances that how he was living? Did you go home and think, oh my gosh, when I said that he was being treated better and they were better, living conditions, I was way off on that. And I feel really awful about that. And plus, Brad Rosie was called a liar by Nick McClelland, and Judge supported that, it looked like. And it is sad. And then and kind of wrapped around all that is this whole Baston thing where Judge Gall, I'm not going to tell you what I believe happened, but once somebody is not telling the truth, who has the motive to lie in that scenario? Tobe Lesenby, who's taken a report and going to blame the judge? And that's going to come, or Judge Gall. If I were Judge Gall, I would be so irate at Tobe Lesenby for putting out a report that mischaracterizes or flat out lies about what the judge said, and I would have a hearing on that. I can guarantee you if the defense had done something like that, she would have had a hearing on that. But that's not what happened. Instead, a year later, we learn about it. And so according to Judge Gall, Tobe Lesenby lied to her. Well, guess what the Franks memos and the motions to dismiss need? We need to show that the police officers lied, that they are up to no good, that there are shenanigans going on. And this would be an example of that. So Judge Gall had a requirement to let us know that back in June of 2023 that, hey, I got this report. Andy, this report is not right. Tobe Lesenby is not telling the truth. We need to have a hearing on that. But that's not what happened, and nobody cares. But I think, I can't remember why we got started on that topic. I'm terrible at going on tangents. Give me some guidance here, Tom.
I don't even remember.
I was talking about just the situation. Just to finish it, Rick was in a terrible situation, and it's just awful. And I know you couldn't see necessarily the videos that were playing, and that was also a weird thing. Like, people were complaining that Libby, we the defense asked for that to give Rick some, he's naked in some of those, eating feces and stuff. The Abby and Libby crime scene photos were available for everybody to see because the screen was pushed farther back. And had Nick come over to us and said, hey, we'd like this to be unavailable really for the public to see because it's embarrassing. I'm mixed on that. Partly, I believe that transparency should require that in a court of law. But the other part of me would have had a heart to say, you know what, I'm not going to object to that. I'll let the judge make the call on that. But that was the whole thing. I remember people complaining about Rick's videos not being able to be seen. Part of me wishes those were seen also, just so that people could see how horrible the scene was.
Now, you wrote in the emergency safekeeping order that you met with Rick March 24th, 2023, and that he seemed to be fine according to your report. So why was he fine for the first 4 months? And then what happened between March 24th and April 3rd?
Yeah, I would say fine this is again one of those moments where if you're trying to be completely accurate, what I would have said is Rick was not nearly as bad as he was on April the 3rd. He was fine, but comparing him to November, whatever, 22nd or whenever the first day I met him, he was not as good as at November 22nd. But I can tell you, because I was there on that day, March 27th, or was it the 24th? We were having what I would label a very normal conversation. He had lost weight. He looked did not look good. He was not as impressive in terms of his way of speaking and so forth. It was less normal than it was back in November, but I'd say for the most part, it was a pretty normal conversation. In other words, I was asking him questions and he was answering, or I was telling him what's going on and he was answering or asking questions. And he wasn't completely like out of it, like on April 3rd. He was a completely different guy on April 3rd. So, yeah.
Now, the guard said after he got his legal discovery, that is when he changed. Can you describe exactly what he was given? And one of the things I was not looking forward to at the trial, but anticipating, I thought the prosecution would maybe sync his prison cell video with his confession calls to show how he acted before, during, and after those calls. I think it's important for the jury to see.
Yeah.
Can you describe like how active he was in reading his own discovery?
I have no idea other than what the video showed. The video showed him, I think, ripping it up and stuffing it down the toilet. But that again, the video speaks for however the video speaks. There was, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of pages of discovery that we could have given him. I remember that the discovery we gave him was maybe 1,000 pages. And what was it? I don't know. I just, it was like we went through it, and a lot of it I remember telling him, Rick, you're going to read a lot of this, you're not even going to understand. Like it's like CAD reports or something. I'm sure there were some narrative reports. What were they? I don't know. And then it was the way that the Department of Corrections handled that was very weird to me, because they had said they were going to make a copy for us. They had a copy machine there, and I was like, we'll just sit here. It's not going to take that long. I mean, I don't know. It's like that high of stuff. I don't know. And they're like, no, we're not. We'll make a copy and you can pick it up. And my memory is we asked and they never turned it over to us. So when people have asked, like, what was the discovery you gave him, I have to say, honestly, I don't remember. I just don't know what was in there. And that could matter to people because they might, it could help either side out depending on what's on there, and you can make arguments about, well, if it was if there was a van in there, then that would help the defense out. Well, I can't say that there was a van in any of that discovery. I think there was a van mentioned in discovery, by the way. I think there was in some of the stuff off of the hard drives. Okay. But I can't say, and I would say it's unlikely that what I gave him had any van stuff in there. Okay. But did it have stuff about sticks on the girls? I'm pretty sure it did. At a minimum, I'm sure that I talked to Rick about that as soon as I looked at it and saw what is that? That is weird and eerie. And I'm sure that the next time I saw Rick after I got those crime scene photos, I was like, there's this weird thing going on with these girls where these sticks are arranged in a certain pattern and it just looks weird. And that's before I knew anything about Odin or Norse paganism. It was plainly obvious to me that it was a bizarre crime scene. And then I heard later on that the prior prosecutor, Robert Ives, he had done a podcast or something after he'd left and said, yeah, there were signatures left behind. That's what Ives said. And because it's very obvious. And when I asked Jerry Holman in his deposition, hey, Robert Ives said this, what do you think about that? He's like basically disrespecting Robert Ives, like Robert Ives doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. And it's just, again, it's intellectual dishonesty. Like what you should say is, yeah, that was weird. It did look strange. I can understand why Robert Ives thought that, but in the end, we don't think that is what you think that it is, Andy. There's never a conversation. It was like gaslighting me. That you're the crazy one, Andy. What you see with your eyes, you're not really seeing. So Robert Ives saw it. And then we tried to depose Robert Ives and we were shut down. And ultimately we just gave up on that. It was one of the battles it wasn't worth waging.
So my next section is about the sticks and the formation. And I think if you like put any two sticks on top of each other, anybody could say they can kind of see any kind of symbol or pattern.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's agreeable, correct?
Yeah, I agree.
And I agree that it's, if he's trying to cover the bodies, why did he not use any leaves as opposed to just like 3 and 4 sticks? So I'm kind of confused about why he didn't use leaves, but he did say that in one of his confessions that he did cover them with branches.
Yeah, I mean, he was aware of that for sure. There's no question Rick was aware of that fact. Now, we didn't really understand. I'm trying to think about the gun. I don't know when Rick learned about the that the girls' necks were sliced by, and up until trial, it was likely to be, or at least possibly to be, a serrated edged knife number 1 and an unserrated edged knife number 2. And then all of a sudden that changed with Dr. Core getting on the stand, which is just shameless and an outrage that he came up and did what he did. But the shuck and jive show that he did was, oh shucks, I was in my garage and I looked over there in my wood shop and I saw this. Come on. I mean, he knows that they claim that Rick had said, and maybe, I don't know if it's in a note or in a video, I can't remember which, something about a
Box cutter.
box cutter. And that's, what Core never said, never issued a supplemental report and said, hey, I was wrong on that or anything. It's just so convenient. It's laughable and embarrassing. But anyway, we were talking about what, Rick,
we're talking about the sticks.
the sticks. Yeah, Rick definitely knew that there were sticks on the girls and that they were arranged in a weird way. So there's, I'm not at all surprised that in one of his confessions, to give it some validity, he said that. But yeah, to me, the sticks, I don't want to be this like guy that says this, but because you may not agree with me, and there are the others that don't, and I respect you big time because you're a truth seeker. To be intellectually honest and to say that those sticks are a covering trying to hide the girls that's a step too far for me. I don't see how anybody could think that. The arrangement on Abby is one stick upon another stick upon another stick, and they're all like fulcrumed, almost like in a way that you had to intentionally arrange it that way. I just don't. Even Nikki Robertson, the FBI, I think agreed with that. She's out at Ron Logan's place looking for Odin or Norse paganism stuff. Because of that, she admitted that in a deposition. What's interesting about Libby, and I've said this before, and it's a little awkward to talk about because I don't want it stinks to have to talk about it. But the way that the sticks were arranged, or the branches, if you want to call them that, or the whatever you want to call those, there's 2 that run across right where her genitalia is this way. Like they meet here and then they go out that way. They meet and then they go out that way. Come on. I mean, that's intentional there. You don't throw sticks on somebody and they happen to land in that pattern. Okay. And so then the question is, if you think that it's Rick Allen, why is he, because you said it a second ago, again, it's so interesting to listen to a guy that actually believes that Rick is guilty, and it's refreshing in a way because I get to peer into your brain a little bit. But you said, well, Rick, why didn't Rick put leaves on her? You were kind of posing that in your brain, and I'm sitting here like, well, Rick didn't have anything to do with this. So when you were saying that, it's just interesting to me how that works. Rick, can somebody explain to me why he would take the time, this guy that's freaked out, that the state said is completely freaked out? Why did Rick Allen take the time to arrange these sticks in the way that he did? Why did he do that? And the answer is because he didn't do it. And somebody else did. And it looks like Norse paganism. That's what they all thought at the beginning. And that's the most likely answer. And, Rick does not have any relationship with Norse paganism, Odinism, any weird cult, nothing like that. And so that's why the crime scene should have been allowed to be talked about. And I will tell you, I would be really surprised if the jury would have come back guilty and not found reasonable doubt if we were able to talk about that.
Well, I did read every word of all of your 4 Franks memos. And my issue is, you did say that with the F tree that you said Libby's blood was painted on, you said that represents Anzus, which represents Odin. And you said there was a, I think it's pronounced Hegel rune on Abbey.
Oh, yeah.
So you said, Hail Odin.
Hmm.
But then after Cicero said that was not an F, that was an L, and Libby's handprint, you changed that into another filing saying that's the Laguz rune.
Hmm.
And it changed, like the Laguz rune is the rune of water, intuition, evolution, and unconsciousness or unconscious. So did your symbolism change from Hail Odin to Hail Water or what? I mean, you've never really said or had an expert say what those runes are supposed to represent.
Yeah, nobody knows. The Purdue professor, Jeffrey Turco, didn't know what those runes mean, but he does agree that there is, and I don't remember the verbiage. I wish I had it in front of me, but look at his statement to Holman. This is likely to be, or words to that effect, a Germanic runic script. Don Perlmutter would tell you, yeah, it's like guys that are new, trying to write Chinese. They're into Chinese. My son was a Mandarin major or minor in college, and you have to know how to do all these things. But if you're not good at it, if you're kind of a rookie, and you think in your mind you know what you're writing down, it doesn't really matter whether or not it's Laguz or Hegel or Ansus. I could be wrong on any of that. Okay, I was making a guess just like anybody, just like Turco did, and he's an expert. But you don't the point gets lost when you're trying to interpret. The bigger point is, was somebody who is into Norse paganism trying to create a runic script? We don't need to know what they were trying to convey. That doesn't matter. And I wish I wish I wouldn't have put my own thoughts on that, because I think it took away ultimately from just the bigger picture, which is they all thought it was Norse paganism at the beginning, or at least it was a good likelihood that it was. They were investigating it. And the reason is because these look like either bind runes or specific runes. And that's all that you need to know. You don't need to try to, it'd be nice if you could interpret it. Maybe it'll give you clues as to the killer is. But as Dawn Perlmutter said in her testimony, something words to the effect of, that's in the mind of the actual killer, the actual people that were involved in the killing. Whatever they wrote, whatever runic script they were making, that was personal to them. And it's not like the alphabet. It's different. And so, no, and the same goes too, by the way, with Reese Davis. It's the same kind of logic here. People are like, well, now are you saying that Reese Davis and Ron Logan are involved after? And it sounds like you were going to touch on that. And the answer is, I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. But if Reese Davis heard from Ron Logan and from Kegan Kline that they were sharing burner phones, and that they were both involved, that's information that the defense absolutely had a right to hear, period. Now, did they have anything to do with it? I have no idea. Is it mutually exclusive from Norse paganism? No. Is it mutually exclusive from the other third-party suspects? No. I mean, we weren't there. We don't know exactly what happened, or is it Elvis Fields? Is he no longer viable? It's not my burden to prove, but I do know for a fact, and I know you will agree with me, we had a right to any exculpatory evidence where Kegan Kline is telling Reese Davis, whether he did or didn't, but if Reese Davis writes it out, then we had a right to see that stuff so that we could do an investigation. And Nick clearly lied to me in February of this year when he said that we gave you everything that we had. And so that's a similar concept as what you're saying. Are you changing your mind about what rune was on the F tree? To me, also the F tree, by the way, that was not a handprint. I mean, it's out. I don't know what this person was trying to say. Was it an F? Was it an upside down L? I saw somebody sent me one recently where it's you can kind of see it, and they overlaid something on it, and it looks like another type of rune. Somebody took time and energy to put that on the tree. And, we know from the Fort Wayne video that, I don't know if that's out there on the internet. It is, that you can see Patrick Westfall, and I'm not saying he did this, whatever, but you do see Patrick Westphal, and he doesn't deny it. He's at the tree and he's doing something with his hands. Okay.
Well, you said in the Frank's memo that he was doing that around the same height as the F tree, and you said that the F tree was around 4 feet off the ground, but he's 6'5", reaching as high as he can, which is like 8 feet.
Yeah, I was wrong on that.
All right.
I realized that later.
And he said he wasn't painting. He said he was doing an offering, like a coin or something like that.
That's fine. He's touching a tree, and we're saying that somebody touched the tree over there with blood, okay? And they're doing an offering, and it's stuff that a jury should have heard. That's what I'm saying. And let the jury, if it's nothing there, what is the state worried about? Why are they worried about it? If they have such a rock solid case, this should all be laughed at. Like, the jury should literally be laughing at us and saying, Rick Allen, beyond a reasonable doubt, was guilty of this crime. That's what a jury should be thinking. And all this other stuff is hocus pocus.
But the jury did vote him guilty.
That they did not hear about all the evidence that we had. Yes, I understand that they did. My point is, if the prosecution, had such a rock solid case against Rick Allen that there's no reasonable doubt that he's guilty, none at all, then why do they care about us bringing in an expert that Nick would probably say is a joke or whatever? Why did he hire his own expert? He had his own Norse pagan expert from Minnesota that he used taxpayer money to pay for. Why did he not let us bring that in? Because he knew that it's obvious. He knew that they would hurt his case because it wasn't a rock solid case. It wasn't even close to that. But without anybody else to point the finger at, I mean, I've seen this in 31 years of doing this. You're up against it. When you don't have a person to point the finger at, you're in trouble.
But officers Click and Murphy testified at the third-party hearing in the summer 2024. They could not place any of those odorous at the crime scene. So how would the jury think that it was odorous at the crime scene if these two officers are saying we can't place any of them here?
Yeah, I mean, I think Judge Gold and apparently a lot of other people expect a videotape to exist that shows everybody at the scene. They don't have that of Rick Allen. What we do know is that one of the third-party suspects, Brad Holder, had a rune on his hand that resembled that of Abby. Okay. What we do know is that Brad Holder lied about how many times he met Abby. That's enough for us to get in there. Okay. And yes, typically you don't have, well, I just shouldn't say typically. There's no DNA of anybody there. So nobody knows who was there and who wasn't there. And I find that to be bizarre that there's no DNA there. It seems to be, I could speculate that that's because there was gloves and forethought of whoever was involved in that. They didn't leave anything behind because they took their time to do it the way that there wouldn't be anything left behind. But Murphy and Click, I don't agree with Click on everything that he even said. He had his own opinions about what happened, and I thought they were, I don't want to say, I just think they were out there.
I totally agree. That does not, what he said was that Abby and Libby saw this ritual in the woods, laughed, and the Odinists were upset that they laughed at them, and then they killed them for that. To me, that makes no sense.
It's pure speculation, and I love Todd Click because I think he's an honorable guy. Again, had Todd not reached out to the prosecutor, McClelland, we would never have had, the videos of Elvis and Messer and all that. So, and this is what I love on I'm not in lockstep with anybody. I didn't agree necessarily with what Click had to say, but Click did do some really unbelievably great investigation that he doesn't get credit for either. You asked Tom, well, how do they put Elvis Fields at the scene? Well, there was some cattle trucks that went through Delphi that alleged, that Todd Click found somebody that said, yeah, Elvis used to come over here and get extra work, and we used to pay him to clean up the trucks. And I think on occasion he would go up with the truck. And that truck, there was a truck that happened to go up in that area that at that point in time, that weekend, and I can't think of the name of the company, but that was a viable theory, you know, about what happened. And he just did a really good job of kind of putting out information, gathering facts, gathering information, like the Johnny Messer, like the people that said, yeah, Johnny Messer tried to recruit me into Vinlanders. And then Messer, you know, in a deposition says that never happened. Well, why are these guys not telling the truth? That's all Todd Click's work. So as much as I disagree with him on his analysis of what happened, that could have been what happened. I mean, I wasn't there, but it seems a little far-fetched. And certainly there's nothing to support some of what he said about his opinion that they were laughed at or whatever.
Well, if you were able to talk about the onus at the trial, the prosecution likely would have had Holder's human resources manager testify he did not clock out until 2:45 p.m., which is a half hour after the Bridge Guy video, and he worked like a half hour away. So to
Hi,
me,
hey, this is this is Brad Holder, buddy, that's on the second shift there. I forgot to clock out. Man, I don't want to get in trouble. Can you clock me out, man? Can you clock me out? That's all that it takes. And we know people that do that. Now you could say, well, that's speculation. Well, let me tell you about another. I'm so tired of hearing about the mistakes that the police made and nothing gets done about it. Here's another example. And I think you know this one because it's in the Franks memo. Hey, we're here to check out Brad Holder's alibi. Well, he clocked out at 2:45 or whatever. Oh, okay. Thank you. That's all we need to know. Well, hold on a second. You can watch a video because there's only one way in and one way out, and he drives a red truck. So if you want to see what time he actually left and what time he came in, you can do that. Now we're good. We're totally good. That's it. That's that, you know, I am sorry. My wife is a human resources director. We know of stories where people clock in and out for people to get extra hours or whatever. It does happen. To say that it doesn't happen is being disingenuous. You know, if you're thinking this through and you have other people involved at the south end of the bridge that abduct those girls, and you're Brad Holder, you could also come that you have if you're presupposing the timeline that you think works and that you think is true. Brad Holder didn't even need to be there, but I'm telling you, he could have been there. He could have been there by clocking out. He's supposed to be off at 1:30, right? And that would give him time to be there by 2:15 for sure. But he didn't clock out for an hour. And guess where they do a swipe system there. Where's his card that gets swiped? It's right next to the machine that you swipe. Is it locked? No, it's not. Is your name on it? Yes. So when somebody calls and says, "Hey, can you clock me out?" Well, okay, well then let's see if Brad Holder made a call to the well, I don't know what's the name of the business. I can't even remember.
Garbage disposal
The
place.
garbage. It's the garbage, the landfill.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that we should be able to figure that out because we got Brad Holder's phone dump, right? And we should be able to figure out who he was talking to beforehand, afterwards, or whatever. Right? You know the answer to that story. They took 102 cell extractions from every Tom, Dick, and Harry except Brad Holder, who was a prime suspect on day 3. And you explain that one to me, Tom, and why I shouldn't be upset about that.
I know that you referenced that there were AT&T drafts for the phones search warrants for Holder and Westfall that were never executed. And I agree that if they're doing 100 other people, why not do those too?
Well, Brad Holder claims that he did give him the phone. Brad Holder in his deposition said, yeah, I was there with my son. They took his phone. We do have his phone up, and they took mine. I say it's a lie. I say that there is no way in hell that they didn't get Brad Holder's phone dump or that they intentionally avoided getting Brad Holder's phone dump, or you are the worst detectives on the planet Earth. In fact, in February, 17th, email exchanges between Doug Carter and the FBI and people on the Unified Command, and there's a bunch of people on there, and I believe this is admitted into evidence. I don't know if it's available to everybody, but I've talked about it. But in the February 17th, so we're talking 3 days after the girls are found, whoever is the author of the email, is sending Doug Carter kind of an update. Here's what's going on. And they talk about Brad Holder. And that's the same day that he was interviewed. And in it, they're like, he says something along the lines of, we're going to get the intelligence from him. And to me, what that means is his phone and information. And yet they say they didn't get his phone. I mean, it's just, but they got some guy in Iowa, they got some guy in Kentucky. I mean, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. And I would be, I mean, you struggle with that, don't you? I would hope.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many mistakes in this whole investigation. It's actually crazy.
I mean, that's in Libby's or Kelsey's phone, also not dumped, and that's again, oh, you're treading waters there because you're trying to blame. No, I'm not blaming her. I'm not pointing the finger at her. Here's what I'm doing. People are wrong in what time they say things happened and what happened and so forth. And so if you want to make sure that the Hoosier Harvest store is got the right time, let's compare it to what Kelsey German's phone said, and let's see if there's a discrepancy there. Oh no, it wasn't. They didn't drop those girls off at that time. They dropped them off at a different time. Kelsey, we don't think you had anything to do with this. The police could tell her, but will you give us your phone? We just got to make sure. That was standard operating procedure. And they didn't do that either. So there's a whole treasure trove of information there that we could look at that, would help us out. Kagan Klein stuff. I think she later talked about how she reached out to the person, Anthony Schatz or whatever, and we could put a timeline together through her phone that helps find the truth for both the state and the defense. So the Brad Holder thing is obviously irritating to me, and I've never heard anybody apologize about that or explain it, and it just drives me absolutely crazy.
So speaking of Brad Holder, you referenced in two of your filings, there is significant evidence that both Westfall and Holder were involved in the murders. And so your theory is that they worked together, correct?
Well, I'm saying the evidence supports that as a possibility. Yeah.
Well, I understand that you think that, but I have a screenshot of his Facebook that I'll share with you real quick. That might give you some perspective that you don't know about. So this is a screenshot. It says Brad Holder, February 5th, 2017, Logansport, Indiana, which is obviously 8 days before the murders. He says, today is a milestone in my life. I feel excited and upset at the same time. I will be stepping down as, you might know these words better than me, Gothi in tribe of Gungnir's path. The gods are pushing me to be a traveling Gothi to help people set up kindreds in Indiana. I feel this is lacking. Patrick Westfall will take over my responsibility as Gothi for tribe of Gungnir's path. I'm going to be having lots of meet and greets. It's time, Indiana, for you to quit being a virtual heathen and start meeting people and starting kindreds and study groups. So Westfall did an interview on a YouTube channel called Sleuth Intuition. He said that Holder came to his house and they had an argument in their living room about Holder was going to church with his family and also doing this Ossetru stuff. And Westfall said to Holder, you have to make a decision, either Ossetru or church. And Holder could not make that decision. So at that point, Westfall said he kicked Holder out of his living room and they never spoke again. So to me, this February 5th, 8 days before the murders, points to that was maybe that day that happened. And so February 13th, Westfall and Holder are not planning a ritual in the woods to kill white kids as white supremacists.
I don't know what happened between the 5th and, I got clients that one day their girlfriend hates their guts and calls the police on them. And then the next day they say, baby, come back. These again, we're talking about human beings here, and Brad Holder coming back and saying, anything. There's all kinds of possibilities out there of what happened. And what that tells me, by the way, is that Brad Holder was very actively involved in that, he was not quitting Odinism and Norse paganism. He was into it. And, I don't know why he would say that, and Westfall said what he said. I mean, I don't think there's any other than Pat Westfall saying that, and I've heard that he has said that. There's no other evidence of that, other than Pat Westfall's own words. Okay. And so to me, that's not anything really of value to show what did or did not happen. You know, you talk about Amber Holder. What does she say? She says Brad Holder had other photos of girls, not that one, but different ones of girls on the forest floor. And what Brad told me is that he and Patrick Westfall had a falling out in the woods by a river over stuff related to a ritual. Okay.
Holder told you that in his deposition?
No, Amber Holder
Oh,
did.
I thought you meant
Amber
Brad.
Holder did. And again, Tom, I know it gets repetitive. When you see that on August the 10th and you're Jerry Holman, and I ask you, please go out and investigate this. There's the 12-page report where Amber Holder has said, think about what I just said. Amber Holder, who doesn't know anything about anything, is interviewed by police. And here's what she says. They had a falling out, Valentine's Day time frame, over a ritual kind of gone bad in a woods. Okay, that's a major big deal. Did Jerry Holman, when I gave him that 12-page report on August 10th, 2023, did he say do this? Oh my gosh, that's a big deal. I mean, we need to go to interview Amber Holder. Thank you for giving this to me. This is what common, decent cops do, law enforcement officers. When I've encountered them, they appreciate, they're on a quest for the truth. But that was not, you read that deposition, the last 10, 20 pages of that deposition on August 10th with Jerry, that's not what's going on there. And did they ever go talk to Amber Holder? To this day, the answer is no. They are not interested in the truth. Now, Amber Holder, they might be able to show that she's a complete nut job. I don't think she is. She's a very brave person. But that's what Amber Holder told Kevin Murphy. Yet nobody has explained. At some point in time, Tom, all these coincidences have to add up to something, and if a jury hears all of these coincidences, it adds up to reasonable doubt. And it would have been not
considered hearsay, and Judge Gull said hearsay is not allowed for the nexus.
She doesn't know what hearsay is, Judge Gull. Come on. She doesn't know what hearsay is. I mean, and by the way, many judges don't, and many lawyers don't, because it's hearsay changes from courtroom to courtroom to courtroom. And this is where you, as a non-lawyer, but any lawyer that's watching this, they will understand what I'm saying. You go into one courtroom and something is hearsay, and you go into another courtroom, it is not hearsay. And you think, oh, there's rules out there. Plus there's okay, so there's that. And we trial lawyers know how to get hearsay, what might be labeled hearsay, into evidence. There are hearsay exceptions. And I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. I'm offering it to impeach, because I asked Brad Holder on the stand, did you tell Amber Holder this? I never said that. Okay, now I am not offering it to prove the truth of the matter asserted about what he said. I'm offering to prove whether he said it at all. And there's, no, Judge Gull, I wish she would have written what normal judges do on a big case or even a small case, is when you have such a big situation, a big issue as whether you're going to let third-party suspect evidence in, you write down in a very detailed format each piece of evidence that the defense wants in, and why it is admissible or why it is not admissible. This piece of evidence is not admissible because of hearsay. That way, then we can react. But what judges do, judges like Judge Gull, they won't put anything in writing, because then the Court of Appeals doesn't have anything to look at. And it's just it's lazy, but it's also strategic in my mind, for a judge to do that, because they don't want to get overturned, and it helps them not get overturned. So yeah, that stuff would have come. It's relevant. That's the first rule to getting something into evidence. It's relevant. Does it tend to make something true or not true? It's everything that I'm talking about is definitively relevant. Then is it admissible? And until, okay, you got me going here. So
okay.
unless you have an actual hearing, like Judge Gold, she did in one of her rulings say admissible evidence. Okay. Nobody's objected to this evidence. You are, Judge, you are just guessing as to whether it's admissible or not because it's not even in front of you. Because the normal way that it goes down in most courts is, Judge, I moved at this time to admit Exhibit B. Objection or no objection, and then you argue it. Or what happened next, Trooper Murphy or Detective Murphy? What happened next? Well, he told me this, objection, hearsay, and then you have an argument over it. But what you don't do is say, well, I believe it's going to be inadmissible, so I'm not going to let it in. It's lazy judging, and it's inappropriate, and it does not allow, again, the defense to get its case in front of a jury. Can we just start by getting in front of a judge? I asked multiple times for hearings over the conflicts that we were having over discovery. Nothing. And then you just tell me, I think this stuff's inadmissible. I'm not going to let it in. Oh, I'm glad you think that. That's terrific. Or you can follow the rules, have a hearing, and we can do it the old-fashioned way.
Well, she did give you those 3 days of hearings in the summer of 2024. You felt those weren't sufficient?
It's not the way that it should have happened. First of all, Tom, let's go back. I'm sure you've heard me complain about this. Let's go back to April the 28th, Sunday morning at about 11:30 a.m., 2024. We're about 2 weeks from trial at that time. I believe the trial was May 15th. And I'd asked, and Brad had asked questions about that trial lawyers ask, how do you want us to deal with peremptory challenges? Or where's Rick going to be housed? I don't remember everything. She answered that question. And then at the bottom of that email, and I'm sitting here on a Sunday morning at this very spot where I'm sitting right now, and I'm reading this, and I just shake my head. I couldn't believe what I was reading. She basically said, I don't know what the defense is going to do, but if you're going to try to introduce third-party suspect evidence, I know what the law is on that. And basically, Nick, she didn't say it this way, but it was basically telegraphing to Nick, hey, if you're going to file a motion in limine, which he was never going to do, then, I think she actually said something, I'm inclined to grant it, or I'm not inclined to let the evidence in. Totally, Tom, I can't tell you how inappropriate that is. It's totally inappropriate for a judge to do that. Totally. You should not be, if you want to try the case next to McClelland, then resign from the bench and go try the case with Nick McClelland. But don't tell him how to try his case. That's his job. And if he hadn't thought to file a motion in limine, and you know why, and he hadn't, and the reason he hadn't is because it's inappropriate. That evidence was coming in or should come in, but don't give him the headline of file a motion in limine. And that in and of itself was what led to the continuance, at least in part. And so then you asked, at least she gave you the 3 days. I think I said this earlier, and I'll repeat it. A judge that I very much respect, and as do many, many others, told me this. Those hearings should have lasted as long as they needed to last, and they should have gone through the proper process like any hearing, not that insane free-for-all that we were going through the last, especially 2 or 3 hours. I've never been involved. It's so wrong what was going on there. And, on top of that, that's just wrong. Like normally it's, hi, Judge, this is going to take about a month because we have lots of witnesses. Okay, Mr. Baldwin, are you sure it's going to take that long? I mean, maybe I can fit it in 2 weeks. I'll tell you what I'll do, Judge. This is how normally it could operate. Let me write down every witness that I have and every piece of evidence I'm going to try to introduce on this third-party suspect motion in limine that Nick filed. And then I will have a better sense of how long it's going to take. But I'm going to tell you, to do it the right way, the proper way, it's going to take a week or two. And then if you're a judge, this is what you get, you're getting paid no matter what. Okay. But I heard Judge Gold all the time say, I've got a busy calendar. I got all these murder cases and this and that. Okay, that's fine. But this is Rick Allen's case. This is his case. And in his case, it may take a week or two to go through this motion in limine. But let's not go through this ridiculous, I don't know, it's not a farce, but it's just ineffective means of trying to give the judge information about who these third parties are, why the evidence is admissible, because that's another a proper time to have that, because the judge could be on the bench during the objection and say, well, Mr. Baldwin, why is this not hearsay? And then you make your arguments. But instead, we get it was a very short few sentences, grant a motion to exclude Norse paganism granted. Not an explanation, not a detailed laundry list of what we wanted in and why it wasn't allowed in, just a very generic, sad order consistent with the sad orders that we received over the course of the time that we were on that case.
Right. How much more time do I get with you?
Keep going.
All right.
I'm good.
I'll try to make it quick. The unspent round and the gun evidence, I've like looked into so many areas of this case. That is one thing that I really have not looked into a lot, because I feel like if you can take 1 million Sig Sauer guns and the science is only 80% reliable, that's 200,000 men who you might convict wrongly. So I really have not paid that much attention to the unspent round. However, I do find it kind of suspicious that Rick's ammunition at his home were all Blazer except for one Winchester unspent round in his keepsake box, which the round at the crime scene next to Libby's foot was a Winchester. Did you ever ask Rick why he kept that Winchester in his keepsake box?
You have to first believe that Winchester was in that keepsake box in order to even need to ask that question. Again, here we go with when if I were a detective, I'd be videotaping everything and there'd be a big hoo-ha about that. And, I have all kinds of struggles with the way that the police memorialized their work. And to me, that keepsake box is very suspicious. And I didn't ask Rick, because there's no way okay, wait, let me see. Do I have one here? I have a keepsake box here in my office. It's somewhere over here. I have no idea what's in there. There could be a bullet in there. There really could be. But I start with the premise that the bullet was not in there, and you've got to do a better job of proving it to me. So, for me, Tom, I have a very simple way of explaining why that bullet in the gun did not match. And I don't even have to go through ballistics. I don't have to bring in, our expert witnesses. I don't have to do any of that. Here's the answer. Here's the way to explain it. So the bullet that they claim was between the girl's feet, that they introduced into evidence, they say had markings on them, and there's grooves and lands, and you look at it up close and you can see these little lines. All right. They also say that very bullet was cycled through and ejected from a gun. So when it was rifled through, I'm not a gun guy, so I don't know all the correct terminology. Brad handled all that. But when it is ejected through that gun, that particular bullet, whatever gun ejected it, created marks on that bullet. All right. So then they go to Rick's house with this warrant that, based upon what I would say is a very problematic probable cause affidavit, but they still get in there and they're excited to see this Sig Sauer gun that Rick has. And so the first thing they did was, okay, we know these are ejector marks on this bullet. So we're going to do the same thing that we think Rick did with his gun with a pristine bullet. The bullet falls out, and much to their chagrin and unhappiness, they look at that bullet and they compare it to the bullet found at the scene, and they don't match. This bullet did not put any markings from Rick's gun. That, my friend, should be the end of the story. That should be it. If you want to compare what they say happened, that should be the end of the story. Yet it wasn't, because they needed to get a conviction here. So they went through this process of putting pressure on the bullet. And now they say, well, even though there's a lot of things that don't match, there's enough things that do match that we buy it. And we think it's good. It's a good match for the bullet. And it really isn't any more. I shouldn't have to go on to anything more than it didn't add up. It didn't work.
And they had to
So,
fire it to get it to match compared to
yes,
the unfired, which, as I said, to me, it's just not reliable enough. However, it doesn't change my final
sure.
opinion.
I appreciate your honesty there. I mean, I think a lot of people weren't able to, you know, they're just not able to be intellectually honest about that. Like, it's like, can't you just say that it's apples and oranges and say, I hope you have something better than that. But yeah.
Next topic is confessions, which he obviously made, whether you want to believe them or not, to many people over about 10 months. So what was your reaction as his attorney when you heard your client is telling people, including his wife and mom, that he committed this crime that you're trying to defend him for?
Yeah, when you hear your client is confessing to anything, it's horrific, but especially on this case, because Rick had all the way up until April the 3rd, maintained his innocence. And so when you hear this and you know that, and when you see Rick on April the 3rd, meaning me and Brad Rosie, when we observe Rick on April the 3rd, something is desperately wrong with him. And so as a human being, the thought is, gosh, we got to take care of this guy. We'll figure out what to do about these so-called confessions later on. But what can we do to get Rick and his life improved? Because something really wrong is going on here. Let me juxtapose that way of thinking. So that's why we asked for we're trying to get him out. We probably had already filed the motion, the safekeeping hearing motion, but now we're even more energized to get that on the slate and get Rick out of there. We were worried about our client. We were worried about a fellow human being named Rick Allen. Let me compare that or juxtapose that with Harshman. Harshman knows that Rick is not doing well. Harshman is listening to every phone call, everything, and instead of doing what I think he should have done, which is, this guy's got a mental breakdown going on. Can we get him some help? We'll figure out as police officers, if he's confessing to this stuff, I want it to be done on the up and up. I don't want it to be done while he's on Halidin. I don't want it to be done. Halidol. Yeah. That was Brad's thing. I should know that word. But I don't want these confessions to be done while Rick is in a bad way, while he's on Halidol, while he's in a state of psychosis. I don't want to see this human being suffering either. I'm an officer. Can we get him help first? But that's not what happened. And I know people will laugh at that and say, that's not a job of an officer. It's a job of a human being. It's a job. If he's aware of that, then he should have made people aware of that, and so that something could be done. But they used it as an opportunity to get incriminating statements by a guy who's out of his mind. Instead of getting him the help that he needed, they used it as an opportunity.
Well, Dr. Martin said Rick was out of psychosis, I think, by May 2nd. And I have a just quick excerpt here. May 10th, Rick's wife, Kathy, said on the phone after he's confessing to her, she says, "You're not well." And Rick replies, "I'm well." Kathy says, "No, you're not." Rick replies, "Yes, I am, honey." And his mom, Janice, at some point said, "I think they're just messing with you." Rick replied, "No, Mom, they're not." And Rick confessed to 9 people over 11 days, even before taking Haldol, and at least 9 times after he was determined not to be psychotic anymore. So are there any kind of studies that you saw that Haldol would make somebody to confess to murders they didn't commit?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be coy here. That was more Brad's bailiwick, but I do remember that our expert, Gracian, I believe it was Gracian, or oh, I can't think of her name. She's awesome. Who was our We had two experts, Gracian and
Thinking it's not Betty, but something Polly Westcott.
Polly Westcott. So it was either Polly Westcott, Dr. Westcott, or Gracian, Dr. Gracian. I believe they testified that once you have had a psychotic event like that, that you move in and out of that over time. It's not like, you're well, oh, I'm out of it, I snapped out of it and I'm good now. You go in and out of that. And, I don't know. And on top of that, I don't know, when you're Rick Allen, what are you, if you're out of your mind, and are you just saying things just to be saying things and you're not thinking clearly? These are things that I don't know. But our experts that were really terrific, and they would disagree with the contention that when Rick was confessing multiple times to multiple people, that many of those, he was a totally fine person and he was totally fine mentally. That was not the case.
Well, when listening to those 8 phone calls to his wife and mom, do you think he's sounding incoherent? Because to me, he's not. They're talking about church and all these other things, and he's specifically saying, I did it. And they're saying, no, you didn't. He says, yes, I did.
I don't think incoherency that's a bad, if I use that phrase or word. It's not that you're incoherent. You're not thinking clearly. I mean, we have seen people in other situations as lawyers and also on television and in where a person is talking very plainly, and you would think, okay, that person's not under the influence of drugs or alcohol, or that person's thinking very clearly. I've had clients, definitely before, definitely, that sat in my office. I mean, this is not just once or twice. This is in a career. You see this. You would never know by just sitting there talking to her. It was the most normal conversation, then out of left field, you hear something bizarre like that. And so when Rick's talking to his parents or his mom and his wife, he can appear to be talking in a very normal way, yet also be completely out of it.
And admittedly, I don't know much about this, like psychotic breaks and what the symptoms are, but I can just say, based on what I heard in the courtroom and the files released later, to me, he doesn't sound like he's saying anything. Like you said, he's wearing a tinfoil hat. He sounds okay to me, other than he did say a few times he's having a lack of sleep. He feels like he's losing his mind. But from what I hear, his words are not really reflecting that he's out of his mind.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I understand why you say that. And I can just tell you that, again, my own experience as a lawyer, and I think you'd have to talk to Westcott, you'd have to talk to Gracian, but I think that the studies and so forth show that you can have what appears to be a normal conversation and still not be telling accurate information or admitting to things that you didn't do.
At the summer 2024 hearing, Rick made a statement to Dr. Walla in June 2023 that his attorneys are not listening and he just wants to plead guilty. This led to a closed hearing where Judge Gull asked Rick if he wanted to plead guilty, and Rick said no. So did Rick ever ask you about any options to plead guilty?
No. I think, as I said earlier, when we were very first meeting Rick, and he was worried about Kathy, I think he was like, she's going to suffer here. Maybe I ought to just plead guilty to get her out of it. And I'm like, come on, that's ridiculous. And he's like, did you do it? That would be something I would say. I don't have no. Well, then no, Rick. Did he ever say, I want to plead guilty. I'm ready to plead guilty. I did do this, Andy, I'm guilty. No. And it was super irritating that at that August 1st hearing, we had been there all day long. At the very end of the day, Judge Gull brought us up in front of her and said, in one of it was what you're talking about, Tom. It was Rick said that you weren't listening to him, and he wanted to plead guilty, and so you can't do that, counsel. That's something that it's like, time out, Judge. You're presupposing that that's what happened, and that is not what happened. Okay, that never happened, and it was it was very angering to me, because that's basically calling me out as being unethical or whatever, and forcing our client to go to trial when he was guilty and he had told us he was guilty. And that never happened. And we actually went into the back area there and we told Rick what was going on. And he was like, "No, that's never happened, Andy. That never happened." And I said, "I know it never happened, but this is what they're saying." And so I don't remember if I was in a triple murder trial in August, a couple months before the Delphi trial. And I think that's when they went in. There's a closed hearing. And I don't know if there's a transcript of that or not. I wasn't there, but I know that the purpose of the hearing was for what you were saying, to have Rick say definitively yes or no. Do you want to plead guilty? And maybe even, did these guys ever ask you, or did you ever tell these guys you want to plead guilty? The answer is no. And, the easiest thing in the world, if Rick Allen committed these crimes, and Rick Allen told me he committed these crimes, and I believed Rick Allen did commit these crimes, and Rick Allen wanted to plead guilty, guess what? There would have been a guilty plea. Because one thing I did not need was the circus that was going on in this case. I did not need that. I did not want that. With everything that had happened back the prior October, it was hard enough for me to come back onto this case. And sometimes we lawyers, even if we have a great case or we think we can win the case, if your client tells you it's time, I want to plead guilty because I am guilty, then that's what you do. And that did not happen here.
Did he ever ask to be transferred to a mental health facility?
I don't know if he did. I don't know if Brad, again, that's more Brad Rosie's bailiwick. I don't know if Brad was asking in any of his pleadings or to Nick privately, "Hey, can we send him to a mental health facility?" I don't know that Rick ever asked for that, but he might have. It's possible. I just don't. I don't know about that.
There were obviously these confessions to his wife and mom and these phone calls. Did he ever talk on the phone to his daughter or no?
I don't think so. I don't think he. I think he just didn't. Rick is a very unselfish guy. Rick does not. He'd always feel badly about us driving all the way up to Westville to see him. He'd always feel badly, talk about how badly he felt for Kathy having to move out of Delphi. And, I don't think we ever had a conversation with him about this, but my guess, based upon knowing him, is I don't want to. I want my daughter to go have a nice, normal life without being attached to me or affiliated with me because of what I'm accused of doing. And I don't want to upset her. That's probably the mentality that he had, but I'm guessing there.
Speaking of Trooper Harshman, he said Rick did not want his family to see what he had done to Abby and Libby during his trial. Do you know who Rick supposedly said that to? Because that was not on a confession phone call.
I don't know. I've heard somebody told me about that, and the same thing, that I'm going to go after the prosecutor. Or I'm not seeing any of that. I don't know. Rick sat next to me most of the trial. I was physically, like, my leg was touching his leg, and I could hear pretty much anything that he would say, and if not everything. And I never heard any of that. As far as the eye rolls that Judge Gull commented on at the sentencing, that was frustrating. First of all, if Rick did eye roll, he had a right to eye roll when people are up there accusing you of something you did not do, and all the kind of the things that were going on in that trial. I think you have a right to eye roll. Having said that, I sat next to him. I can't tell you I was looking at his eyeballs all the time, because I wasn't. So he might have been doing it, but I didn't think so. And Judge Gull never said a word about it until the sentencing. And what I would like to say, and when you're sitting there trying to be a reasonable attorney and be respectful and stuff, you don't say what you would like to say. It's like George Costanza in Seinfeld. I wish I would have said this. There's a lot of that goes on. And one of the things I wish I would have said, at least in one of the sidebars, would be, "Judge, stop rolling your eyes. Stop, shake." There was things that she was doing that were inappropriate. When she wanted an objection, she's looking right over at the prosecutor. I mean, it was very plain. Maybe you didn't see that, but I had a front row seat and I was looking at it and I was just frustrated. Like, she had this thing where she did this. And be neutral. Just be up there and call balls and strikes. And I wish I would have said that to her, like just in the sidebar. Don't do that anymore. I'm doing this nicely in the sidebar. And the murder trial that I had up in Fort Wayne, Tom, just as to kind of explain this to you, the jury up there, it was Allison Davis. She was accused of killing her husband. She was found not guilty. And a juror reached out to us after the trial and by email and said, wanted to thank you for your good work. We reached out to her by phone, and she told I had written in the email response, were you aware of the sideshow is what I called it during the trial? Because Judge Gold was treating us like absolute crap, doing the eye rolls, doing doing all the different things that she would do, and just yelling at us and all that kind of stuff.
In this other trial for Allison Davis, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was the same type. And my law partner, Max Wiley, when I would complain about the way we were treated during Delphi by Judge Gall, he's a former prosecutor, and he's like, oh, you're probably over exaggerating it. Well, then every day of trial, at the end of the day, he's like, wow, you were not exaggerating. She is treating us terribly. Well, then, okay, well, that's two of us. Well, how about a juror calling us? And then when we would talk to her, I said, did you see the sideshow? And she said, yes, we all saw it. And then here's what she said. I don't know what the split was, if it was half or four. Let's say it was half. Half of the jurors thought, well, she's the judge, and if she's treating the defense lawyers like that, it must be because they're bad people. They're bad lawyers, and they deserve it. And then there was the other half, which this juror was a part of, who said, we thought, no, and we said this to the other half, that's just wrong what she's doing. Okay. Well, then the same juror said when the judge went back to talk to the jury after the trial was over, that one of the jurors that did not like the way that the judge operated against the defense flat out asked the judge, what's going on with you in the defense? And according to this juror, the judge said, we have a history with one another. That's why. Okay. Now, here's what the judge did not say. Judge, what's up with the defense? The way you in the defense. What are you talking about? I don't know. You're gonna have to explain what you're talking about. I'm Judge Gall. What are you talking about? Well, it seemed like you were very mad at them. Oh, I'm sorry that you felt that way. That's not what was going on. She didn't deny it. According to this juror, she just said, oh, we have a history together. I just imagine that, Tom. Just think about that for a second, how inappropriate that is, and how it impacted. Thankfully, there were 6 jurors on that, or whatever, some split of jurors that said she should not be treating the defense lawyers this way. So for all those out there that watch your show and they think, oh, there he goes again, talking about this or that. I'm not lying about that. I'm not. That's what a juror said, a juror that sat on a murder trial that we had 4 or 5 months later after Delphi in front of Judge Goals, in her chambers in her courtroom in Fort Wayne. So there was something there, everybody. I mean, it's scary to think that if we had a different grouping of jurors, that perhaps they all would have thought what half of them thought. These must be bad lawyers and they deserve to be treated this way. We didn't deserve to be treated that way. And most importantly, Allison Davis, our client, and Rick Allen, our client, also did not deserve, because jurors, they look at judges as authority figures that have the most upright, that deserve the most upright respect in the entire courtroom. And I will disagree with that. We all deserve respect. The lawyers deserve respect. The judge deserves respect. All of us deserve respect. It is not a one-way street.
Good point. Just a few more topics real quick. Something that people find suspicious is Rick's phone is missing from the day of the murders. What did you as the defense team do to try and find that phone to prove his innocence?
Well, we don't have to prove his innocence, of course, but again, that's the lawyers talking. That just to me is nothing. I have had so many phones in my life. I don't know. Some of them are in a drawer. Some of them probably got thrown away. Some of them got recycled. Um, so
But
I
to
just
me,
think,
it was very suspicious. They showed a picture of 14 to 16 saved phones at the Allen's house.
Mhm.
To me, they saved their phones. And Rick says to Liggett and Mullen in October 2022, my wife may have recycled it. So from my perspective, what did Rick and his wife and you as the defense attorneys do to try and find this phone?
well, there's nothing. I mean, it's 2017. There's, you know, what I don't. There's nothing that I think we can do. Maybe people will disagree and say, well, you could do this or that. But let's be mindful, Tom, of when Rick first met the police on February, whatever, 16th or 17th, whatever the date that Doolin met with him at the shop a lot or whatever it's called. Rick Allen gave Dan Doolin his phone and he took the EIM card out of it. Does that look like a guy that's trying to hide anything? I mean, Rick's a simple guy. I mean, for all he knows, that is going to reveal all kinds of information. So it doesn't work for me. I understand why people think that that's suspicious, but again, I'm a human being that, here, let me show you what's in my, here's a golf ball. This is in my desk drawer. Here's this thing. Look at this. This is something that's got something to do with Apple. There's nothing in it. Um, there's some change. Here's a lottery ticket. I mean, I don't know where my phones are. You know, it's to me, that's I understand it. That's down the list of things that I would think are important.
What you don't recall doing anything or asking his wife, is Rick telling the truth that he recycled it? Because I know Kathy in her interview, she said he ran over one of his phones with a lawnmower.
I
You
don't
know that?
remember that. I don't remember asking Kathy. I think Kathy's kind of opinion is the same as mine. Like it's not like we just have some formal log in, log out phones and they're in a certain place. There's nothing like that. You know, so if you ran over the phone with a garbage or with a mower and it happened to be that phone, then I suppose that would be a phone that you get rid of. Well, then you get into, well, did he purposefully do that? Well, if you did, why are you, I guess that's something you can all why not just throw it in the river? I mean, yeah.
So Tony Liggett said there's no digital evidence that Rick's phone was on the trail. Can you explain what he meant by that? Rick obviously said he was on a stock ticker while walking on the trail.
He thinks he was on a stock ticker. There's no from my memory, there's no geofencing evidence of Rick's phone being on the trail. And I don't know if that would have extended out to his house, which isn't that far away. But to me, I just don't. It's not anything. To me, I don't view it as something that's that important. Whether he had his stock ticker on or not, whether he actually had his phone there or not, I don't know.
So you never asked him if he had his phone to try and find maybe evidence to.
I think whatever he said in his interview is what you can. He might have had it. I don't think he was like that definitive because it was years before, and I don't think it had anything to do. It might have been in Doolin's report, but I don't think so. And it's like you're asking a guy to reflect back on. It'd be like me saying, okay, Tom, you might ask me, where were you on Valentine's Day 2022? And I'd say, well, I'm not really sure where I was. Well, do you think you had your phone with you? I mean, probably. I mean, I like to look on my phone. I mean, Elvis Fields, talk about Elvis Fields. This is a guy that always had his phone with him. That's what the phone records show, except curiously, between like 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. on the 13th of February.
Hmm.
So, but that, people don't seem to care about that either. And maybe they shouldn't because it's not that big of a deal.
Just a few more. Rick said, somebody said that Rick called CVS Benefits on the day of the murders. Do you know what the approximate time of that phone call was?
Say that again.
So he worked for CVS Pharmacy.
Right.
And I think maybe at one point, Jennifer Auger said that in his phone records, he called CVS Benefits on the day of the murders. I'm wondering, do you know approximately what time that was?
I don't know anything about that. I'm sorry. There's so much information on this case. I just can't know everything. And I don't know anything about that.
Next topic is Rick's October 26, 2022 interrogation when his wife came in and said, "You told me you were not on the bridge." Rick replied, "No, I told you that I walk." He pauses the sentence, he stops, waits a few seconds, and then says, "I love you, baby." So a lot of people are suspicious, like the
Yeah.
world was looking for bridge guy. And Rick never, he told his wife that he wasn't even on the bridge. A lot of people find that suspicious. What do
Yeah.
you think about that?
I get that. I mean, I understand that. I can't explain that. You know, when you're in a situation where your wife's starting to question you and you're trying to reflect back on, was I on the bridge? Does the platform count as a part of the bridge? Do you want to sit there when you're being videotaped and the pressure's on, sit there and try to explain, well, honey, I don't count the trail, the first platform as part of the bridge. I mean, I didn't walk, or maybe he's thinking you didn't, in his mind, he might have been thinking, I didn't cross the bridge. I didn't go across the bridge. Well, you didn't tell me you were on the bridge. And in his mind's like, you didn't tell me that you went across the bridge. Well, I didn't go across the bridge. It could be any number of things. And it's one of those things where I understand what you're talking about. That if I'm on your side and you're, believe that he's guilty, I could listen to that and think, man, as a defense lawyer, I would make all kinds of hay out of that. But I just, again, Rick was under a lot of pressure. Imagine big Jerry Holman is in this room with you and he's yelling at you. I don't know, maybe I hadn't yelled at that point, but of course, Jerry told me also that when they interviewed Brad Holder and I said, why didn't you guys give him the treatment like a guy that actually might be guilty? And Holman, just to show how much he's like, oh, I don't even know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I mean, it's just disingenuous. It's so bothersome to me. Like, just say, yeah, we should, you know what? We should have done that, Andy. I wish we would have done that. I wish we would have put him in a room. They never even asked him, Tom, about Elvis Fields. Like, how do you get Brad Holder in a room and not ask him about Elvis Fields, not ask him for his phone, not ask him when he said, "Oh, I've met Abby one time," not say, "Well, wait a minute, that's not what you told us before." That's what happens in a normal interview. Now we're starting to be worried about you, Brad. What the heck's going on here? But when Rick was in on the 26th, they knew that they were going to arrest him. They lied to Rick, told him, "We're going to give you your car back. Come pick it up." They immediately take Rick into a room. They took advantage of his, like, just being a people pleaser and not wanting to, for me, maybe perhaps you too, I don't really know you, but if a law enforcement officer told me to do something like that, I would just be like walking out and so you lied to me. You told me I was here to pick my car up. I guess I'm not. I don't trust you. Don't bother. I'll go get a lawyer or something. But Rick went in and then he's confronted with all this information about ballistics. And I thought just such a great, genuine answers from Rick at that during that time. And then when Kathy comes in and he realizes what's going on and she says what she says, and maybe Kathy can explain, but my guess is Kathy will testify at the next trial and she will explain it because I've actually heard it from her and it does make sense. I don't want to be like telling they can depose Kathy and find out what she would have to say about that. Okay. But it all makes sense. I'll tell you that much.
All right. So his October 26th interrogation was postponed by Rick. Do you know why he postponed that from an earlier date?
I think he did tell me. I don't know if Kathy had to work and he didn't have the car. I don't remember. There was something going on there. And then I think the opposite happened too, where they, this is what I actually remember more is that they had, Kathy and Rick had reached out and said, "Hey, can we come out there and pick up our car?" And they said yes. And then they called him back and said, "No, it can't be today."
Okay.
I seem to remember that. I don't remember so much the first thing that they had to reschedule, although it kind of rings a bell.
As somebody who talks to Richard Allen a lot, can you totally exclude his voice as matching the guy on the Bridge Guy video?
Well, because I know that he didn't do it, and I don't think the evidence shows, then yes, I can exclude it.
Do you
Does
think
it
it's a different
sound
tone of voice?
What's that?
You think it's a totally different tone of voice?
No, I think a lot of people called Brad Holder and said his voice sounded like it. Ron Logan sounded like it. My cousin Vinny sounded like it, and maybe not my cousin Vinny, but a lot of people sounded like it. And so, you know, I'm not going to sit here and do what the police do and just gaslight you and say, no, that could never be Rick Allen's voice. It could be. It could be my voice if I'm whispering. It could be other people's voices, because it's not a, it's, you know, and the quality of the microphone and all of that kind of thing matters. You know, but it's not like this, and it's not like this. So yeah, it's somewhere in the middle there, and yeah, it could be Rick Allen's voice. I just know it's not, because he didn't commit this crime. And I will also say, by the way, I think we've done everybody that just presupposes that whoever is on the bridge, aka bridge guy, is the one that killed these girls. I think that that's a mistake. Just to make that was a presumption early on made by police. Okay, and I think that was a mistake. Do I think that it's likely that person was involved? Probably. But when you hear those voices, it sounds, there's lots of people that have they think that what's going on there is that the girls, it almost seems like they're not even that nervous, like it's like a conversational to some degree. Some people think that, and that they're talking to somebody different, that they're it's not the guy on the bridge, and there's no way to prove that it is or it isn't. My opinion is there's multiple people at that end of the bridge, and you know, whether the guy on the bridge and even Teresa Liebert said this to me early on when I talked to her. She saw the guy that kind of looks like Elvis Fields earlier in the morning at that end of the bridge. You know, it's I don't know, a few hundred yards from the bridge, and she said from the very day that I met her, I think what happened is there were people at that end of the bridge that then one of them got up, walked toward the girls, then turned around and followed them, and that's why they caused them to start videotaping. And then he kind of corralled them down to where the other people were, person or people. That's what her opinion was. And that's just an opinion, of course, but I subscribe to it because it makes the most sense to me. If Rick Allen were running across that bridge to catch up to those girls, I'm presuming that they would have heard that, they would have turned around, and then there would have been, think about how that works out. In criminal defense work, we call this a psychodrama, and that's where it's a psychological way of operating to put yourself in the shoes of different people in a fact pattern to see what's the way that they would have reacted if you were that person. And imagine that Rick Allen is running across that bridge. Maybe you could argue I didn't have to run. It could be a brisk walk. Okay, fine. 1 pack a day, Rick, and his super healthy lifestyle, not huffing and puffing or anything. If that's who that guy is on the bridge, just kind of casually walking. I don't buy it. But if it were whoever that guy was, if he did come from across the north side and ran toward them because he's not on the 207, it's somebody that's in okay shape. If they did run across there, again, I think they came from the other side. But also on top of that, that would cause the girls at the other end of the bridge, at the end where they were abducted, presumably, to say, that's the guy that was running after us. Or that you can do a psychodrama, like what would you do if that guy's running and you see him? Now you could say then, well, maybe they didn't see the guy running or walking briskly or whatever. I get that, but these are all possibilities. What just makes the most sense is it was a guy casually walking that had turned around, and they're like, oh crap, I'm going to put this on him.
Well, the person at the mailbox was at 8:30, so that's 6 hours before the bridge guy video. We know that the 4 girls after 1:30 mentioned one guy enter from Freedom Bridge. About 20 minutes later, Betsy sees one man on platform 1. She turns around, sees Abby and Libby about 2 to 3 minutes later. So Abby and Libby get to the high bridge. There's only one man that could have come off the bridge. So as they're walking down to the end, Libby gets there first, and she turns around. She sees this guy that they probably passed at the start of the bridge, maybe on the trail. And that's why she gets concerned. Why is that guy now following us to the end of this trail? And that's why she pushed record.
Yeah.
She actually turns her phone to the other end of the trail, and there's nobody there. I paused it. I like examine all this stuff. So I'm not saying
Yeah, I bet. I mean, what you're saying is exactly what I'm doing. It's conjecture based upon the way that you view the facts. For you to say that there's nobody else at that other end of the bridge, or however you phrase that a second ago, I just find that to be not accurate, at least potentially not accurate. Yes, it was 8:30 a.m. when Liebert saw that guy, but you're presupposing that it's like, get there early, we're going to meet, we're going to talk, we're going to wait, and we're going to wait, we're going to make sure, things like that. It also could be this is one of those things where the internet sleuths, and I'd ask you to look into this, man, because it seems like you're good at doing this kind of thing. There are internet sleuths out there that have sent me stuff that they're on the Brad Weber video, it's the video of the road leading up to Brad Weber's house, that there's a car that enters that at, I don't remember what time it was. It was like 2 o'clock, and is there, it could be earlier than that, but I'm sure you'll be able to find this. There's a car that is seen on this video, and then they're there for a few minutes, and then they turn around and come back out. And the theory that these people have is that it's minutes before, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. I don't know, the people out there that the internet sleuths will know what they're talking about, and they'll be like, how does he not know this? But their theory is that somebody dropped people off and then turned around, and it was 5, 10, 15 minutes or so before the girls were abducted at that end at 2:13. So that's another example of the possibility of something that could have happened. I don't know if you know about that or not.
Whose
And
camera?
it could be a bunch of hooey, by the way. It could be a bunch of crap. I've got a law practice, and I can't sit there and like look into all this stuff like other people can.
What camera captured that?
It's the one that I don't know what the name, I don't know what to call it. It's off of a
The
I think it's off of a
transportation?
house. And it's facing, you can see it's pretty broad. Like you can see, and I don't know what the name of that road is, but it's the road, it captures the road that I believe dead ends past Liebert's house. And you can see, and there's a couple ways that you can get into Weber's property, and that was one of them. And then there was another road that was less of a road and more of a dirt path or something. And I don't know if that vehicle went, which I think it disappeared is what I was told, or I don't know if I saw it. But if you could find that out there, I am sure it's on. I'm not on. I don't know how to do Reddit or whatever. I got to stop saying that. It's just true. At some point in time,
Trust me, you're better off not on those things.
So, but you might want to look into that. Maybe that'll change your mind, at least on the topic of whether anybody else could have been out there. Because if you see a car suspiciously arriving at, let's say, 1:56 and leaving at 2 o'clock from that end of the bridge, maybe you'd be like, okay, maybe there's something to that, and you can add it to your data bank of information.
Or actually, Kathy said Rick got his blue Carhartt jacket a couple of years ago. This was in 2022 when they went to some kind of island, Mackinac, or I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. One of the witnesses, Anna, said that the bridge guy was wearing a windbreaker. Did you ask if Rick owned a blue windbreaker in 2017?
I didn't. We always thought that they were trying to claim it was a Carhartt type of jacket. So, we knew that Rick owned a Carhartt. One thing that we wish that we would have done is apparently you can, there's something that you can tell by I've heard the zipper. There was a certain zipper that only came into existence after 2020 or something, and it might validate that it was Rick got that jacket afterwards. In terms of a windbreaker, who was wearing a windbreaker on March the 14th when he was interviewed, a blue windbreaker, was Ron Logan. If you look at his interview.
So I have, and actually, if you look at it long enough, you see the reporter moves her microphone and he has a huge white logo. So that does not, I know a lot of people say, oh, look at Ron Logan on TV. He's wearing the same thing as Bridge Guy. It's not. When she moves her microphone, there's a huge white logo.
A logo of some type.
Yes, and also
Okay.
Ron was on the transfer station around noon, wearing boots up to his knees, dark blue jeans, not faded, washed like rich guy, a
Yeah.
green jacket, nothing on his hat, his gray mustache and his gray hair,
Mm.
prescription glasses. To me, rich guy does not sound like a 77-year-old grandpa like Ron Logan.
I thought he sounded a little bit like him, but you know, the whole thing about creating an alibi with your pre-creating one with your nephew and then saying, well, the reason was I didn't want to get arrested for driving while suspended or whatever. That just always struck me as odd. But you know, and there's this conversation about the pings that Ron Logan was pinging around 10:30 down somewhat near where the girls were found. There's all kinds of reasons to think that, you know, we should have been able to talk about Ron Logan. It's his property. I mean, I've never been in a trial where you can't at least make mention of the person that's whose property it is on and all that kind of thing. So that was a little bit odd. And then you get the Reese Davis stuff that I've talked about, and I question everything related to everybody, but particularly guys like Reese. Okay. I don't just go in and buy everything that that guy sells. Now, at one level, you know, he did tell me the truth about the letters to McClelland. I know that he did. Here's what happened. After the trial was over, after the sentencing, Reese had reached out in some form or another and said, McClelland has evidence that I sent him. You know, you need to come see me. And I don't remember exactly how that happened, but I went up and I saw Reese, and it was in February of 2025 this year. And he told me that when he first met me, the only time he had met me was in March of 2024. I think it was March. He didn't really trust me. He didn't tell me that Keegan Klein was at the time in his block, for example. What Keegan told me then was a lot of, you should watch the video. This is in March of 2024. Watch the video from 2017 when Ron Logan was in my cell or in my block. That explains everything. Reese he didn't really want to talk to me that much. But the reason I was there in 2024 with Reese is I found a document that Reese Davis had written that turned into a report that said, hey, Ron Logan confessed to me that he committed these crimes. Oh, wow, that's interesting. So when I saw that report, it wasn't until March. This is an example, by the way, of where I'm not really sure when we got that report. I don't know if it was part of Steve Mullen was always sending us stuff like all the time after we got back on the case in January. And I don't know if this was new and they had just turned it over or if it was part of an old hard drive that we were going through. It doesn't matter. You know, it was kind of late in the game to get you would think that there would be reports out there that say, here's everybody that has reported that somebody confessed to the crime. Elvis Fields, Ron Logan. You know, that doesn't mean that they did confess. It just means that somebody reported that they confessed. You would think that could be on one report, but I digress. I did see the report where Reese Davis had indicated that Ron Logan had confessed that Ron Logan, was involved in the crime. So the report is not very long, and there's some handwritten notes that came with it, and that's all that I had was this report, a couple pages long, handwritten notes from an officer writing down what Reese told him. You know, it was in kind of short form, as if I don't have to worry about this. I don't have to take very good notes because it's videotape. That's what the notes looked like. So when I saw Reese, I said, hey man, it was a total surprise. He didn't know that I was going to be there. I had to introduce myself, and he was standoffish for sure. And he just, everything I said back then is on the video. Well, at that time, again, Tom, Reese Davis was also in March of 2024 at that time. He was in contact with Keegan Klein, who was in his cell block or whatever. Reese did not tell me that. Later on, I learned the reason he did not tell me that is because Reese did not trust me. And so I went back. I reached out to Nick in March of 2024, and I said, I think it was March. I could be off a month or two, but I said, Reese swears that he was videotaped. Why would he wouldn't? There's no reason for him to lie about that. I mean, and Nick never got back with me. All right. Reese Davis kind of fell off the radar screen at that point. There's a guy named James Haas also that reported and tells a very compelling story about Ron Logan, and we met with him, Mr. Haas, who's up at Michigan City now, and I wish we would have brought him in for a hearing, but that's neither here nor there. So Reese Davis falls off the radar screen. Well, then after Richard is convicted and after Richard is sentenced, Reese reaches out in some form and he says, "Hey, I want to talk to you." So I go out and talk to him, and he said, "I didn't really know you back then, but I've been paying attention to the trial, and I'm upset that I think that Rick Allen is innocent, and nobody came out here and talked to me to, about what I sent to Nick McClelland." And I said, "What do you mean what you sent to Nick McClelland?" He said, told me 8 letters. Now, later on, he said there probably weren't 8, but there was at least 8 letters that were put into, multiple envelopes, but not necessarily 8 envelopes, because he didn't have money, and it's 15-cent stamp, or what, 50-cent stamp is a lot of money to a guy like that. So he's stuffing envelopes with things. And what he tells me he stuffs the envelopes with, Reese Davis, includes Kegan Klein's own handwritten, communications about the Delphi case. Also, what Reese Davis, memorialized about his conversation with Reese Davis's conversation with Kegan Klein. He put those in and he sent them to Nick McClelland, he being Reese Davis. And I said, "Well, nobody," and I said, "When did you do that?" He said, "It was in the 2 or 3 months leading up to trial." And I said, "Okay, I never got anything like that." I said, "What was in them?" He said, "Well, Kegan Klein was in my cell block, in the spring of 2024, I think, and he would often come up to my cell. Now, he was on the first floor and I was on the second, but it's kind of like when you're in the first cell and you're on like recess, we'll call it recess. They let everybody out on the first floor. They can go up to the second floor, but you can't go into the cell, but you can talk through the wall and you can hand things back and forth or under the gate, under the door. So he would come up to see me. And then when I was out, I would go down and see him. And over time, Kegan Klein, he learned that I was in a cell with Ron Logan, and he was very concerned, Kegan Klein was, according to Reese, whether Ron Logan implicated him. And eventually that led to longer conversations in which Kegan Klein told Reese Davis that Ron Logan and he knew each other. They watched child porn or shared child porn on burner phones together, and then provided some details that only the killer would know, as McClelland likes to say, whether that the stuff was true or not. And so there's a more to it, but it was winter, I remember, in 2025. Earlier this year, I get back to my office and I email McClelland and I say, "Hey, did you get these letters that Reese Davis sent you?" And McClelland the next morning said, I think it was the next morning, said, "We gave you everything we had." Okay. All right. Now I take that as you've given me everything that you have. I'll take him at his word. And I didn't believe him because Reese Davis had said, "I sent those and I can prove it to you." I reached out to my uncle, who's the salt of the earth farmer up in northern Indiana. And my farmer uncle, I asked him to reach out before the trial, and say, "Why hasn't anybody come out to see me? I've sent these letters that implicate both that implicate both Kegan Klein and Ron Logan. Why hasn't anybody come out to ask me about that?" So I drove up to the uncle's property way in northern Indiana, and I got there about 8 p.m. and it was dark as night. And the uncle comes in after a hard day of work. He's like 70 years old, and he's like, this guy is as honest as the day is long. He's like, "Oh yeah, I did call out there to Jennings County, and they told me that they had gotten the letters, and that
Carroll County.
I'm sorry, what did I say, Jennings?
Yes.
The uncle said, yeah, we got those letters. I called the Carroll County clerk or the prosecutor's office. I don't know which, but I think he said he had gone to the post office or the library, I think it was. And I said, hey, can you find out the number to the Carroll County clerk's office or prosecutor's office? And I reached out there and they said, oh yeah, we've gotten those letters for sure. I've seen them. Okay. I said, okay, that's great. I had him write that down in an affidavit. But also I thought, I bet Newcastle prison has some type of system in which you can know if an inmate is sending a letter out or an envelope out, because they might want to know that in case there's some shenanigans going on between inmates and people on the on the outside. Well, who else figured that out is Nick McClelland, because after Nick McClelland told me that he had given us everything that he had, I filed a motion basically calling them out because McClelland was not responding. And I believed Reese Davis, I believed his uncle, and I knew that the Carroll County either prosecutor or clerk had sent in these letters to McClelland and that they had received them. So McClelland then in a response email or a response to my motion, totally just totally glosses over the fact that he had sent me an email saying that I never received anything, or I gave you everything I had. Now he says, okay, that Newcastle, we got a report from them, and they say that they sent Reese Davis sent 3 envelopes out. Now, in my opinion, until Nick actually comes out and explains himself, what I have to presume is Nick got caught red-handed. He knew that he had these items. He knew that, and he lied to me in the email. And then he was like, oh, crap, Newcastle might have evidence of that. Let me find out if they do. Oh, they do. And they say there's 3 of them. Well, only 2 of these I'm willing to send out. One of them badmouths Andy Baldwin, so I'm really digging that one. The other one is kind of not anything so bad on that. The third one I ain't turning over for anything. So Nick files his motion and a response motion and says, I received 3 of these, and here's 2 of them, and he badmouths Andy Baldwin and all this and that. Well, McClelland, what he doesn't say is whatever happened to that 3rd letter, where the 3rd envelope, and that should bother people. I mean, at a minimum, he should have said, I didn't see this stuff until after the trial. If that would have been a better excuse or lie or whatever, is to say that, but that's not what he said. He said, here's 2 of the 2, we did get them. Here's 2 of them. And I'm Nick McClelland, and Judge, you don't have to worry about me because you're not going to do anything to me because you never have, and I doubt that you ever will. And so I don't have to explain myself. Well, I think I asked for a hearing, like, can he explain himself? Where's this 3rd letter? Now, why is that important? And here's why. Because what happens if that letter, Tom, what happens if that letter that he did not turn over, if that's what happened, what happens if it gives very, very detailed information about something that can be proven like to be true? What happens if it says that and it's going to blow their whole case, their whole conviction? That's maybe why we didn't get it. And here's just to add to that, why must it be that? Why can't it be something else? Well, here's to add some reason to believe that it is that. McClelland in a I think it was the answer to the motion to correct errors mentions, to try to make Reese Davis look bad. We had mentioned Reese Davis in the motion to correct errors, I believe. And McClelland, trying to make Reese Davis look bad, it said, well, Reese Davis, you can't believe him because he's claiming that Ron Logan said he took a battery out of the girl's phone, and there was no battery taken out of the girl's phone. So therefore, Reese Davis is full of crap. The problem with McClelland's response, other than it's not very effective, because we've always heard there were burner phones, and maybe even Abby had a phone, her own phone, because her mom wouldn't let her have a phone. So there could be all kinds of possibilities of a different phone where a battery was taken out. But put that aside. Remember that paperwork I told you about that I got, the report that came from Reese Davis, that in the handwritten notes, nothing is mentioned in there about a battery being taken out of a phone. Nothing. The letters that we just got, that Nick sent out, two of the letters at least from the 2 envelopes. Nothing about batteries being taken out of a phone. Okay, so where did Nick get that? Where did Nick get that? I think everybody should be very bothered by that, what I just said. If you're following, it's a little dense, it's a little hard to talk about. But what that means is it looks like Nick got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He was trying to make a point, a dumb point, but still a point that, oh, you can't believe Reese Davis because he's saying Ron Logan said there were batteries taken out of the phone, and there were no batteries taken out of the phone. That's the point he's trying to make to discredit Reese Davis. The problem is there's no mention of batteries being taken out of anything that we've ever received. None of the letters, none of the reports, none of the handwritten notes. So where did it come from then? Here's what I think. And until Nick McClelland tells me differently, this is what I'm going with because it makes the most sense to me. There is a video out there, and they didn't want to share it with us. And on that video, there's a lot of detail that they don't want to provide, and that would be the videotape from 2017 when Ron Logan was in the same cell block as Reese Davis, or it could be from the missing letter or letters that that Reese Davis sent to Nick McClelland, and Nick McClelland did not turn it over. I mean, what Nick McClelland has not said is this: you know what, I was mistaken on that battery thing. I was thinking of something different. That's not what he said. So where did it come from? That's called evidence that the defense should have had, and it sounds to me like exculpatory evidence. And combined with everything else, Tom, that is going on in this case, that should really bother people. I know it's a long explanation, but at the heart of it is missing evidence that Nick McClelland lied about to me in an email. It's what it looks like until he can give me a different version, a different explanation. That's what I have to presume. And here we are, and there's a missing letter out there, and it's very disconcerting to me.
Obviously, it's disconcerting that a letter is missing, whether he's lying about it or they truthfully lost it. Why are they losing this stuff that's coming in? It's concerning. But a few things about Reese Davis. Didn't he say that you're an ignorant lawyer and you tried to get him to lie?
Yes, he said that.
So also, he said that Richard Allen was involved in the murders.
I don't know that he said that. I'd have to review it. I think what he said is, I don't know if Richard Allen is involved in the murders. I think that's the way he phrased it. And even up until when I saw him last year or earlier this year in February of this year, I think he was like, listen, I don't know whether, all I can tell you is report to you what I was told. And I'm fairly certain that Richard Allen was never mentioned by Keegan Kline or Ron Logan to him. I think what Reese Davis is saying is there were other people involved, and I didn't know if that was Richard Allen. I think that's exactly what he said. And
I thought he said that Richard Allen was the one who killed Abby and Libby.
No, I don't think so. I mean, the evidence is whatever the evidence is, but I don't think so.
Well, I sent you this email because I had contact with Kegan at that time after this came out, and I sent you what Kegan had sent me, and Kegan denied whatever Reese was saying. Yeah. He said that Reese is a known liar. Right. He tried to do this with other prosecutors to lessen his sentence, and there was some evidence that McClelland presented where Reese did email another prosecutor's office. So for me, like the facts that Reese is supposedly saying that Kegan and Ron confessed to him, they don't add up to the crime scene facts.
I understand what you're saying about, but Reese to me has never said, he's always said, I don't want anything. I don't want anything.
Well, he sent the email or the letters initially to the prosecutor and not to you.
Yeah, because he didn't up until March of this year, and after the trial, he said, I didn't know whether Richard Allen was in. This is exactly the way that it went down when I met with him in March of 2025, after the sentencing of Richard Allen. Reese said, I didn't know if Richard Allen had anything to do with this. I didn't know if he was involved with Ron Logan and Keegan Kline. And that because of that, I didn't know that I could trust you. And I wasn't going to tell you the things that I knew then. But after the trial, this is when those guys didn't come and see me. Then I thought, this is weird because they should come and see me. I'm telling them this important information. And, he also said, if they had the video, and again, Reese kept saying, just watch the video as if it, knowing that it happened. And the same with these letters that when I saw him a year later. But Reese said, I told those guys, put a wire on me. I will go in and you're going to hear exactly what Ron Logan is saying. That was with Ron Logan, what Ron Logan had told him had happened. So I understand that there's a lot, when you got a guy in prison for meth and all that kind of thing, he could be absolutely blowing smoke up my rear end. I get that. But isn't it worth looking into? And certainly isn't anything that Reese Davis sent to the prosecutor that contains exculpatory evidence, even if it sounds crazy to them, we deserve to have that. So we could have, I'm telling you right now, based upon what Reese Davis told me is in those letters and what he told me in March of this year, we would have had things to do as defense lawyers that we could have used to either prove or disprove some of the things that Reese Davis said.
I'll just finish up with this Reese thing real quick. Like, he failed the polygraph. He said that Abby was moved. He said that Libby was moved 3 times. He said they were not killed where they were found. Kagan's phone did not even ping in Delphi. So he's saying that Kagan was involved. Like I told you, Kagan denied everything he said in a message to me.
Wouldn't you?
Well,
Kagan had, if it's true they had burner phones, then that's a non-issue if nothing's pinging. Of course, Kagan Klein is going to deny it if he was involved. I'm not saying he was. I'm just saying we're exploring that possibility. And whether, it's the defense contention that the girls' bodies were moved. So that's consistent with what we think happened. They had handcuffs. I think it was handcuffs on the girls. I think that was mentioned.
correct.
And if you look at one of their left hands, Libby's left hand, I think it's Libby, you can see on the crime scene photo a slight, like, we actually had seen this before we talked to Reese Davis, one of the investigators, on, like, that looks like some type of binding was there or something was, and so that was consistent. And it would be, I can't remember, there was a way that we had, based upon what Reese said and what the photograph looked like, it would have been where the girls were right one behind the other, is what we thought. So that's, again, that could be complete conjecture, but yet we as a defense had the right to know that stuff before trial so that we could look into it.
I know before, based on your comment, you're not too high on Dr. Kaur and his abilities, although he has done, I think, 8,000 autopsies. He said that there was no sign of restraint.
I don't remember. I'll take your word for it because you're more on top.
I just looked it up.
Yeah. I got eyeballs. I mean, I see what I see, I see sticks that aren't a covering, but an arrangement by somebody. I see what I see on a hand. Now, it might be shadowing. It might be something completely unrelated. Again, yet we as a defense had a right to know certain things to verify whether it is that way or not. Just because it doesn't, I don't know what he would label as a restraint either. Like, does it have to be completely noticeable, or can it look like when you wear a girl wears a little thing around her wrist and it leaves a little mark for a period of time? Does that look like it's a restraint? I don't know. And as far as his 8,000, the fact that he's done something 8,000 times doesn't mean that he's done it 8,000 times very well. Okay. I mean, I understand that you want to believe in your elected officials and your people that work for the government, but there's a lot of people that aren't very good at what they do and they hide it very, very well. Jerry Holman would be on that list as well, at least in this case, and a bunch of others that clearly did not do a good job. We can cite thing after thing after thing. So Kaur saying, well, one of the things that makes me awesome, it's like me saying, I've had 135, 150 jury trials, whatever it is, and that makes me good. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make me good. I could be doing it wrong the entirety of my career, and then it's not good. But if nobody's going to challenge you on that, most of the times, what's an autopsy? This guy died of a heart attack or whatever. Has he ever had a ritualistic crime scene autopsy before? My guess that Dr. Kaur has not. So, it's hard for me to say that he did an excellent job here, especially when he made up that nonsense on the stand under oath about the box cutter.
Final two topics. The trial. Why did you not call Richard Allen to testify on his own behalf?
I mean, Richard Allen is the shell of the man that he used to be, both mentally and, you just can't trust that when he gets up there. It's not my choice ultimately, of course, it's Richard Allen's choice, but we heavily advised him, as any lawyer would. I mean, you'd have to be, out of your gourd to put on a client that has gone through mental health struggles like Richard did. And on top of that, we really believed that we were in the ball game and we didn't need a Hail Mary like that. That's sometimes, Richard Posner is or Larry Posner, not Richard. Richard's the judge, but Larry Posner is the king of cross-exam and trial strategy. And he says, never put your client on. And I don't agree with him on that. I put clients on pretty regularly, not even for a Hail Mary, just because I think, these are normal people and they're going to come in, but they're not. But Richard he was not normal at that time. He's compromised mentally. So that would be the answer to that question.
Well, I would say I saw this earlier hearing where Rick was wearing the yellow jumpsuit. He looked totally out of it. So on the first day of the trial, I was expecting that out of it Richard Allen to walk through the door. And I was honestly really surprised. He walks in khakis and a button-down shirt, like he has not a single worry in the world, like he's about to be on trial for murdering two kids.
Mm-hmm.
You don't feel like he was mentally well during the trial?
I mean, he's never going to be the same. There's no way you recover from something like that. And I mean, if it gets reversed, and I hope it does, those will be game time decisions then. But my guess is I doubt that he would come in and testify. I just doubt that would ever be, whether I'm on the case or any other lawyers on the case, I doubt that would be something that would ever be done. It's, again, you said, and I appreciate you saying it, you're not a lawyer and you're looking at it from maybe more of a juror perspective, how they might view it. And I appreciate that because I'm always interested in that. I wish I could be a juror on a trial one time, just so I can kind of see how that works and see it through their eyes. And I'm kind of able to do that on this case through you a little bit today. And I think it would just be a bad idea to put him on there. He might knock it out of the park. You saw him in his interviews, but for there's some what you have identified and as little weak moments maybe where I don't know, he kind of looks like he did something there or whatever. All in all, those are two of the most unbelievably great interrogations, if you want to call it that, of a client accused of murder that I've ever seen. In fact, they are the greatest because he is innocent and he looks innocent to me. And I think a lot of people that watched it felt the same way. Some were on the fence and then they saw it and they're like, I don't think he did it. Others that were always maintained that Richard Allen was guilty, they looked and saw the things that they wanted to see to confirm their bias that he was guilty.
And I do agree with you. When I watched them, I thought overall very convincing on the innocent side, but as I mentioned, a few comments in each that I just can't really get past. Did you meet Rick before and after each trial day to review what had happened?
No. I would say the life of a trial lawyer after the day of trial is this. You drive back, for us at least on this case, it was drive back to Logansport. We had an Airbnb, chill for an hour, grab some dinner, and then work. And Rick was not going to add a whole lot there's not anything that he could add for us. I mean, when you're representing somebody that you truly believe is innocent, what can he say? I mean, there's nothing he can say. Like if it's a self-defense case, he could say, well, here's what you don't know, or remember that the person came at me with a knife or whatever, and we need to hear his story. But when it's somebody that's not there, that has nothing to do with it, he just has to trust that we're going to be doing our thing. And the way we do our thing is by staying on task and doing what is necessary for the next day. And one thing I will say, because I complain about McClelland a lot, obviously, but I will say that a couple things about me that people may have heard or whatever. I will compliment people when I think they deserve it. And Nick, when Stacy Diener did and Brad argued the motion to suppress the statements, the so-called confessions, I was witnessing some unbelievable lawyering. And I was proud to be in that courtroom watching both sides. And I went to Stacy and I said, with tears in my eyes, honestly, like I was really proud to be in this courtroom with both of you guys. You did great work today. Thank you. And I complimented Nick on some cross exams, and I certainly and the other prosecutor, John, what's his name? I can't even think right now. I'm sorry. Luttrell. I went to Luttrell, and after his directive, they're a firearms expert, I think. I said, people don't know how much work you put in to make it appear that effortless. Really great work. So, you know, I am good with complimenting, and here's one thing: when it's deserved, and so I'm not just some guy that over the course of my career has badmouthed prosecutors. It's just not something I do, or judges. You know, it's not comfortable. It's becoming more and more comfortable as the cases going on, but it's not comfortable for me to do that, because if you ask judges around the state that I practice in front of and prosecutors, but for a very few of them, they're going to say, that's a guy's a pleasure to try a case with. And I will say this about McClelland. One thing that he did that I really appreciated, now it helped him in some ways too, but I don't know that I would have done this if I were him. He gave us his rundown of who was being going on the stand a day or two ahead so that we could prepare. And that makes for a better trial. Now, it takes away from a little bit of the surprise and a little bit of that kind of thing. And I wouldn't have faulted him, by the way, if he did it differently. But we also told him we would do the same thing, and we did. So it benefited both, but more than anything, it benefited the flow of the trial, because it could have gone, you know, if it's like, there was one day where a witness kind of appeared out that we didn't anticipate, and I'm not blaming those guys because that happens. And I had to drive all the way back up to Logansport to get my cross chapters on that. And Gull was getting irritated about that or whatever. I don't remember all the details. It was near the end of the trial. But I did appreciate that about McClelland and that crew there. I thought they did a good thing there.
How did Rick react to the guilty verdict?
I think he was not, I think he was shocked at first, and then he understood, like, he was there at the trial. He knows we weren't able to present our full case, or any case actually, other than fending off their, the case through reasonable doubt analysis. And I think I think we did go talk to Rick that night, and I just said, I'm sorry. I really thought we had won. I told him I thought we had won. The jury was out quite a while. I thought that meant there was reasonable doubt. And I let him know. I said, I wasn't lying to you when I said that. I really believed it. I'm not here to, I had a trial recently where I went to the client. I'm like, you're probably going to lose. I mean, it's going to be hard to win this case. I'm not opposed to saying that. I really foolishly believed that we had shown that there was reasonable doubt in that case. And I had imparted that to Rick, and I felt very confident. So he was down on that day, but, quickly, because he's Rick, because of the way that he is, he was comforting me. He was comforting, I think Jennifer was in the room then, and comforting us and saying, hey, don't take it hard. I'm going to be fine, and, that was him on that day.
Some people thought the defense rested rather abruptly. What caused you to rest your case?
I think that's a great question, and I'm going to try to remember, but my memory is that it had a lot to do with the headphones in, headphones out. We knew that they were panicked over that, and they should have been, and we did not want to give them any opportunity to come up with some explanation for that. They'd already allowed the Google search in. Who knows what else Gull would have allowed in if they had some time. So I think that had a lot to do with it. Like we kind of like weigh like the benefit of this person coming in versus the downside. And I absolutely remember those conversations up at our Airbnb. And I was an advocate of let's get out. Let's primacy and recency. That's a big trial thing. And I'm a believer in primacy and recency. I'm a big more on primacy than recency, but recency has its place. Recency is what's the last thing that they hear. And if the last thing they heard was headphones in, headphones out, and there's no explanation and it blows up their timeline and they believe that, then we're in good shape. And that's what, we relied on that to a degree. And that's why we stopped a little early. I think that was a large reason why.
Was there a particular witness or a particular day that you said, oh crap, how are we going to get past this? What they just said to the jury?
No, honestly, there wasn't. I'm not just saying that. We went back at the end of every day. What trial lawyers do is they kind of gauge the day. Who won the day? Who won the day? And I can tell you that every day that we talked, we felt we won the day, except for one day. And I don't remember which day that was. It might have been the day that Becky Patty testified, just the emotional day of family members and stuff. It's hard to win that day because you can't really ask a lot of questions. But I felt, and Tom, you were there, so you probably are like, you're crazy, Andy. How did you think you won every day? But part of it is an optimism, that innate optimism that trial lawyers have. But also, we just really believed it. Like we, part of it is you're there and you're looking at the jury. Like you saw my cross-examination style. I open up to the jury when I'm trying to make a big point. And when you're doing that, you can look at them and their heads are shaking. And when Jerry Holman on Saturday morning was cross-examined, I ended that cross-exam way too early, man. I mean, but it was 11:30 or so on a Saturday, and I felt like I had pummeled him pretty good that morning, and the point had been made. But you know what? I didn't get into the 207 photo. Where's Rick Allen? That would have been an easy. I call them cross chapters, because you notice I don't have questions written out. I just have topics, and so that allows me to engage in listening and reacting. Like Jerry Holman, the first question out of the gate was something along the lines of, when he was making his ridiculous, I believe Richard Allen was he was looking down. What made you think he was telling that he was lying? Well, he was being deceptive because he was looking down, and that's when, well, he was looking down the whole way. So I'm not married to a script. So Jerry, you were looking down this during much of your cross exam. So were you being deceptive? And when you don't have it written word for word and you're not married to your script, you get to have those types of moments. Or hey, Steve Mullen, you think it's funny that you lost evidence? You think it's funny? It's not funny. That allows you to do that. And that's experience that allows you to do that. But I don't remember what your question, any particular day, but then you go back and you reflect and you're like, I let Holman go too quickly. I had my clutches in him. I needed to finish him off on that day, and I did not, because I got worried. I was worried the jury was getting angry at me because I was taking too long and the point had been made. So yeah, when you're looking at the jury and you're thinking these things through, Tom, you make some decisions like ending abruptly or whatever.
One more trial question, then a few various, and we should be done in about 5 or 10 minutes. I really appreciate you going this long.
Yeah.
So during a sidebar, Judge Gull said a Cass County jail video, quote, his conduct on that video is horrific, end quote. Like Rick was threatening to kill guards. Can you do like a throat slitting motion? What was that all about?
Oh, I don't really want to talk about that, just because I don't think it adds anything to the conversation. Rick, when you're falsely accused of a crime, you can get angry. Okay. And I think Rick got angry, and I think it was what I would label much ado about nothing. But it's the type of thing that if a jury sees it, it just gives them the opportunity to, like, oh, okay, well, I'm feeling better about myself now. And so I'm a pretty laid back guy, actually, but when I do pop off, in courtrooms that I practice in, it'll be like, hey, did you hear what happened? Andy really got angry today. And it'll be something big, but in the end, it's not that big of a deal. It's just something that happened. And I viewed that way. I don't remember particularly what you're talking about exactly, but I kind of remember it a little bit. And I just think it was not that big of a deal, but we did have to fight to kind of keep whatever it was out.
A few various questions. Before we talked about the April 2019 press conference where Doug Carter is saying, we're looking for the driver of a vehicle at CPS between noon to 5, which I won't even get into. Rick never came forward for that. But his wife said she had him committed to Sycamore treatment facility.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when that happened?
No, I don't know the exact dates. It was, if we're talking about the same thing.
Well, was there two different ones? Because she seemed to mention something in 2019 where Rick put a gun in his mouth
Yeah.
and she called police. But there's also a news report that said that happened in 2015, not 2019. Were there multiple instances where police went to his house?
That's again, I think more in Brad's bailiwick, but I think Rick suffered through, with depression, kind of what a kind of run of the mill type of depression, if there is such a thing, but we're not talking about anything that was like constant, but it was always there. And since like 2011, 2010, something like that is when I think when he first got some type of treatment or medication or something. I don't remember exactly when, but he had always had, I think the jury heard it. I could be wrong, but that he had depressive moments or, periods. So I don't know when those were.
Yeah, the reason I ask, because everybody wants to know, April 2019, they're putting out the young guy sketch, and people want to know, did that trigger Rick to go to some facility worried that there's more focus on the case?
Well, if that sketch looked anything like Rick Allen, that might be a good thing to speculate on. But actually, if Rick Allen actually committed these murders, he should have been jumping for joy that sketch came out, honestly. So I understand people want to look into that stuff and like, or was he feeling guilty, or was he worried about getting caught and all that? And I just think the guy had for 10 years had depression, and it had zero to do with Delphi, zero.
So Rick did mention that he may have been wearing a skull cap that day. He was photographed at a bar early on wearing a dark green skull cap, which I have a photo. I don't know if you want to see, but looking at the list of the search warrant items taken, there was not a green skull cap. Have you looked into this green skull cap and where it went or any significance?
I was looking in my closet just yesterday we have a criminal defense team. That's the name of Baldwin Perry Wiley. That's our firm, of a particular winter hat that I really enjoy. I cannot find it anywhere. So to me, if the thought is, did he get rid of that? Well, then why didn't he get rid of the bullet that they claim? And why didn't he get rid of his gun that they claim? And why didn't he get rid of the jacket? Why didn't he get rid of the car? That's a big one. So I think you have to I understand why you're saying it. I do. But to me, I just don't view that. Now, maybe I'm wrong because you're a juror potential, and that matters to you to some degree. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking the question. So I don't want to just poo-poo it. I'm putting it in my brain that it matters to some people. I really am. But I got to figure out a way as a trial lawyer, should I remain on the case? How do I just like that? What I just did, that'd be a way to do it. I guess in closing argument.
Well, that's definitely a good point. Like, why didn't he get rid of that? And people say, why didn't he move? But at the same time, like, if they just randomly move, his wife is going to be like, why do you want to move when we have jobs in this area and stuff like that? So
yeah.
At least 3 phones were around the crime scene when murders happened, according to you as a defense in a filing. Whose phones were those?
I don't remember their names, but what you would think is that there would be reports done, and I don't know that there was ever any reports done. There might have been. It was 3 people. Well, I'm not. I wish I could tell you there was a moment. Here's what happened in this case. Often, we would get so like up and like frenzied about a situation, and there was this like Brad Rosie was down here in my Franklin office when we discovered that document and the map that you might call it a geofencing map or whatever, and we were just like, what? How can this be? And then I don't remember exactly. There was we were trying to locate these people because we didn't have any reports or anything. We had a phone number, but then we had to figure out, is this the same number from 2017? And I think once the judge just decided that we couldn't get into that stuff, that had to go out of our brain. But I still believe in that. Like, we should have been able to talk about that. One was a young guy who lived nearby. One was, it was his dad's phone, but he was using it. I think we actually talked to one of them, if I remember correctly. The dad lives in Texas now or something. And I know you might be like, how do you not remember this stuff? I mean, this is your client's life and all that. But once Judge Gall said you can't use geofencing, man, I'm telling you, it just goes out our brain. If I could go back and look at notes and look at, I'm sure we took video of our we took video of our brainstorming session so that we could go back and remember things. And if I went back, I could probably tell you kind of what the flow of that situation was over the course of a week or so. And then we filed our filing that mentioned that's true. Everything I said in there was true. And then it was just like, it's kind of like the Reese Davis, whether he was videotaped or not. And I asked Brad or McClellan, and he said no, he never responded. And then it just went off our radar. And eventually the geofencing sadly went off our radar screen once the gold didn't allow it in.
Why was Rick transferred to Oklahoma?
Well, I was surprised that Rick Allen was transferred to Oklahoma when the local media started emailing me and telling me, asking me. I said, you guys are misinformed. There's no way he's going to Oklahoma. I've never seen that happen before. And then lo and behold, he had been. I reached out to the Department of Corrections, to one of the contact people I have out there, and she couldn't tell me anything. So as much as I know, it's for his safety. But here's some oddities here, and I don't know whether this is true or not. I think I've found out that Robert Baston has also been moved to Oklahoma, or at least out of state. You might want to check in on that to see if that's accurate or if that's just rumor mill stuff. And also, there was one other Delphi related witness that was also taken to Oklahoma. And I don't remember I don't know if think it was Keegan Klein, but I don't know who that was. So, I don't know, to the extent that you can FOIA or whatever, you might want to find out the names of every inmate from the DOC who's in Oklahoma. There can't be that many, and it shouldn't take them very long. Because I would be curious, are they separating the Delphi folks out there? I would like to know that.
Well, when is the last time you talked to Richard Allen?
It's been a few months. It's been 2 or 3 months.
How is he doing?
Rick always, like when I talked to Rick last, Kinsey, one of our interns, was in the office, was in my room with me, and I was asking him how he was doing, and he immediately turned it around and said, "How are you guys doing? How's Kinsey doing?" He remembered her. "How's your wife?" But I believe it takes multiple people to commit this crime, period. And especially in the middle of the day, and there's people walking around, and somebody would have heard something, and somebody would have seen something that night. I don't think the bodies were there that night because for all kinds of reasons, people actually had their flashlights looking in the creek all the way up and down. And what was it? There was a pink and tie-dyed type of shirt that's on that's stuck to a root of a upturned tree or something, and nobody saw that. If nobody saw that, it could be because it was dark and they didn't see it. They didn't shine their light. That would be the Rick Allen is guilty crew. The other crew is saying, no, it's because they weren't there that night. It didn't happen until 3, 4 in the morning, was what we think. So I think that the phone evidence is very, it causes me a lot of confidence and belief that Richard Allen is innocent as well. It's just the whole everything, knowing what the evidence looks like, knowing what I have seen with my own eyes, comparing photos on certain websites and so forth of suspects, and looking at the crime scene with my own eyes. Just the mere fact, Tom, just the mere fact. Again, I'm not saying who did what. I don't know. But boy, does it bother me that nobody, that even Purdy when he backtracked and said the mimicked crime scene image, I can't tell you that that was on Facebook, but it was in, I believe he said it was in Brad Holder's folder. Okay. What is a crime scene photo like that doing in Brad Holder's folder when what is that? And when I asked Purdy about that at his deposition, doesn't that bother you? I mean, this is the types of questions I had to ask at depositions. It's like to try to avoid being gaslit. Well, doesn't this bother you that this guy had this in his at that time? Purdy was saying it was in his Facebook page. No, that doesn't bother me because from my memory, that'd been around for a few years on Brad Holder's Facebook page. Oh, okay. So that's why it doesn't bother you. It, maybe he's been thinking about. Can we be curious? This is one of my big concerns about the people that were on this case, and is a lack of curiosity. I mean, my goodness, if I saw that on somebody, if I'm an investigator and I see that, that's the guy. That's the guy we're going to look at intently, and we're going to make sure we watch the video to make sure that his alibi is correct, and we're going to consider whether he even had to be there if the timeline's off. All of these things, but it all starts with Amber Holder saying what she said, the 12-page Odin report. That causes me tremendous confidence that Richard Allen, had nothing to do with this. Other people did. The Elvis Fields, and again, I don't know whether anybody, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't have a movie player that was there that night. I don't know whether anybody did anything. I'm just going as the evidence shows me, what's been talked about in the Franks memo. But tell me what Elvis Fields, why, you tell me this, Tom, why does Elvis Fields know the existence of Brad Holder? They're 125 miles apart. Why do those guys, why does Elvis, who admits, yes, I wasn't following Brad Holder, he was following me. That's what was going on. I want you to know that. Okay, that's fine. Whoever's following who, why do you even know that he exists? One guy, Elvis, said this thing he did about the spit. My spit's found on the girls, but I didn't have anything to do with it. But I have an explanation why I'd be in trouble. He knows Brad Holder, who has things on his Facebook that tie him to the crime scene, and yet they know each other. They know of each other. Come on. I mean, that was worth looking into, and
But
not
they,
just
they
being
were looked
ignored.
into, and then Click and Murphy said they couldn't place them at the crime scene.
You don't need. This is again. I'm going to be a lawyer. There's not a movie playing at the crime scene. You don't see Rick Allen there either because there is no movie, there is no video. All we can do is use what evidence that exists that is culled, CULLED, culled from the different investigators. And I still haven't heard, why do you think that Elvis Fields knew of the existence of Brad Holder? And does that matter to you? Maybe it doesn't, and that's fine. That thing has bothered me. And the fact that nobody seems interested in that, I just don't get. Do you have any explanation? I mean, can you even come up with something like it's just a giant coincidence? I don't know.
Well, I mean, obviously, people have said that they knew people from around the same area. And I totally understand, like, the confessions or whatever that Elvis Fields said to his sisters are highly suspicious. If he's saying stuff that he did to his family, then why am I believing Richard Allen to his family, but not Elvis Fields to his family?
Yeah.
But I mean, some of Elvis Fields' facts are not true to what the crime scene was. I know you guys kind of said the antlers and the horns, but he also said he was on the bridge with two other men or two other people in addition to the girls, which we see the video does not. I know you just said you think it's different. I disagree.
If you say the bridge, that doesn't mean that they're on the bridge. It means they could be on that one side waiting, and the one guy gets up, but So I understand what you're saying there, but I think that's not what Elvis is saying. It's like we're over there at the other end of the bridge is a way to interpret it. But yeah.
So the things that I can't get past is the Betsy Blair and four girls between 12:02 and 1:26 all over the trail never saw Rick. In his interrogation, he's shown the 127 Hoosier Harbor Store screenshot. He doesn't seem to be able to say that's definitely not my car. and he says, okay, arrest me. I guess we're done here. He parks at CPS around 128, 129, passes these 4 girls, which he described very well, other than the number, walks the entire trail, stands on platform 1, which he admits to. Betsy then comes to the barricade, sees Bridge Guy. She said, even though she said he looked younger, she said, yes, that guy I saw matched the screenshot of Libby's video. Rick says in October 13th, there may have been somebody at the bridge as I was coming back through. So I think that was Betsy. He sees her, follows her. He passes Abby and Libby at some point, sees that Betsy goes down the lower trail. Abby and Libby go to the bridge. Rick hides behind the right side of the barricade, sees them take the photo at 207 of Abby. They turn around, start walking towards the end of the bridge. That's when he comes from behind the barricade. And Libby sees this guy coming towards them, and she's like, I need to push record because we just passed that guy. We're getting to the end of the bridge. I'm scared. And you said before, like, they didn't sound scared, but Abby says at the end of that, holy crap, and says something like, is he still behind me? So to me, they were scared by this guy that they passed, which I obviously think is Richard Allen.
Yeah.
What happened after that, I'm not exactly sure, but I do think some of his statements, like his confession about the van, the branches, cutting their throats, to me, I just can't get past some of that stuff.
Sure. I appreciate it. I think what you're doing there is taking evidence and highly scrutinizing it, and I don't want to say creating because that makes it sound, in your mind, that's actually what you think adds up to his guilt. And I appreciate you saying that. I just can't get past, like when you say 4 versus 3, and that as if there's only, by the way, a handful of people, or those are the only people on the bridge or on the trail. I think Richard was there at a different time frame, and the car, but and also just, well, Betsy Blair's description of the car. I mean, these people either can be believed or they can't be believed. I suppose you can cherry pick the things that you want to believe that support your position. And I'm not talking about but the Richard Allen is guilty group. And the same way, the way that we do it, by the way, cherry picking the things that we think show that Richard Allen is innocent. In the end, I think there's reasonable doubt. I do believe that. And I think that we should have been able to put on our case. And I think the law allows for us and requires it, not just allows, but requires us to put on our case. And when there is nobody to point a finger at or no other options out there, this is the type of result you get. And had we just been able, again, to just put on, hey, we have our own explanation for these sticks. That could have been all that you needed to change the tide. And you can actually, when you talked about a minute ago, factually innocent, I'll put a different spin on it. You can have cases where the client is actually guilty, yet there is reasonable doubt. And in the Constitution requires a finding of not guilty there. So I think there was reasonable doubt here at the trial that we had. You probably disagree with me, which is fine. And I need to be mindful of what you said, because again, you're a juror and I can't just discount that. It's easy for me to get angry and say, how do you not see what I'm seeing? But the reality is there's going to be people like you on a jury in the future. I just hope that they can hear the whole story. Then let me tell you something. If we were able to talk about the third party suspect stuff, I think I'm probably way more satisfied if the jury comes back guilty and said, we did everything we could. But that day has not happened yet. And I don't think if it does happen that we're able to get the third party suspect stuff in, I don't think the day's ever going to happen where he's found guilty. I think there's going to be reasonable doubt.
Thank you so much. I think we were at 6.5 hours total. I'm so appreciative of your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Questions.
Well, I really appreciate, and I know that you're not like, I'm not asking for an advanced copy of what you put out there, but I am worried that things that, I don't know, part of me just doesn't care anymore, like dogging on the judge and all that. I mean, it is what it is. I've been
I think you're right to be frustrated with the judge and the prosecution and various other things, and you should feel free to speak up.
I appreciate that, man. I look for the best in people. That's why I'm on here with you. And I mean, I don't know whether this is being recorded anymore or not, but I'm just telling you, I appreciate your approach big time. I'm not trying to kiss your butt because you may have one viewer as far as I know. I don't know anything about you. What I appreciate, and I've said it over and over again, and I mean it sincerely, is you push back, but you listen. And then I can see in your brain like, oh, okay, like the cheating. I think that is something that might be like, did plants really say that? That's something new. That might be something that you're interested in, but it's because you're keeping an open mind and you're a curious guy. So I appreciate you very much until you somehow screw me over on this thing. But
Because we didn't get to this topic until after 6 hours of talking, I wanted to be respectful of Andy Baldwin's time, so I didn't get a chance to go into detail with all of the reasons why I think Richard Allen is guilty. But I wanted to include this part for viewers because it is one of the most important pieces of evidence pointing to Rick's guilt. Most people online who argue Rick is innocent don't seem to have taken 10 minutes to analyze which of the 3 timelines Rick gave to police align with the most evidence. Once you do, it is clear Rick arrived around 1:30 p.m., not noon, that he was Bridge Guy, and what he was not lying about was when he told over 20 people,
I get it. I get it.
if you think Rick is innocent, you really need to pay attention to this. It is why the jury voted he was guilty, and another jury will vote him guilty if he gets a second trial. Here is why. Rick was not seen by Betsy or the 4 girls on the trail between 12:02 to 1:26 p.m., which proves his October 13th, 2022 timeline of arriving at noon and leaving at either 1, 1:30, or 1:45 was a lie. In 2017, 3 days after the murders, Rick told police he was on the trail 1 to 3 p.m. 2 days later, he said 1:30 to 3:30, before it was even known that Libby's video Bridge Guy was recorded at 2:13 p.m. Both of those timelines are at least until 45 minutes after Abby and Libby were kidnapped. But 5 years later, he said he arrived around noon and left at either 1, 1:30, or 1:45. It makes no sense that Rick would arrive at 1 or 1:30 and be on the trail for 2 hours, but never see or be seen by the people who were on the trail between 2:13 and 3 or 3:30 p.m. That's because he was in the woods killing Abby and Libby. Evidence revealed that 3 years after the murders, Rick searched updates on the case and viewed this ABC News article that had the photo of Abby on the bridge with some added text showing that that photo was taken at 2:07 p.m. So Rick knew he had to change his timeline to leaving by 1:45 p.m. because he previously told police he went to the bridge, but he never saw Abby and Libby. To fully grasp how Rick's noon arrival on the trail was a lie, here is a deeper dive of the walking routes taken by Rick, Betsy, and the 4 girls. First up is Rick. 5 days after the murders in 2017, after DNR officer Dan Doolin talked to Rick for a few minutes in the Save-A-Lot grocery store parking lot, Doolin wrote in his report, quote, he parked at the old Farm Bureau building and walked to the new Freedom Bridge. While at Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. He noted one was taller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember description, nor did he speak with them. He walked from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge. He did not see anybody, although stated he was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked, end quote. This does not even mention if Rick revealed he stood on platform 1 of High Bridge. Also, Doolin testified he was the one who mislabeled the CPS building as the old Farm Bureau building, but he said that he confirmed with Rick that Rick parked at the abandoned building across from Anderson's, which is CPS. 5 years later in 2022, Rick told police that his route on the trail was he entered at Freedom Bridge, passed 3 girls near the start, walked to Monon High Bridge, stood on platform 1 to look at fish, and initially told them he did not see anybody other than the 3 girls, but later on in the interview, he revealed there may have been somebody at the bridge as he was coming back through, but gave no clarification when asked for further details. Then he sat at bench 6 at the Mears intersection for a few minutes, and then he left. Rick has never said that he went off the trail other than to stand on platform 1 and sit on the bench number 6, which is about 30 feet from the Mears intersection. Next, I'm going to review Betsy's route on the trail. Betsy's SUV was captured on the Hoosier Harbor Store video, arriving at 12:02 and leaving at 1:15 p.m. The Mears parking lot and the CPS lot are both less than 30 seconds from Hoosier Harbor Store. Betsy testified that she often walked 3 loops for exercise. She walked the entire trail twice during this first time, then she drove to the library for a bathroom break, and then returned for her final third full loop between 1:46 and 2:18 p.m. Her route included partially going down the lower trail, as shown in this diagram that Betsy drew of her trail route. So between approximately 12:03 to 1:14 p.m., Betsy would have passed bench 6 at the Mears intersection 7 times, but she and Rick never saw each other anywhere on the trail between 12:03 to 1:14. Also, Betsy drove by CPS at 1:15 and did not notice any cars in the lot. When she drove by in the same direction at 2:19, she said she only noticed a car because it was unusual for cars to park by the building and not the start of the trail. Rick admitted that he parked near the building and not at the driveway entrance. Finally, the route of the 4 girls. They took a photo at the start of Freedom Bridge at 12:25 p.m. They walked the entire trail, passed bench number 6 at the Mears intersection, and took this photo at Monon High Bridge at 12:43. They walked down to the creek, back up the same way, walked the entire trail past bench 6, and took photos at bench number 2 at 1:26 p.m. They never saw Rick between 12:25 to 1:26. Soon after their 1:26 p.m. photos, the 4 girls passed a man who resembled Bridge Guy in the same spot that Rick said he passed girls, and that man was wearing clothes and head coverings that Rick said he could have been wearing. I made a few illustrations of the trail to explore the possibility that Rick arrived around noon. As you'll see, it was impossible. Around noon, Rick starts at Freedom Bridge, walking toward Monon High Bridge, and passes 3 mysterious girls who never came forward to police after 2 girls from their school were kidnapped from that trail and then murdered, and no suspect had been arrested for 5 years. Around 12:03 p.m., Betsy starts at the Mears parking lot, walking toward Monon High Bridge. Around 12:08 or 12:09, Betsy reaches the Monon High Bridge barricade and turns around, while Rick approaches the Mears intersection. Around 12:11, there is no way for Rick and Betsy to not have seen each other as he walked toward Monon High Bridge and she returned from it. Around 12:13, Rick would have been arriving at Monon High Bridge, where he walked onto platform 1 to look for fish in a muddy creek, while Betsy would pass Mears bench 6 for the second and third times before walking to the start of the trail near Freedom Bridge, which she would have reached around 12:21 and then turned around. At 12:25, the 4 girls took this photo at the start of Freedom Bridge. As they approached the start of the trail around 12:28, Betsy would be passing bench 6 at Mears for the 4th time. Let's assume since Deer Creek was muddy, Rick could not see fish and got bored after about 10 minutes, and around 12:30, he started to walk back to the Mears intersection. He should have passed Betsy, but she never saw any man between 12:02 to 1:15 p.m. Around 12:35, Rick would have gotten to bench number 6, where he said he sat. Around 12:38, Betsy was on the lower trail as the 4 girls passed the Mears intersection. None of the 5 females ever saw Rick on bench number 6, where he said he sat. At 12:43, the 4 girls took this photo of the High Bridge. Rick would have gotten bored sitting on the bench while Betsy approached the start of the trail near Freedom Bridge. Around 12:48, Rick would be walking toward Freedom Bridge to leave, while Betsy would be coming from Freedom Bridge toward Mears. 5 females did not see Rick between 12:02 and 1:26 p.m. Like a vegetarian burger from Burger King, that is impossible for Rick to have been there and not be seen. Even if you argue that Betsy was maybe on the lower trail when Rick walked past Mears intersection headed toward the High Bridge, that still does not answer how Betsy and Rick would not have seen each other during her full 2 loops, or how Rick and the 4 girls would not have seen each other as those 4 girls walked from the start of the trail to the High Bridge between 12:25 and 12:43. The only explanation is because Rick was not on the trail until after 1:30, like he said 5 days after the murders, and 5 years later when he could not deny this was his car headed towards CPS at 1:27, not away. This is bench number 6 where Rick said he sat after the High Bridge. Betsy passed this bench 7 times between 12:02 and 1:14, sometimes within about 10 feet, and she never saw Rick and he never saw her. You could maybe say that she was distracted by looking at her phone once, but not all 7 times. And Rick would have seen and heard someone walking on the gravel about 10 feet away. The 4 girls passed here around 12:38 and 1:20 p.m. They never saw Rick, and he never saw them during this time. This trail was not paved in 2017 and was narrower in certain spots. Betsy and the 4 girls all covered the full trail distance between Freedom Bridge and the High Bridge twice between 12:02 and 1:26 p.m. 6 people, Rick, Betsy, and the 4 girls, were not all looking at their phones while walking a narrow trail less than 10 feet wide and not noticing another human being passing within a few feet of them, when the visibility straight ahead is several hundred feet in some areas. Rick was not seen on the trail between 12:02 to 1:26 p.m. because he was home drinking 3 beers, according to one of his confessions, and then driving past Hoosier Harbor Store at 1:27 p.m. How many excuses, maybes, and alternate scenarios do people have to come up with to explain away how these 6 people did not see each other when they would have had to walk within a few feet of each other on the trail? There is no scenario between noon to 12:43 p.m. that explains how they did not see each other. Some of you may remember in my first Delphi video back in 2021, I was able to get a satellite company to give me a copy of a satellite image at 12:58 p.m. on the day of the murders. It has since been revealed that Rick did not park in the weeds that show up as black in the satellite image. He parked on the gravel in the back corner with the rear of his car facing Hoosier Heartland Highway and the front facing 300 North. As you can see in this 12:58 p.m. satellite image, there is no black Ford Focus in the CPS parking lot. Rick said he was looking at a stock ticker, but no data even proved he was on the trail looking at a stock ticker. And his 2017 phone is missing despite saving at least 14 old phones. Rick's attorneys had 3 years to find 3 girls who passed Rick around noon, and they could not find them because there weren't 3 girls leaving the trail around noon who passed Rick entering the trail. Rick was referencing the 4 girls around 1:30 because he knew he was seen by a group of girls at the start of the trail and also by somebody when he was on platform 1 at the High Bridge. Rick said he passed a group of girls in the same area that 4 girls passed Bridge Guy after 1:30. 5 days after the murders, DNR officer Dan Doolin wrote, quote, "He noted one was taller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember description, nor did he speak with them," end quote. The 4 girls confirmed one of them said hi to Bridge Guy, but he did not reply. However, 5 years later, Rick somehow magically gave a nearly perfect description of 4 girls who passed Bridge Guy. Rick said they were different ages, heights, and at least one had dark hair and resembled sisters. In fact, 3 of the 4 girls who passed Bridge Guy were sisters, and their ages were 12, 13, and 16. Everything about Rick's description of the 4 girls who passed Bridge Guy was accurate, except he said he passed 3 around noon instead of 4 around 1:30. Against this, it could be argued that the descriptions of Bridge Guy by 3 of those 4 girls who passed Bridge Guy did not exactly match Rick, noting that Bridge Guy was taller than Rick and possibly younger, but one of the girls described Bridge Guy as, quote, "His hair was gray, maybe a little brown," end quote, which does match Rick, and their descriptions of Bridge Guy's outfit were not radically off base from what Rick admitted he could have been wearing, including Rick saying he could have been wearing a head covering and a hoodie, which could add several inches to a person's perceived height. People argue that no witness identified Rick at his trial, but the 4 girls said Bridge Guy had a face covering up over his nose, and most of his head was covered with a hat and hood. Also, Betsy was over 120 feet away, and Sarah on 300 North around 4 p.m. was likely driving around 30 miles per hour when she saw Bridge Guy. People can argue that the 4 girls had a variety of descriptions of the man near Freedom Bridge, and Betsy described the man on platform 1 as being 20 to 30 years old with poofy hair, which some people say means Rick was not Bridge Guy, but Rick's accurate description of the girls he passed, exactly where girls passed Bridge Guy, and Rick stating he saw somebody at the bridge is proof that he arrived at 1:30 and was Bridge Guy on platform 1. Other than Rick, there was nobody on the trails that could have matched the group of girls or Betsy. It's also important to note Rick's wife was interviewed by police in October 2022. Kathy said that around the time of the murders, Rick told her he passed 3 girls who were weird and odd, quote, and so he was like, "I'm just going to go home because one of them had long black hair, or at least that's what he told me, I don't know," end quote. There are at least 3 odd things about this statement. 1, Rick allegedly saw a group of weird and odd girls on a trail where 2 other girls were abducted from and then murdered, but did not think it was important to tell police in any of his 3 interviews that he encountered some girls acting odd who could have been suspects. Number 2, a 44-year-old man, Richard Allen, told his wife he left a trail because a teenage girl had long hair. And number 3, Rick passed a group of girls as he arrived and they were leaving. Then he walked to the High Bridge and sat on the bench. So telling his wife he left because he saw odd girls makes no sense other than to get his wife to think that the girls could have been suspects and not him. Rick has convinced his attorneys to think that it is possible that he was there noon to 1 o'clock. But as I just showed, it seems to be impossible. And I'm not just saying that because I think Rick is guilty. I think Rick is guilty because I walked the trail in May and October 2024 and realized that his noon arrival is not humanly possible. Therefore, it's a lie. And his 1:30 arrival, which he told police 5 days after the murders, is what aligns with the facts and Rick's own eyewitness statements. If you do not try to explain it away by saying that maybe Betsy and 4 girls were looking down at their phones for about an hour while walking, and also somehow Rick did not see Betsy or 4 girls between 12:02 and 12:43, and you think that Betsy can accurately describe Bridge Guy from 120 feet away for a moment when his face is not super clear, but Betsy did not see Rick on the trail or sitting on bench number 6 less than 10 feet away, despite Betsy walking by that bench 7 times between 12:02 and 1:15, then you realize the only timeline that aligns with the facts is that is Rick's car at 1:27 p.m. He parked next to the CPS building. Then he passed the 4 girls in the spot they passed Bridge Guy. Then Rick walked approximately 15 minutes to the High Bridge and arrived by 1:50 p.m. And he saw that Deer Creek was muddy, so there were no fish to look at and nothing else to do. Betsy parked at Mears around 1:46 p.m. She likely arrived at the High Bridge barricade around 1:53 p.m. Saw a man on platform 1 who she said matched the man in Libby's video, and Rick admitted he stood on platform 1. He also admitted he saw somebody when he was at the bridge and coming back through. After Betsy turned around at the barricade, Rick got off the bridge, likely past Abby and Libby, and when he saw Betsy go down the lower trail at the Mears intersection, Rick turned around, and like he said in one of his many confessions, he laid in wait, likely behind the right side of the barricade, so he is not visible in the 2:07 p.m. photo of Abby on the bridge. And after that, when Abby and Libby turned around to walk to the end of the bridge, that is when Rick emerged from behind the barricade and walked to the end of the bridge, where he admitted he had walked to the end with his daughter in the past, and he was the one who told Abby and Libby to go down the hill. As Andy Baldwin says, if people are intellectually honest, when you admit that Rick's arrival at noon was impossible, you admit what he told police in 2022 was a lie because he was Bridge Guy and the killer, just like he admitted to his wife, mother, and 20 other people. Some of the other reasons why I think Rick is guilty: Rick cannot deny that the 1:27 p.m. car was his, which lines up with him passing the girls at the start of the trail after they took photos at bench number 2 at 1:26. In 2022, after police showed him the photo and said there was zero doubt that it was his car, he replied by saying,
Just say that it's my car. I told you I could have been driving that car. You want me to say that that's my car? We looked at it matches everything. That is your car. Okay. Well, I'm saying that picture is like, okay, that there's zero doubt. Okay. Okay. That's We're just showing you what we have and why we need to eliminate it. That's sure. That's the point. Sure. All right. Well, we're all done here. But here's what you want to arrest me. Here's what I want to say to you at this point.
go ahead and arrest me for killing 2 8th grade girls even though I didn't do it. That's fine. I'm sick of working at CVS Pharmacy. I need a break. When I first looked into the case in 2021, I found 2 images of Delphi, Indiana, as a satellite made its only pass overhead at 12:58 p.m. on the day of the murders. It is blurry when zoomed in, but I made comparison photos of the CPS parking lot with Google Maps and helicopter footage from the day after the murders, and the CPS lot looks the same in all 3. Empty. In the first 5 days after the murders, Rick told police he arrived around 1 or 1:30 at CPS. 5 years later, he said he arrived around noon and left at 1, 1:30, or 1:45, and he parked near the CPS building. The dark spot in the satellite image are the dead weeds in front of the building. Betsy said the car she saw had its rear facing Hoosier Heartland Highway and the front facing 300 North. There is no car in the CPS lot at 12:58 p.m. This is why Betsy and the 4 girls did not see Rick from noon to 1:26 p.m. until after Rick's car was captured on Hoosier Harbor Store at 1:27 p.m. headed towards CPS, not away. And that's the reason that Betsy did not notice any car at CPS when she drove by 18 minutes after the satellite photo at 1:16 p.m. But she did see a car at 2:19 p.m., a few minutes after Rick ordered Abby and Libby down the hill. Betsy did later tell police that the car reminded her of her dad's from 1965, But another witness 9 minutes before 219 described the car as possibly a purple PT Cruiser or small SUV, and 9 minutes after 219, a third witness described it as a smaller, dark-colored, possibly smart car. So 3 witnesses in 18 minutes. The first said it was modern, the second said it was 50 years old, and the third said it was modern. The satellite also has photos of Rick's house at 12:58 p.m. It is very blurry, but there is no obvious black mark resembling Rick's car in the driveway, but he had the ability to park in his garage. I also made a comparison of Rick's house on Google Maps and the blurry satellite photo. Also, there's no security video showing Rick's car going through town at any time that day. Rick admitted he stood on platform 1 of High Bridge and saw somebody as he was coming back through onto the trail. Betsy said the man on platform 1 matched the man in Libby's video, which matched the outfit Rick said he could have worn. The only person Rick could have seen from platform 1 was Betsy around 1:53 p.m. By admitting that he saw somebody, Rick admitted he saw Betsy and he was bridge guy on platform 1. Then Betsy passed Abby and Libby about 2 minutes later as they approached the high bridge. Initially, Rick lied about not seeing Abby and Libby, so it's no wonder that he refused to take Jerry Holman's offer for a polygraph test in 2022. Over a 10-month period, Rick admitted to over 20 people that he killed Abby and Libby, including his wife and his mother, who repeatedly told him to stop talking instead of actually asking why he did it or for more details. Rick confessed to 9 people in 11 days before even taking the medication Haldol, and at least 9 additional times after he was no longer psychotic. Rick revealed details that only the killer would know. His motivation was sexual. Based on the way they were found, it showed that both Abby and Libby had completely removed their clothes below their waist at one point. He also said he cut the victims' throats, put branches on them, and waited to make sure they were dead, and he saw a van driving on the remote driveway. Brad Weber arrived home in a van by 2:50 p.m., which was visible from below and the crime scene. Rick's phone from February 13, 2017 is missing despite saving over 14 old phones since 1998. His wife said he ran over a Razor phone with a lawnmower, but no year was specified. Rick said he was watching a stock ticker on his phone on the trail, but no data proved that. Rick searched for updates on the case 8 times between 2020 and 2022 and followed one of those searches with the search term, "Should I die now?" Rick told his wife he was never on the bridge on February 13th as the world tried to figure out the identity of the man on the bridge.
If they see me out there, they see me out there, dear. And I told them, I told them I was on the bridge. I went out to the first trestle.
Oh, okay.
That first
I
thing
don't
that,
remember you telling me that. You told me so I told you it, but I didn't.
it doesn't, hon, you're not in any trouble. You didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Huh?
I didn't know you were on it. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it.
You told
Hon,
me
huh?
you told me you weren't, so I just was.
No, I told you that I walked. I love you, baby.
He only revealed to his wife that he was even on the trail that afternoon after the 10 p.m. TV news said that Abby and Libby were missing from that trail. He told his wife not to help the search for Abby and Libby because police would blame them, despite it not even being known that Abby and Libby were dead at that point. And his wife Kathy assumed that they had only fallen off the high bridge. There was an unspent round found next to Libby's foot that was a Winchester brand, believed to have been cycled through a Sig Sauer gun. Rick owned a Sig Sauer and many Blazer rounds, but he only had one Winchester unspent round, which was found in his bedroom keepsake box. Rick could not deny he could have been wearing boots, jeans, a blue jacket, and a hoodie and a hat like Bridge Guy. His green skull cap was not listed as being in his home in the October 2022 search, and Bridge Guy may have been wearing something similar. After seeing the February 13th 10 p.m. news, before Abby and Libby were found murdered, Rick told his wife he was at the trail, but they should not help search because the police will find any evidence and blame it on them. 3 days after the murders, Rick said he was on the trail 1 to 3. 5 days after the murders, Rick said he was there 1:30 to 3:30. Both timelines put him there for at least 45 minutes after 2:13 p.m., Yet he said he may have seen somebody at the bridge as he was coming back through, but he never saw Abby and Libby, Bridge Guy, Ron Logan, Kegan Klein, a group of Odinists, a 20-year-old boy with poofy hair, or any of the people confirmed on the trail and bridge between noon and 3:30 p.m. Although one of the girls who passed Bridge Guy near the start of the trail said he could have been as tall as 5'10", Richard Allen's feet, legs, body type, and voice are similar to Bridge Guy. After this interview took place on December 22nd, Andy Baldwin emailed me a statement that he asked me to read. It starts by saying, "I had the pleasure of talking with Tom Webster recently. I swear he was the one who wrote that, not me." He continued, "Even though Tom believes that Rick is guilty, and I absolutely believe Rick is factually innocent, it was great to have a civil discussion with a man that is professional and really tries to back up his reasoning with facts. I do believe, in the end, that to support his contention that the timeline supports Rick's guilt, Tom must overlook many troubling facts, like Betsy Blair's description of the man she saw on the bridge and the vehicle in the CPS lot, the fact that the 4 girls on the trails don't describe a man that looks like Rick Allen, and that Rick Allen observed 3 girls, not 4, among other things. However, Tom is convinced that there are explanations for those discrepancies, and I respect his opinion while fervently disagreeing with him. I let him tell his side without too much interruption, and I did not push back too much. And he let me talk as well, without any interruption that I remember. I hope that those who are heavily invested in this case will treat Tom with the same respect that he gave me and not take anything out of context from either side when discussing our conversation. The art of listening is vital in trial work, and we would all be well served to listen to those with opposing views in life as well. That is what happened here, and I believe we are all better off because of it." And that concluded the end of his statement. If you made it through the entire video, I hope you learned a few things and found it worth your time. Thanks for watching.
Would you believe that as soon as that ended, my smoke alarm went off? I had to go reset it. I apologize. So, Harley is definitely side-eyeing me, like in the worst way. That was long. And quite honestly, how do you stop sharing? Stop sharing. So, if anybody ever doubted where to get your facts from or about Delphi, whether you trust him or not, Tom Webster is the guy. He has methodically gone through everything and cataloged everything. If you go to his website, tomwebster.com, I have I've I've tried to share it in the chat as much as I possibly can through this 6.5 hour ordeal. But go and check it out if you're interested in it. Definitely go and check out his webpage. Hopefully, you guys have subbed up to his channel. He's put so much work into the Delphi research. He's got everything on his page. Now, before we go, I want to play. And I know, like Ben's like, you should do it on a standalone video. I don't want to stream again today, obviously. Harley is losing his shit at me, and oh, stop it. And I have to go take Ian some coffee. So I wanna play it now for you guys. You'll see it everywhere, I am sure. Um, is that what it's called? Yes. Okay. You'll see this interview everywhere else. But I've known that this was coming out for about a week now. I was told that Daniel did a new interview. And so I'll share it with you here and now. And then we're going to end it for today. I think last night Sunny did a 7 hour live. And by the time this is done, I think I'll give her a little bit of a run for her money. I froze. Hopefully I'm not frozen anymore. I am going to play this now. And yeah. Let's watch the interview after the ad. My bad.
This season is for everyone to laugh and to cry. It's love, not love.
Newly unsealed court documents in Lily and Jack Sullivan's missing persons case are raising questions about the relationship between the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, and stepfather Daniel Martel. Filed to support search warrant applications for the case, the documents lay out Brooks Murray's and Martel's responses to investigators' questions. When asked if Martel was ever physically abusive in their relationship, Brooks Murray said he would, quote, try to block her, hold her down, and once pushed her. She said he would also take her phone from her when she tried to call her mom, which would sometimes be physical and hurt. Brooks Murray declined Global News' request for comment. Have you ever tried to block Malaya, hold her down, or push her?
No, all those allegations are false. And as I said, it was just to paint me in a bad light. That's basically why there's all of those allegations of abuse came out. I never physically abused Malaya.
Martel says he approved of these redactions being lifted, adding not much has changed when it comes to his public reputation.
I've been, trying to keep the public up to date as much as possible. My image hasn't changed at all. It was always Daniel's evil, Daniel's a monster. And with that painted narrative, the public automatically will just jump to the belief of guilt.
He says he provided his DNA to run forensics on Lily's blanket, which was found in the woods by family members on May 2nd.
They didn't need a warrant to have my DNA, so I was willing to do it. I watched them sign on the consent form, no criminal involvement in the case of Lily and Jack. So it was nice to see that, that box checked for no criminal involvement. I signed my name on the consent sheet.
The disappearance of the Sullivan siblings is still being treated as a missing persons investigation, despite the involvement of major crimes.
But when they do have a suspect and they dive into investigating that suspect or group of individuals, then it will pivot to a criminal investigation at that point.
Ella MacDonald, Global News, Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia.
So hopefully you guys saw that. My photo is frozen. That's okay. My internet is probably just as tired and sore as my butt. I've been up and down, obviously, but 6 hours and 46 minutes, I think we can call this one a day. And again, thank you so much for Tom allowing me to stream this. Sleuth Intuition for being on top of copyright, coming in here and telling me he was going to strike me. Thankfully, Tom got in the way of that because I did have permission. And it's all about just, spreading awareness, the situation that's going on in Delphi. Richard Allen's appellate attorneys have filed their appeal, and where it's sitting right now, the state requested extra time to file their response to that appeal. So that's where it's sitting right now. My podcast that is uploaded to YouTube, I think we have 6 or 7 different Delphi episodes, and most of them are just me going over court docs and stuff if you're interested. But again, check out Tom Webster, his Delphi stuff. That's your go-to for all the information, and make up your own mind what you think. The fact is, a jury of his peers has found him guilty, but there's a whole nother side. So have a great night, everybody. I am very appreciative to Ben, Explore, Sarah, everybody that's been here the whole time. Amazing support. Thank you guys. And I do have to work in Fox Creek for a couple of weeks, but I'll still do live streams. They'll just be a little bit later on in the day. Have a great, what's this? He isn't going to like my video, which factually statistically evidenced that meets all the criteria of high risk perpetrator capable of significant risk of harm. Is that about Daniel? I have no doubt. Okay. I'm not sure who else is going live on Jack and Lily's case. Hopefully somebody is. And if not, enjoy your Saturday night. If I can do a live tomorrow before I leave, I will. If not, maybe tomorrow night. Have a great day, everybody.